Hello, hello, hello. Oh, my webcam really likes doing this lately, doesn't it? Ah. Alright, guys. Hello, hello. How are we doing? It's OSC Championship time. Let's have a look at the bracket. Let's look at what we're working through. We've got 5 best of 5s for you guys today as we go through the first day of the OSC Championship 13. There are 9 days in total. This is going to be day number 1. We are going to be starting off in the upper bracket, and we're going to be sticking around in the upper bracket today. We're going to be having Creator versus Nightmare, Skillus versus Shin, Geralt versus Yakov, Cure versus Rebellion, and Classic versus Percival coming up today. So a little bit of a fun mix of matchups, Protoss in all of them. As you can see, obviously there's a lot of Protoss in these early rounds, so it is going to be a little bit Protoss heavy, but like I say, it's going to be a spread of matchups at least. So in that regard, we should be looking for some fun. So with that in mind, that's what we're going to be looking at and getting into. And we're pretty much ready to get things rolling today, as we are starting off with some... I just bit my tongue. Not an advisable way to start off a talking experience. We're going to be jumping into some Creator versus Nightmare to start us off. So best of 5 PvP to begin with, to see who gets to stay alive in the winner's bracket, and who will be taking an early trip down to the lower bracket here in this season of the OSC Championship. The loser of this will end up in some PvP again against either Lemon or Trigger, and I would not like to be up against a Trigger who's on form right now. So I think this match is going to have a lot to show. I think it's going to have a lot of impact in terms of how the bracket starts to play out and everything as well. So without further ado, let's click watch, let's get in game, and let's get ready to rumble onto some PvP. Let's get this party started. Thanks for joining us again. Good to see you all. And we're here for the next 3 days straight with OSC Championship action. So a few matches every day. And obviously, like I say, there's 9 days in total. So this spans over the next 3 weeks or so, more or less. So yeah, there's that kind of aspect to it too. As I was going to say, StarCraft will show up in a moment, I promise you guys. There we go. Alrighty, let's kick this off as we get into the opening game of this best of 5 series. It is going to be in the upper side. And it is going to be... Oh, no, we were in the upper side. No, am I just crazy? Alright, we're in the upper side now. In the upper side, our blue Protoss player here is going to be Creator. And in the bottom left, our red Protoss is Nightmare. Alright, a little bit of PvP. Simulator going to come down, gate coming up, simulator on the way. Probes in production, and we look to see what exactly the world of PvP is going to give us in the early few moments here as we start off on this experience, figuring out what the heck we're going to do, what the hell's going to happen, and just what our tournament's going to kind of have in store for us in general. Obviously, OSC Championship. These players in the upper bracket played in a bunch of OSC events or partnered events throughout the year and earned OSC points, which is why they qualified into the upper bracket and into the championship without having to go through last week's challenger bracket. So, very exciting. And now we kind of get to see all these guys that have been kind of in the OSC events all year long. I mean, obviously we partner with OSC for a bunch of events as well, giving out OSC points on the Monday Cups, for example, and more. So yeah, it's going to be a fun... it's going to be fun to see all these guys that have, like I say, been a big part of our last year of online casting to now come in and see if they can become an OSC champion. It has been many years. I mean, this is the 13th edition of the OSC, and so we will crown our 13th champion later this month. And excited to see who will join the list. They'll get themselves that OSC trophy and add this one to their repertoire of tournaments won. We have a repeat winner. It's something that hasn't happened a lot in the history of OSC, but it has happened a couple times now, so lots to think on. Anyway, for now, let's get into this PvP, as we're going to start off with a Robo Facility down on the bottom left side of the map. It is Creator who is going to get the Robo Proxy on the way, so he's going to start off with that. It's going to be his first few moments of this game, getting this started and figuring out what he wants to try and do. A couple of Stalkers going to make their way over toward the bottom left as well. Just going to be seeing a couple Stalkers coming up responsively from Nightmare, as these two are already making their way over this left-hand side, and they will be seeing this Robo, so we are going to be able to start picking on the pylon. Obviously, two Stalkers here are going to be able to try and defend this Robo, so that's going to be Creator trying to hold this position. Try to get this Immortal out. There is going to be a Robo in response from Nightmare. He does have to play defensively in his base, and that's going to add to the complication of this, because playing defensively in your base still means that you have a wall-off that can be picked away. Your opponent's going to have map control, and they can obviously dictate a lot of what happens here from that point on. So, yeah, it's all well and good. You're playing defensive Robo against a proxy Robo. Like, in times gone by, that would sound great, and in a lot of matchups it might be great, but actually in the way that PvP works out, it's just not quite as great as you really think it's going to be. So, like I say, we'll see what happens here. Get this underway. Stalkers get there, probe goes down. See a few other Stalkers on the right side going to be hanging around for a couple of moments too. And we lost a couple probes as Creator, but this Robo is going to be completing the Immortal. It's going to get out of the Prism, and then we're going to be in action to try and apply some pressure over these next few moments. Alright, well, I'm just going to be hanging for a couple of secs, as you have the Stalkers all coming around. Again, the Stalker Sentry continuing up as well, so bringing this into play just for now. And we continue to head down toward the bottom just momentarily. Take a couple moments to move through over there. What's up, Zodiac UHD? How you doing? Thank you so much for the Prime sub. Cheers. No, cheers to you, mate. Thank you so much for supporting for 2 months. Appreciate you. Ooh, dangerous moment already as the Prism takes a little shot of damage and very nearly ends up in some trouble. So got to be very careful there in terms of how this is going to continue, because you do not want things to go awry super early on, obviously. So trying to ensure that that's not going to be too much of a problem as the Stalkers and the Adepts begin to move on forward, and we will begin to get in position to try and hit this base. So we're going to try and get right on in there and try and make something to happen as the Prism pulls back out, and we just have the Immortal and the other couple units coming back through as well. Still got that battery coming up, still got the Immortal on the way on both sides of this. And again, the battery, the pylon, all of that just coming through. Just going to see that Robo facility getting the next Immortal out. In the end, Creator didn't do much here, and this is not going to be super successful just yet. A couple more Adepts going to just get into the other side of the map. So Nightmare even confident enough to take his Prism across the map. That alone is a bit of a statement. Like, being able to just send your units across the map like this, you are not afraid of your opponent, and that is got to be a concern on the side of Creator, that his opponent just feels like he can just do this while, you know, seemingly under, you know, a big aggressive attack. No expansion just yet from anyone. Creator still poking on the other side, putting some damage onto this gateway. A little bit of Prism micro to try and keep things on track, as we will see this gateway is going to end up dropping. So the gateway goes down. Probe's going down the other side as well, though, because the Adepts are still busy. And they honestly do a fair amount in the early stages. The Adepts take a bit of damage. You can see the couple of Immortals and the Stalkers coming through too. A few more hits coming out for the next couple seconds here. Immortal building into play. Just going to see the rest of these Adepts going to shade across. They're not going to go anywhere. But yeah, we can obviously just sit here and camp a little bit as Creator right now and just hold out on this low ground position and just hold this spot and just see what develops over these next few moments. 2 more Adepts will warp in. It's down again. We're just looking for info. I mean, there's a lot of Adepts, so maybe we do have enough to try and fight this. We're going to Prism the Immortals down as well. Now, Creator can micro, but his Prism is in siege mode, so it's not going to be able to be everywhere. And you can see his Immortals are starting to get very low. He needs to start getting rid of his opponent's Immortals, really. His own Immortals need to keep dodging out of the way, but shot after shot comes down, and Creator, I mean, he still needs to get rid of some of these Immortals. He needs to start getting some damage on them, because right now he's just not got enough damage on them in the slightest to really make this a meaningful defense just yet. And yeah, he's just going to lose out. And I say defense, obviously he's on offense, but he's kind of defending the low ground to kind of hold position on his opponent there. And that is going to result in GG's. So that is going to do it for our first game. And it is going to be Nightmare to take the 1-0 lead in this best of 5. Alright guys, just going to take a moment to invite people in. So give me a second, we'll get this underway. And we'll get ready to kick this off. Thank you for your patience as we get everyone in and through. I need to try and delete someone from my friend list and then re-add them one sec, guys. is nothing simple? Let's try this. Alright, let's get into game number 2. Perfect, let's do this, guys. Let's keep rolling here early on the day. Just double check the message isn't important for us. Nope, we're good. Perfecto. Alrighty, guys. Let's get back at it. Let's get back to it as we have Tidal Citadel coming up for our second map here. So get this underway and see what Creator does to try and bounce back a game in this series. Is going to be the Blue Protoss player. Down a map in the bottom right-hand side, it is going to be Creator. And the top left, our Red Protoss is going to be Nightmare. Game number 2 of this best of 5 right here as we get this one up and are running. Alright, probes, pylons coming through. A couple of moments to get set up here initially as we build on in. Like I say, Tidal Citadel going to be our map, and it's a fun map, so expecting this to be enjoyable couple moments to see how things are going to play out, see what's going to happen, and so on. Will Nightmare be able to get this progression rolling? Like I say, a 1-0 lead. A long way to go in a best of 5, right? You know, first game, a little bit aggressive from Creator and everything as well, sure, but I do feel like there's going to be some fun times ahead. Don't imagine we're going to see, I mean, Proxy Robo is pretty darn good in the meta right now, but I can't imagine we're going to see it every time or anything, right? So that'll be a factor too, as the probes do begin to move across the map here, get settled down, and get themselves into position for a couple of moments. Probe steps over. It's going to be seen our probe right down to the bottom here. It's just going to take a couple of moments. And just going to be having our cyber cores going about. There's one probe obviously scouring. There's one probe on the other side of the map doing the exact same thing. Oh, we pull all the probes to try and kill it here. And Creator's probe does not quite go down, so that will not fall despite the attempt. There's the other probe going to nibble at the other probe again. In general, going to see a little bit of back and forth continuing here. Depth's coming about the warp gate building. And we just have, Stalker's battery. A little bit of the kind of regular things kind of coming in here just for now. Stalker going to poke away. Probe will take a few shots of damage. The Adepts and the Stalkers both building up now. A Stargate on the way in as well. So again, just getting a little bit of everything brought through for the moment. We see a little cancellation over here as we get rid of a pylon blocking, and we just free up this space to be able to actually throw the expansion down in the next few moments, which I think Nightmare is looking to do. Now, Creator is going to be going into a Nexus of his own. He's going to be doing it after a Stargate, so he's going to tech first, expand later. And it does mean he's going to be a little bit less on the unit count, because his opponent will have extra gateway units. He's cut those to afford the Stargate while also expanding quickly. That gives Nightmare maybe a little bit of pressure and presence on the map, but two of these units are the Adepts, and they're already being caught and kind of, picked away at a little bit, so their shields going down, their numbers dropping off pretty quickly. These two Stalkers still trying to chase. The Adepts get in over toward the natural, and then they're going to turn away for the next few moments as well. A couple more Adept Shades, going to come through once more, and again the Oracle coming up, Warp Gate on the way by. Twilight Council in production here from Nightmare, so bringing that Twilight Council into play as well, just for the moment. Two gates, just going to be morphing straight into warp gate mode. So again, set themselves up. We do see the Adepts going to try and shade. There's a probe here, and we can build a battery for defense, so that will not let the Adepts in, and that's going to be priority number 1. And priority number 2 is obviously going to be trying to get this Oracle to find a little bit of value here over these next few moments. So first Oracle across the map. We're going to go for a second Oracle as well, so there's going to be a good little investment in the Oracles here. Like I say, a couple of Oracles early, try and get some damage done, and go from there. Is MaxPax playing today? Nope. You can see the 5 matches that are coming up today on the bracket. The 5 matches with time set on Wikipedia. Or if you go to the top of the Wikipedia page, it should have an upcoming match list. It does not include MaxPax. MaxPax is seeded super deeply into this event, so it's going to be a good few days until we're able to really get anything from him, because the rest of the tournament basically has to catch up before he's actually, or his round of play is up. He's one of the highest seeds in this tournament, so he starts super deep in the bracket. Oracle activating, we got quite a few probes here. Obviously we lost a couple workers to the depths, but the Oracle play has been decent, and we drain a lot of battery energy on top of just, again, dealing good damage with the Oracle off the get-go, so not a bad starting point at all. Blink going to come up from both players. This Oracle continues to head down to that bottom left-hand side. Gateway still building, probes in production. We get set up for the moment as the Oracle sets back up again momentarily. Obviously, at this point, the Oracle will want to keep on trying to arrive for more damage. We do have the double Oracle as well, so one of them still poised in the back. So yeah, you're going to try and use both those. Ideally, you get this Oracle out of here and they team up together, because then obviously 2 Oracles will one-shot the workers. It's typically the way you play this, although maybe you like that Oracle in the back because it keeps the attention in 2 different places. And maybe that part of this is nice for you as well, so... They're just taking advantage of the map control. Throws the 3rd base down. His blink is significantly later, but his opponent is yet to really move out. This is going to be the first move out from Nightmare, so... Nightmare only just moving now. Going to make this a little bit of an easier situation on the side of our... Critic, because he just has a lot as well, and oh my goodness, he actually got a bunch of damage onto those Stalkers immediately, so... Finding damage there straight away, too. And that's going to be a nice little, like I say, a bit of damage adding up for now. Forge coming through, that blink coming up. Again, a couple of probes coming on either side. The next is coming online as well. So have ourselves the Rusty Stalkers moving back over for a couple of seconds. Now I'm going to start throwing out a couple of fights here. So, I mean, Creator going to take advantage of just getting onto the map, basically, and he's going to start coming straight across here for the moment. And, I mean, Oracle even showing up. Obviously, one of the advantages right now is going to be in that Sentry Guardian Shield, but that now dissipates. And these Stalkers are still chasing, and Creator is getting some serious work done. Supply definitely going to start trending over into his favor. So, yeah, Creator having a good time. Resources lost twice as efficient for Creator. He's killed 9 Stalkers plus additional units to the 4 or so of his own. So it really was a great start. Always going to be that question mark of, you know, let's not commit too far, and what is too far. Like, trying to figure that out is sometimes not exactly 100% clear right away either. But I think this is a fair statement of that. Creator's done enough, and I think he's fine to sit here as well. I mean, to be fair, these are Blink Stalkers, so in theory, Blink Stalkers should never trade badly, because they're always going to be blinking away and create an efficiency for themselves. So it's very hard for these Stalkers to truly trade in a super bad manner. There's a Stasis Ward there as well now set up. It's going to make it more difficult for things to run forward, but we do find one probe that will do so. He actually blinked a Stalker and just the probe was running up. Either way, I mean, you can still see the numbers are there for Creator, and the micro has been good. The Stalker's running from his opponent. Both players are pretty hurt. A lot of these Stalkers are obviously kind of low HP at this point. Have been blinked back multiple times on the brink of death and are being preserved at the moment. More Stalkers coming back through. Again, just trying to see if we can keep fighting. I mean, maybe now is the time where you really leave as Creator, because I think at this point you really have just done enough, and there's not really much more for you to really find at this stage. And at this point, I think you really are maybe just giving up a few too many units if you keep on trying to press the buttons to kind of keep things making their way in your favor or so. So, yeah, I think maybe the time to back up a little bit, and then you have yourself the +1 finishing up, just other advantages, 4th base already on the way through as well, right? Worker lead in your favor also, like, all the things are there for you here as Creator right now, so just, you know, back off and make use of those things. Let's go and, you know, have a good time with that, rather than putting yourself in danger. And Nightmare's going to immediately go into the 4th base. He clearly recognizes the situation and the need to, you know, keep this moving along for himself, and we'll see if he can succeed on that. You see the charge and the +1 continue to build up as well, so again, all of that continues to come through just for the moment. Temple Archives will be building from Creator, so we get that on the way immediately. Rest of the Zard Stalker gathering up. Stalker get that probe, taking that down. We'll have the +2 in the charge. Continue to come into play as well, so bringing that along. Again, the Prism and the Nexus coming across also right here. Just have that Nexus about to complete. Stalkers around the top, going to trump onto this Nexus as well, so they're just going to try and kind of cancel on the 4th base, which would be amazing. You're up about 10 army supply currently created. You're up the attack upgrade as well, which is also very advantageous. Both players head into charge at a similar time. There's a little bit of an advantage maybe on the side of Nightmare already having charge, but it's just not that major. I think what is more major is the fact that Creator is going to lose the +1 advantage, only to open up the +2 advantage. So, again, the upgrade advantage will really be maintained in his favor for a long time here. I just don't see, like I said, any fight happening before we really take advantage of the charge lead on that side of Nightmare. +2, and the charge, and the Archon continues about. A few Zealots going to move up to the top side in toward that 4th base. The rest of these units going to recall back, so these Zealots just immediately get there. This base already a little bit low, and is going to end up paying for this, so that is going to be pricey. So we've seen a few of those Zealots going down, but hey, I mean, we got rid of the Nexus. Cost you a recall that didn't quite land, so what? That does not really matter in the grand scheme of things at the moment here. That part is all looking very good. As this game looks better and better for you right now, here as Creator, looking to even up this series 1-1 in this best of 5, and toward that point here in the next few moments, because we are very close to making it happen. Extra Zealots warp in, +2 attack. Temple Archives also in production. We do have Pylons and the cannon also building up. The Stalker's going to blink over this right side. Now some Zealots going to come through too. An extra round of Zealots warping in also. A lot of that continuing by. Just going to be seeing the Zealot Stalker all pressing forward. And yeah, Creator is not wasting time in terms of wrapping this up. He wants to get this done. He wants to get this figured out. He wants to get this sorted sooner rather than later, and that's exactly where we're going to. That's exactly what's happening here as we are. Just going to see the Stalker still blinking up. A few more of them going down. This really is moments away from just being done. And yeah, that is going to be GG called from Nightmare as Creator takes a game number 2 and is going to be tying the series up after the rough start, but hey, bringing it back on track, getting this back into where you wanted to be, exactly what you like to see. That means we are going to be tied in the series 1-1, heading to Tourmaline for a map number 3 in just a couple of moments, my friends. So we'll get that going momentarily. Get this ready to go, and we will kick this off. Beautiful. What's up, Casamigo? 65 stream watch streak. I love it. Is Clem playing today? Nope. He's not. If you want to see the schedule, check out the bracket command. Go to the Wikipedia. Go to the top of the Wikipedia. And look at the upcoming matches. Cool. Alright. Just, I have no idea what this, the map is bugging out, but I'm going to presume it's going to be okay when we, get into this, so hopefully, fingers crossed, there's no issue there. Waiting for someone to relog, because they try to join the lobby off of the friend list, which doesn't work. So they bugged out, and now we gotta wait. All good, guys. Couple moments underway, and get ready to resume. All right, game number 3 coming up. Creator versus Nightmare, as we continue on by. So in we go. Get this started. What's up, human being? How you doing? 2-month resub, 2 months, many more to come. Hell yeah! Thank you so much. Love that. Thank you so much for supporting and wanting to support more. Great to hear. Thank you very much indeed. Appreciate you. Thank you for subbing up. In the top right-hand side, we're going to have ourselves the blue Protoss player. This is Creator. And in the bottom left, our red Protoss is going to be Nightmare. Am I planning on doing team content this year, like a team league or something? Yes, there will be WardiTV team league in the next couple of months. I'm just getting some graphics made for it, and then it'll be good to go. And probably like February into March sort of time is when it's going to play. So yeah, there'll be WardiTV team league this year. Yes. Exact format to be determined, but yeah, we'll be doing something teamy. Full probe coming across and down at the bottom left. See what's going on. Full gates coming through. The probes will produce. Just gonna have ourselves the next gateway coming online as well. So just gonna get that on the way up. Cybercore coming in, and just have ourselves the double gateway from both players. Not too surprising. Obviously, there are PvPs where you're seeing a lot of one, gate expand kind of plays. I think Creator is sometimes someone who will kind of go into that, but yeah, has not done so just yet. I think he does it less so than like a Hero and a Max Pack 2, obviously doing it way more frequently. So keeping that in mind as well. It's going to be seeing that probe continues to move about, just putting some work in. Getting some exercise on the mineral line, getting a bit of damage here and there, so a few shots for a moment or two. It's going to be seeing the sentry in the store continue to come up as well, so bringing that straight through. The warp gate continue to build into play just for the moment. And yeah, those couple of probes are just going to keep on battling, but nothing really too major, obviously, just getting set. Well, pylon to come down, obviously, again, blocking that natural expansion. Both players are going to try and be a nuisance to the other if they get the opportunity. And Creator finds that opportunity right there with that pylon blocks, just trying to delay that expansion from coming down already. And yeah, the sentry going to come down slow ground too. I like this. Didn't reveal the sentry. It's kind of smart because it shows that you're not... It doesn't show what your gas went into. Because right now, Creator doesn't have the info of where the gas went. If you show the sentry, then Creator knows that you're going to be playing basically something that can't be very tech-heavy because the gas went into the sentry, right? Now, he'll find that out with the hallucination, and you'll see the hallucination of his opponent too. So he's going to know, but he didn't know until now, right? So it's just a few more moments where he's a little bit less aware, and in the grand scheme of things, in this build order, that probably doesn't matter. But in other games where maybe, the build is a bit different from Creator and can maybe take advantage of certain things, keeping that information away from him as long as possible is only ever going to benefit you there as Nightmare. So that just makes a whole lot of sense to kind of play it like that. And that's exactly how things come through. Twilight Council will be finishing soon. Nexus to be done shortly. A couple sentries on the way. The warp gate's building up. And this hallucination back into the center of the map. A couple stalkers in the sentry will be there. Some damage on that hallucination right away. Again, put some more work in already. Let's see Blink starting on both sides of the map as well. That Twilight Council will begin to do some chrono boosting. So bringing that straight out and into action. Again, the Nexus about to complete on the side of Nightmare. The battery coming online as well, so we got a lot of that through for the next few moments. Stalkers and sentries still building. A couple extra stalkers warping in. A couple of probes coming out. A lot of that coming through now in the next couple of seconds here. We figure this whole situation and see what we want to try and do. Obviously, Blink building, the probes building. Stalkers and those sentries very much so building as well. When both players obviously go into Blink here, you get into a pretty fun position where that Blink micro obviously opens up as a possibility on the map, and then you have Blink versus Blink. A little bit of what we saw last time, but obviously Creator showed up with a little bit too much and made it very difficult for his opponent to really end up in a good position at all by the end of the day. You see more Stalkers still heading to that upper right side. A couple of Adepts coming over too. I see a little shade with the Adepts right there, so looking to get across. Hallucination still nearby. The rest of the Stalker Sentry coming about as well. And again, we just take a couple of moments. Robo Facility and the rest continue to come online. It's not going to be anything too crazy just yet, right? Basically, at the end of the day right now, this is just a setup phase of this game, and with both players having Blink, they can both kind of attest for map control. Because of the way Blink works, neither should really end up in a rough position or anything here either. You see that charge going through, Robo Facility and the Forge coming up. A lot of the units from Creator head down to the bottom side. Stalker's able to get a little grab them. Let's see the rest of the Stalker Sentry gathering. Guardian Shield's going to pop up as well. These few Stalkers will continue to drop. 4 workers going down. Just going to continue to go back the other way. The force field's coming into position as well. We got a couple extra gateways, robot facility in the charge, all coming through. 6 workers go down though, so Predator is successful in getting some damage, but its army supply is going to be lacking on the tail end of the fight. So yeah, kind of like a win, but then also a bit of a kind of like a bit of a sad finishing, I guess, because you just don't have that many units coming out of this. Is what it comes down to, right? There's not really rocket science beyond that point. You just would have liked to have had more, basically. So Stalkers enjoying. Can we take those couple moments to just settle with charge finishing up here from Creator? It's going to be interesting. He's got that charge already done. His opponent does not. Nightmare tries to set up into the +1 attack upgrade. So you've got a guy that's going into +1 attack. The other guy is just not bothering. But instead, with the charge finished, maybe has a chance to get very aggressive here. And you imagine that is what Creator's plan kind of looks to be sooner rather than later right now. Because at this point, you would have to guess that he wants to try and get across the map and try and, put some pressure on. So yeah, kind of expecting that to be the factor. That said, Nightmare's going to start moving out, and I wonder if that plays into Creator's plan, or if I wonder if that plays against Creator's plan. It's kind of weird. Like, moving out could be something Creator's not ready for, in which case he's out on the map, he gets caught off guard, and the charge never comes into play. But it could also be like, hey, I can catch you out of position, and now my Zealots are going to be able to get an even better wraparound and be even more impactful. It's an interesting moment or two here where we don't really know who's going to be, benefiting the most from this. Nightmare commits onto that third base, and Creator just says, cool, you do you. I'm just going to go pop myself over here. So a bunch of Stalkers walking toward the natural, a bunch toward the third base. Stalker, Sentry, Immortal continue to gather up. I mean, this is just going to turn into a base trade. So it's a base trade where Creator is going to be... It's a base trade where Creator is going to be the slower player to the base trade. So that generally is going to be a concern pretty quickly here. Let's see what happens as we just see those Stalkers continue to fight. Obviously, there's the base trade on the other side. Zell's going to try and chase down probes, which obviously can work, but you got to be a little cautious as well. Stalkers and company just going to come about. Just going to be seeing this Nexus still taking some shots. Maybe going down. The rest of the Stalkers busying themselves, like I say over here. There's going to be a supply lead for Creator, and a pretty significant one at that as well. So 20 army supply in the lead for him. Obviously, we'll still lose a few of the probes at this point. There's a lot of his probes in the corner, but it's not all of them, so he does have backup probes as well, which is obviously very important to take note of. So maybe seeing this Nexus is about to go down. And where do we go from this? Pylon going to drop as well, so Pylon a moment or so away from being picked. I do build a Nexus in this main base, and Nightmare going to build a Nexus in the main. Creator has a Nexus going down the bottom side of the map too. Both have similar worker counts, so neither player is going to be able to just sit here and kind of benefit from, a lack of anything happening. So that's definitely going to be a little something for us to keep on our minds also. At this current point in time, just going to be seeing the Stalkers with the Sentries still getting after the gates. And a bit more damage out. Get rid of this base over here, but these last structures over here, but like I say, there are structures elsewhere on the map at this stage. This is nowhere near the issue it once was. Stalkers, Sentries, the Immortal, just going to pick it through and finish off this next. So that will go down. Now the rest of this, I mean, you've got an army that's going back to the upper right side. Creator going to settle on the bottom. Still a 20 army supply lead for Creator. Obviously, upgrades are going to be different. It's a charge from Creator, whereas Nightmare has the +1. So that can obviously dictate a little bit of a difference here as well. So in the grand scheme of things, everything right now is a little bit hectic and all over. Definitely a little bit of a funnier position than you maybe originally expected this to be when we started out. Just going to see those Stalkers and the Zealots still gathering. The Sentries there as well. Probes setting up down here, and Creator will be able to start up a Forge alongside his gateways, so getting that into position as well. Continue to bring that straight through just for now. Little group of Stalkers just moving around the side. Could be kind of a fun little backstab to keep our eyes on. See how that plays as the hallucination still moving down to the other side of the map as well. So just bring that straight across on top of everything else. And yeah, a good amount of Stalkers, Zealots, Sentries gathering over here too. So just getting all that set up. Again, the +1, the Cybercore coming through. The additional pylons coming into place. I like these Stalkers counterattack, and they can get rid of a bunch of probes. There's obviously not a lot of warping potential against this. Your only real response would be to recall, and that obviously takes you off the map. We're going to recall these Stalkers in response, but I was going to say maybe a little late, but it works out fine. We're okay. And for now, Nightmare pushes Creator away, and Creator does, in fact, just take, like I say, a couple of steps back here. So, steps back. Ooh, going to actually have a fight breaking out. So, Guardian Shield popping. That's big. The Prism very nearly went down. You have to be super careful with this. Creator does get the rest of his army back over here. Still having about a 20 army supply lead. These Zealots are going to be an issue, because these Zealots are just going to do so much tanking. They're going to stop the Stalkers of Creator from taking so much of the damage, and despite the +1 attack upgrade advantage, the damage output just is not here from Nightmare as Creator makes his way through this army. Obviously, having a Prism still of his own is massive. Having his opponent's Prism go so low so quickly at the start of this fight was very, very distinctively an advantage. And that is going to be GG's from Nightmare. Creator is going to take the 2-1 lead in this BO5. Alright, so Nightmare is going to be down. Creator takes the lead after being the one down originally, as we'll jump into our game number 3 and see who the winner shall be in our opening PvP of the competition. Yeah, Nightmare did have the Dark Shrine on the way, but he cancelled it up. I don't know if he just didn't think he could afford it, or if it was going to work, or maybe he convinced himself his opponent had detection as well, possibly. But Creator built a Forge anyway, so I think he would have had a cannon, so I think it would have been fine. Because he rebuilt a Forge as a priority, because he knew the DTs were a factor, so it might have even been because Nightmare saw that even, so... Alright, just double check we've got everyone here. We're going to just take one moment, guys, let some ads play for 15 seconds or so, and then kick off into what could be our last game of the first series of this year's OSC Championship Ladder Legends Champion Bracket. Championship Bracket? There we go, Championship Bracket. Try and get all the words right when possible. Alright, let's get this on the way. And let's see if Creator or Nightmare will deliver on Game 4 on Ruby Rock. Like I say, a trip to the lower bracket and some difficult opponents. I think that section of the bracket down that lower bracket is actually pretty brutal for whoever ends up there. Trigger or Lemon, I think, are both PvPers who could absolutely challenge Nightmare / Creator, so very exciting. Very, very exciting. In the bottom right side, we're going to have ourselves the blue Protoss player. This is going to be Creator. And the top left, our red Protoss is going to be Nightmare. Here on Ruby Rock. Can Nightmare bring it back? That game was obviously interesting because we just went into the base trade. And Creator just had that army supply lead from the start of the base trade too. I don't hate the base trade from Nightmare because he got the base trade advantage. Like, he got into the base trade more quickly. He just didn't get enough out of starting the base trade more quickly / make up for the little bit of a delay he had in kind of setting up into it, or setting up in the game in general otherwise. A little bit of a wild one as we get back on track here in this game number 4, then Ruby Rock. Probe onto the map. Players will look to start scouting, look to get some information gathering going in these next few moments, get that started up, and figure out what we do from there. Yo, Fly Yikin, how you doing? 33 month on the Prime. Appreciate you. Thank you so much for the 33 months on the Prime. It's awesome. Thanks for keeping the Prime coming. If you're out there sitting on a Prime sub and thinking, what could I do with this? You can click on the sub button right now and use it on the channel. Obviously, OSC is not our event. This is OSC's event. But obviously, it helps me to keep on casting. It helps me to keep on running my own tournaments. We just announced the WardiTV Winter Cup event for this month. That will lead into our Winter Championship in February / March. As well as just another opportunity for players to start earning some more WardiTV points on the year. So, very exciting. Get set up. Sentry and the Adept come through. The warp gate on the way. And drop a pylon into position there. So Island coming down, the Stargate coming into place for a couple of moments. Just getting that up and online. Yeah, the couple of devs on that store coming through as well. You can see the couple probes nibbling against each other. And yeah, little bits of damage so far. Nothing too crazy overall. But still just being annoying, as we do have the Adept popping out from this double gate. Double Sentry on the way from Creator after double Adept, so he will have the double Adept to begin with, and then try and move along from there. Let's see the couple of Adepts moving out onto the map now and getting set up and ready to participate. Just the Adept shade around, a couple of sentries, as mentioned, coming through as well, as you can see. A lot of that's still coming up. So coming up, just gonna see the Adepts will take some damage. And the Adept there will shade on top of things as well. So just a little bit extra being done. A little bit more being found for the next few moments as the Oracle and the Warp Gate continuing to play. The couple of Adepts will go for that Adept as well. So just a teeny bit of extra damage being done. Finding what we can. 4 probes go down from Nightmare. Really gonna have a good work lead early. 27 to the 20. So his work count definitely good in these first few moments of this one. You got the Adepts on the other side, but they're not going to be anywhere near as successful as what Creator was able to find for himself, so that's not ideal. Okay, the Nexus coming up, the Twilight Council coming through. Let me take a couple moments to continue establishing. Oracle on that bottom side, going to be moving over as well, so it's just getting set up here at the moment. Again, the Twilight Council building through. A lot of this coming up. This one Adept still in the back, a couple probes out of it in the end, so like I said, it's actually not that bad. I thought it was going to be less exciting if I was going to be honest. But the Adept's got something. It's still going to be a 5-worker lead for Creator, though. He's definitely storming ahead in the early stages. His army supply lead there, too. Blink is a little bit ahead. Like, it's just been a better opening from Creator. His advantage is very true. And he has triple sentry against the Oracle, right? So that's the thing, right? It's one of these moments where it's like, okay, well, who do we like it for the most? Like, who do we think is better off in this kind of a situation? Well, actually, honestly, right now, I think the player with the triple sentry, because the Oracle, yes, can be nice and fun and so on, but I just don't see it doing enough in the grand scheme of things here to really be that impactful, if I'm going to be completely honest. I really don't see it being enough to be all that impactful. So I guess I'm saying prove me wrong, right? Like, show me that's not the case. Show me that that's not how this is going to go. See the blink coming up on both sides. Again, the gateway and the assimilator both building through, the probe on the way in. Just getting that up and running for the moment. These Stalkers still positioning over on the left as well, so they're just going to continue to gather too. With that Oracle nearby. And keep on poking about. See what else is going to happen these next couple of moments. Stalker's going to shoot. A few Stalkers going to take some return fire as well. So better back and forth. Guardian Shield going to be coming up also here, and these Stalkers and Sentries will continue to press forward onto the map for a couple moments. So coming straight across, Oracle and the Blink coming through, Forge and the Nexus coming online. Stalkers and Sentries gather up here for a couple moments as we have Robo Facility Forge coming through, the Nexus coming up, the Oracle on the way in. A lot of that continuing to play just like I say for now. And just having a couple extra gates coming through too, so all of that continuing. The Stalkers coming up as well. Let's get a lot of this poised for these next few moments, as we say. Oracle right down to the bottom side of the map, so also just going to be taking a moment to try and find another position. We did have third base on the way up from both players, so we do see this game definitely developing into something a little bit more sophisticated for the PvP. 3 Nexus each. Again, it's just name that is trailing behind. Is just can't shake that disadvantage that Creator put into the game for him super early. That's not going to help you either. Losing your Oracle, that takes away some of your map control, it takes away some of your power that you have on this map. So now that gets taken away from you as well. Yeah, well, like I say, he can't, so far, he's not able to shake this kind of feeling that Creator is hot on his tail to begin with, quite frankly, and you can kind of see why. So, yeah, not exactly going brilliantly here on the side of Mr. Nightmare as he tries to figure this out and would really, really love to try and get this sorted. Obviously down a game. He does not have any room for error right here. As can be seen, the robo facility coming about, bringing that up, a couple gates, and the attack upgrade coming through as well. The Stalkers get underneath. Hallucination goes down, bit more damage being done once more. Around the Zealots and High Templars coming over, the Archon still building up. +1 attack upgrade coming through. It's gonna be that Creator is already on the +1 attack upgrade. In the end, Nightmare finally caught up on workers. But then you've got +2 in the lead, you got that 4th base on the lead. You got Creator who's just comfortable sitting on the map already, though maybe we can do something to kind of, you know, work around that to some extent. Maybe there is a possibility there too. Access charge and +1 whole building. The High Templar still coming up. The extra gateways in production. The Stalkers and the Observer together. Joining the center. And it's not exactly fun for Creator. Losing the Prism right off the bat is going to be a pretty negative experience. I'm going to go ahead and say that that is definitely something that helps Nightmare. Funnily enough, Creator's just attacking anyway. Like, he does not seem to care. Man is ready to fight. He's maybe not going to commit fully in. Obviously, that should, you know, that would be a little bit silly considering the fact you just lost your freaking Prism already. So yes, maybe let's be a bit sensible about things, and about that in particular would probably make a lot of sense too. All of these units still gathering in the upper right-hand side. The battery getting a little bit of initial healing. The Stalkers will poke up. It's going to be a lot of Zealots, a couple of Archons on either side. Honestly, pretty even fight. No attack upgrade advantage just yet from Creator. That +2 upgrade is not yet currently done, so we're still waiting on that to be the deal breaker if that's what you want it to be. We step straight forward here. We do a little bit more. We see the Zealots coming back the other way. We're now going to have ourselves the rest of this all continuing through. Is it going to be enough from Nightmare, who is losing supply quickly, and as he pulls probes in, they're going to melt to the Archon, so that is not exactly going to end you or land you in a fun, reasonable position either. As your Archons go down, Creator just going to have too much, just going to end up in too good of a position, and is going to wipe the floor with Nightmare in the end. After that first game loss, Creator fought back brilliantly and looked absolutely solid. GG's, and he is going to take game number 4 and the first series of the day. Creator advances to round 2 of the upper bracket. He'll take on the winner of Skillus and SHIN, which will be our next matchup up. We're actually just going to be moving in order of the bracket initially today, guys. So just working our way down through the first 4 matches, and then Classic versus Percival as well as a couple of rounds further on. Kind of still works kind of top to bottom, though, if you look at it on the Wikipedia. So cool. That's what we're going to be doing, guys. We'll get into Skillus SHIN in a few moments' time. But first, you guys know the drill. We got to run them ads because they help support the stream. So we will just get those going, and we'll get back into this in a couple of moments. Alrighty, guys. So yeah, we'll just run the ads a couple minutes, and we'll kick this off. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. I will in fact play. Oh no, we'll play that a bit later when a few more people are here. Actually, we'll just sit and chill for a moment or two. I think that's probably the better approach on this. Yeah. Nice. Fun first series. Fun first series. So yeah, Skillus versus SHIN coming up next, and then, like I say, it's going to be Geralt versus Yakov, Kira versus Rebellion, and then moving into some extra games at the end of all that as well. Should make for a rather fun little experience over the course of all these matches. Very much so looking forward to it. Looking forward to it. Fun day. 5 best of 5s. Not the craziest of days, but still pretty. Not the craziest days in terms of length. I mean, 5 best of 5s is decent, though. I like it. It's actually a good amount. It's what you're going to be doing the next couple of days at least, so yeah, should be good. Like I say, some of these first rounds. What is interesting about some of these first rounds, obviously, is that you get some of these matches which are like a little bit, you know, a little bit, I don't want to say one-sided, I guess, but like, you get some of these matches which are not as well matched up, I guess. So maybe I am just trying to say one-sided. I'm just trying to be a bit too polite about it, realistically. So yeah, you get some of these matches which are a little bit more on the kind of like the one-sided side of life, because it is just day number 1, and, you know, the way that players qualify into this tournament's a bit unique, where, you know, you can qualify by playing really well in a low amount of events, or you can qualify by being very consistent and playing a lot of events. So then these first round matches sometimes have these big favorites. And so, like I say, the first couple of days is very fun because you see some matchups you don't often see, and you get to see some of the underdogs giving it their shot against the favorites. That also doesn't necessarily always make for the longest of games. So it should be a pretty fun, but also a pretty chill kind of and just enjoyable experience for the first couple of days of the OSC Championship. Alright, we are pretty much done with the ads, so let's kick this off and get into SHIN versus Skillers for some ZVP. Coming toward you guys in just a couple moments. Heading into Old Republic. In the bottom left-hand side, we're going to start things off with our red Protoss player. This is going to be Skillers. Up against the blue Zerg in the upper right-hand side, we're going to have ourselves SHIN. Best of 5 series, SHIN has been, well, playing great lately. Need I remind you that he's the 2025 WardiTV runner-up. And, yeah, that was a great performance from him there. And, obviously, let's see if it continues in the OSC Championship. To take on Skillers, someone who I just don't get to cast that much anymore. Still plays, obviously, a fair amount, but also has a few more real-life responsibilities nowadays. Can't play in, you know, all of the tournaments all of the time because of work or so. Which means that, yeah, I miss seeing him in a bunch of the WardiTV events and some of the Monday Cups and so on, for example. Those kind of things. We do not see Skillers as often as we'd love to, so in that regard, just a little sad. But yeah, when we do get to see him, it's always an enjoyable experience. So excited to have him here with us today as we get into this match against SHIN. I do think this is a difficult matchup for him, though. Like I say, SHIN's been playing really well. Skillers, I think, has played well lately, but maybe just not as good as, you know, he's not at his peak, I would say. I think it's a very fair statement as well, so let's see what's going to happen. And get this up and about. Swan and Pool, Hatchery, drone coming through. Nexus on the way up. Pro pulling over that right-hand side and just escaping out there for a couple moments. Drone gonna keep nibbling at the Proby for the moment. Right, so drone just going to chase in. Probe will take some damage. You're going to see the couple Queens and Lings coming about. Cybercore Nexus. All of that continuing through. The probe continuing to get into play. Take a few of these moments early just to settle, and keep probe going back and forth for a couple seconds too. Just getting set up now. Yeah, Link Speed and a couple Queens coming through. Stargate and the Nexus coming online, so we get all of that coming up. This Nexus just gonna pop out and throw some probes into play. Not a lot going on just yet. As that Stargate starts up from Skillers, so we're gonna get that Stargate beginning from him. The Adept will take a chance to shade through. Queen in a good position to kind of keep things kind of at bay and just moving for a couple of moments. You know, Adept trying to step across. Drone's taking a little bit of damage here. Again, the Link Speed coming through. Getting that all started. Oracle on the Warp Gate coming up as well, so yeah, nothing really so surprising, especially the Oracle is obviously very typical and standard. SHIN was doing a lot of proxy hatching during the WardiTV 2025 Championship last month, so wondering if that's something he maybe wants to try and bring back a little bit today at some point. Some of these weirder, kind of crazier, kind of proxy hatch builds. I think it's the sort of thing which actually against someone like Skills who's maybe not as practiced and not as 100% in his game as he oftentimes is, could actually work very well for that reasoning. So it could be kind of cool. We do see 3 drones going down. The Adept's getting in and getting some decent damage done. So not a bad start. Oracle on that Warp Gate still building up. Just going to see the Queen coming through as well from SHIN at the moment. Extra drones in production. Spores on the way. A couple of them coming through. Cryptumors will come down. The gateway going to be building on the front of the natural. And our Nexus from Skillus just going to go down on this third base. Just going to get that set up. The Oracle out over the right side. Heading to the upper right corner. Got a Phoenix on the way at the moment from Skillus. Just going to be continuing to bring that up and about as well here currently. And yeah, the Adept starts. The custom layers come through. The Oracle going to end up over toward the naturals. A couple of Queens going to go and get a couple of drones. So not a bad start from the Oracle at the very least. So yeah, a little bit's being done. As you see, the Twilight Council and Forge will come back around as well momentarily. Again, left, drones, Overlord all building up. Nexus, Gates, Forge, and the Twilight Council building through as well. So again, we get a lot of this just on the way in. Those extra couple of gateways coming by also. And the lad, the Overlords, and the Queen will be very much so a part of this too. So again, bringing a lot of that up and running. The double Oracle to the top side, going to poise itself to try and again poke in for further damage. The Phoenix, that is very much so real and not a hallucination. It's going to get another Overlord at the front, and that's going to be Shin. Supply block, I say another Overlord. It's actually his first one that he kills. But yeah, that is a supply block, so a little bit of a funny one because you don't always see that coming about at all. So yeah, a little bit amusing there. Charging the +1, still building to play just for now. And a couple Oracles heading across the map at the same time. Phoenix takes a few more shots, again charging the +1, building up. +1 missiles coming through as well. Double Oracle up to the top side, going to come moving into position. And again, Lings and the +1 missile upgrade a part of this as well right now. Need to get that on the go right here for the moment. So again, just again, some extra little bits and pieces coming through. Those Oracles peeling off to the side, over to the right. Just getting reset momentarily, but still can't really find an opening. Shin is on his way to a missile upgrade this game, and he's going to get a Hydra Den with it. So he's going to have upgraded Hydras pretty darn quickly in this matchup. Is going to be his game plan for the moment as Prism moves out onto the map, gets that on the go. Let's see if Lings just, these Lings just over here and they're just going to run straight through and they're going to put some serious work in, so they're getting damage done right away. Going to get not really many workers in the end because the defense is pretty good, but we do get more workers on the other side of Skillus. He's now going to kill 5 extra drones, so he's killed 11 drones this game. The aggression of Shin is not really hitting. So in terms of the harassment and the setup, Skillus is definitely winning the first, the early game. Like, just straight up the early game. Like, Skillus has won the early game. Now my question is, how does Skillus do from here? A couple of High Templars morphing into the Archons, which means we are going to see some Prism harassment. Obviously, we still have the Oracles to back this up and to help us out as well, so we'll be seeing exactly what they get up to and what they can provide in the next few moments as well. So, kind of eyes on that. More shots going through. The Lings actually got back in, and they do get rid of a couple of the probes. As the Archon's up over here, not going to have a good time because we have just lost ourselves the Prism in the first Archon. So that was not a great sequence of events, unfortunately, for Skillus. First, you use a few probes on one side, then the Prism goes down on the other side, and we actually managed to miss all of it, which is not great observing on my side. I'm like a second late going to the run by, then I'm a second late to see the Prism dropping. And so Skillus, his entire attack just falls, and he might have won the early game, but he's not going to win the mid game with plays like that. That is not going to put you in the direction you need to be in. That is 100% going to run you into trouble. So Skillus is putting himself in a rough position because all of a sudden he's just lost all of the supply that was meant to help him to stay very much so in and alive and competitive in this matchup right here. And now he's going to be in a world of trouble in comparison. So yeah, this is absolutely going to be rough. Slings and Hydra still pressing up. In we go. Hydra still coming through. Pylon going to be there. The Zealot's going to continue to gather. A couple of those pylons continue to go down. The cannon will continue to push forward. That's a lot of Hydras. We do have a Disruptor, but that's not consistent damage output. Are you going to get a couple Hydras here now? Great. The Disruptor's on cooldown. 2 Colossus in production, but they just started, so this is so far away from where you needed to be. And these Hydras are putting some serious work in. The Zealot's going down. The Archons are obviously in trouble. The Archons just can't get close enough to be meaningful. The Disruptor at least hits a few of the Zerglings. Like I say, you won the early game, but you lost so much following up. That's a better Disruptor shot. I just still don't know if it's enough for Skillus. That really was a much better Disruptor shot, and it definitely helps you, but These Hydra's still pushing through, an Archon going down, the next Archon in trouble. This Disruptor on the top side going down as well. A couple of Zealots are going to pull through. They're also going to drop. I mean, these Hydras... I think eventually Hydras get cleaned up, sure, but they've done so much in the process. These Hydras get cleaned up, right? No, like, this would really be... I guess the Colossus show up and like clean them up, although maybe the Colossus actually end up in trouble too, because there's zero support for the Colossus right now. Battery out of energy, okay. That's the kind of situation where next battery maybe keeps the Colossus alive for a couple of moments, but man... Like, it's kind of miserable if that's the situation. Like, if we can't even get out of this without just running into issue. Like we couldn't even clean up the scraggling ends of this attack. And that means that GG will be called, and SHIN will take the opening game of our best of 5 in the upper bracket of the OSC Championship. Game 2 coming through in a couple moments. As we'll be heading into 10,000 feet for our second map. So, let's get this underway. And get ready to go. Hit my soul to see that. It was just such a good start, and then everything went wrong. Yeah. Everything went wrong. Alright, game 2. Let's see if Skills can pull himself back. I do think Shin's the favorite, but that's the thing, right? Like, Skills had an opportunity there. He can clearly get into a good position in the game. Now we just have to deliver on that good position in the game. Otherwise, there's no hope. Like, you got to take these sort of situations and run with them and actually take advantage of them. Like, an early game like that. I'm not saying you're always going to win from an early game like that. But throwing it away by losing that prism and your basically next phase of the game just, disappears from, in front of you in just 2 seconds. That ain't it. And credit to SHIN, because it's not like he did nothing to kind of make that mistake happen. He's running about with Lings, he's being annoying, he's being everywhere. He's making Skillers look and respond to things, which causes the mistake as well, right? So, yeah, credit to SHIN, but it's up to Skillers to just say, hey, look, I'm better than that. I can be better than this. Otherwise, yeah, you end up in a lot of trouble very quickly. Alright, probe going up to the top side, Pylon and the company coming around, the Overlord coming up as well. Take a couple of moments here. Gonna do a little bit of patrolling back and forth for now. A couple drones coming out, the gate and the probe coming through, the assimilator still very much so on the way up as well, so a lot of that coming through for the moment. We put some pressure on Gateway and the probe. Will be our next couple of moments of entertainment here as we continue through. Drone chases, Pro taking some nibbles, some damage being dealt. We'll have the, again, spawn pool coming through. That Nexus coming up as well. Just going to drop that straight down on the natural here, so Nexus coming straight on by. So nothing really too amusing happening, so we'll just busy ourselves with this little worker running around for a couple more moments. Yeah, that probe really does just continue to run around in circles for a couple seconds, not much else to say as we get ourselves out on this one. And how's everyone doing? Again, hope you're all enjoying some OSC Championship action so far. Hope you guys are excited for more. Like I say, we're going to have a lot of this 9 days of championship bracket action over the course of January, so this is day 1 out of 9, and it spreads across a few different weeks. So there's three match days this week, and then 3 match days next week, then 3 match days the week after. Like I say, it is drawn out over a period of time. That just means it's more time for us to enjoy the StarCraft 2s, which we love. So yeah, it's fun from our point of view. You see this Adept coming across the map and shading over to try and see a little bit of what's going on in the early stages. Good to see SHIN again. Absolutely. Yeah, no, I mean, Shin's been really fun. Shin is always this player who kind of has these waves of success. Like, he's always consistently good. In fact, he's always consistently very good. But there's like a level up that Shin gets so often. It's just so fun to see when he kind of hits that stage and he's able to kind of get to that next point and just be that kind of next level of player, right? And it's always really fun to see that happening. So love to see him back. And like I say, if he's been playing well lately, I just think he has a good shot at making a run in this event. Winner of this plays Creator, so that, again, we're playing kind of through the bracket in order at the moment. So the winner of this plays against Creator, so like a very winnable matchup if Shin was to come through this advantaged and take that victory. And then you're on a run. Obviously, it gets more difficult the deeper you go, but yeah, there's always that chance. And hey, he's been taking out some great players lately. Like, he beat Clem in recent times in the 2025 Championship. He beat Clem. He beat Classic the first time that they met as well. So yeah, no, there's a lot of opportunity for someone like Shin to make a deep run here in this championship bracket. Brought to you by Ladder Legends as well. So while the counts and the gates continue up, the Nexus is still about halfway done. Probes building, the Spore Crawler drones and the Overlords will produce as well. Going to throw the Rotoron down in the front of the Natural here. Just going to put the Rotoron down straight away. And yeah, Gateways forged and a couple of Assimilates continue through. The Oracles up to the top. Going to move around, see where they can get to. Actually get a Queen, which is pretty amazing pickup in reality, so that's a really good starting point. Very happy to see that for our Protoss. Skillus getting off to a nice start. I'm going to cheer for Skillus in the early game. Like, I think he kind of needs a good early game, and I obviously want to see a competitive series, so I'm going to cheer on Skillus throughout these early stages and hope that he can get into some good positions and make some stuff happen with it all. Oracle's still chasing about, taking a few shots here and there to continue back over once again. It's heading in this direction. So yeah, Flare, +1, Blink, all of that coming through for now as well. So Chrono Boosting away. Gonna keep that going. A few more moments. Gonna get those couple of Assimilators up. Just gonna see the Oracles coming back around. They're gonna gather up with everything else as well. So those few Stalkers underneath gonna be a big factor here. As you see, they wanted depth. Just going to shade back for a couple of moments as well. Hydroden building, Evo Chamber coming through. Everything else just, again, on the way up for now. As the Overlord and Overseer will build as well. Couple of Oracles just going to be still moving about. Trying to get another Queen here. Will succeed, but at the price of an Oracle. It just took a shot from the Queen as it was dying. It was good enough to get the KO, so I don't mind you trying, to be fair. Skillus, it felt like an opportunity. It's just shy of being good for you as Blink is about to finish to protect you from these Lings. It's going to be a Spire from Shin, so he's going to completely switch it up in this game too. Heading in toward the Mutalisks. Completely different style of play. As Skillus going to go Robo Facility number 2 and the Robo Bay. Masters of Colossus, very good against a lot of the Ling Heavy styles and the Ling Hydra stuff that we're seeing lately, but if this is Mutas, I mean, then you've just got Colossus that don't really do much against the Mutas. At least you're going to have the Blink Stalkers, yes. Let's see if we can maybe we can make a combined push, because if the Colossus protect the Stalkers from the Lings and the Stalkers can just sit there against the Mutas, then maybe you have a push that you can't really deal with on the side of Shin, so maybe there is some potential there for Skillus, so I'll not throw away the possibility just yet. You see the Prism loading up once more. Back over on that other side. And yeah, 13 Mutas are going to be on the way through. So just bringing all of that up. A couple of Queens are going to be there, hitting the Prism for a few moments as well. And the Prism is going to get pushed away over to the left-hand side. The Stalkers blink out one more time. So it's just going to be brought out once again. Away they go. Alley upgrade, Flyer attack coming through. Lings and Mutas all building up. Extended Thermal Lance halfway done. Charge on the way, +2 attack building. Colossus, obviously, like I say, will be a pretty big factor here. Because I still think, yes, okay, they're not going to answer the Mutas per se, but they can absolutely protect the Stalkers from everything else to give the Stalkers a chance to be the answer to the Mutalisks. A lot of spread damage there, no consolidated effort onto one single Muta. Could not find the target flyer in, unfortunately, so that's going to end up being a little worse than it could have been. Like I say, with some target fire, this would have just looked a little bit neater. So Oracle just about gets away. Defense has been pretty good from Skillers. Like, he's had Stalkers in the right positions. Unfortunately, loses that Oracle, but he's got other things on his mind to focus on at this point, so I still don't even really hate that so much. It's just one of those things that gets lost in the moment. And it's unlikely that Oracle's going to stay around forever anyways. Eventually, Muta's probably find the chance to grab it, so it's not the craziest of losses at this point. Muta's hold back over on that right-hand side. Going to try and re-engage through the Stalkers. We'll start a fight. A couple Colossus will step away. I mean, now we're going to see the Prism trying to save the Colossus, but we lose the Prism, and now the Colossus are in trouble. Okay. When I said the Colossus were going to protect the Stalkers, I didn't think the Stalkers would be unable to protect the Colossus. These Mutas just flew in, targeted down the 3 Colossus, and are now going to run it into just... I mean, this is where the Lings are going to be great, because now you don't have the splash damage that was meant to protect you from the Lings. And they're melee upgraded as well, so they're going to be pretty darn powerful. The static defense is helping Skillers to withstand this at the moment, but that's not going to last forever. You can already see the Mutas obviously were targeting that down. And it means that the future waves of this from SHIN are going to be more successful, because he's now already broken down a lot of the main points of the defense that Skillers is reliant on here. That's going to be GG, and SHIN is going to take... I'm just going to say a very convincing game number 2. I mean, just diving on the Colossus with the Mutalisks, that is a statement kind of move, right? Like, that's not a move that's super regular. It's not the sort of move which is super normal. That is... Yeah, that is a... that's a play. And that's just a sign of dominance, I think. So, yeah, SHIN getting into better and better positions. And unfortunately for Skillers, is just not yet able to kind of put his feet on the ground and stand steady. I mean, like I say, he prepared decently. I wouldn't even say, like, the first bit of defense against these Mutas was fine. You know, like, I would say he was alright early, just could not keep himself from falling back and behind in that game. SHIN with a 2-0 lead and looking to sweep Skillers if this continues as we head into a game 3 in the next couple of moments. So, yeah, Skillers needs to get a map win, otherwise he is in, well... He's eliminated from the upper bracket just like that, and really we are at a point where elimination from this upper bracket is looking very realistic for Skillers right off the bat. So, unfortunately, that's where things may end up, as we have everyone in here. We're actually good on the ads as well, I believe, so I think we should be fine. Go in... Nope, let's not do that button yet. Let's do this. I need to press the watch button first. Brain. Yeah, I need to press the watch button before we take you guys in game. I was like, cool, we're ready, let's do this. Then everyone's like, when we're not ready, Wardy, not quite. Alright, we're going into Ruby Rock. I can do this now as we go into game number 3 of this series. SHIN with a 2-0 lead as we kick this off and we get this party started. The bottom right-hand side, our blue Zerg up 2-0 in the best of 5. We have got SHIN. Taking on the red Protoss in the top left-hand side of the map, representing Team Liquid, it is going to be Skillers. What was like, the caster is ready, everyone's ready. I was just like, yeah, I just thought, I was like, let's do this. Then I was like, no, didn't start the game yet. Need to start the game before anything else. Bad. I'm just overly excited to bring you guys this game 3. I want to see if Skillers can bring it back or so. Obviously, so far has not exactly been a super pretty time for him. Like I say, like he had that opportunity in game 1. Like the early game was good for him in game 1. Didn't capitalize. In fact, almost, more or less threw it away with, losing that Prism. That's just a mistake you can't afford to make at this level of play. And then game number 2, I do feel like his defense was set up to be all right at first, but clearly nowhere near good enough. Because when the Colossus just get flown over by the Mutalisks and picked off one by one, despite your Stalkers being there, like. You can't defend that at that point, You cannot defend that at that stage. So, yeah. Skillers comeback starting right now. Hell yeah, let's do it. Let's get it. I want to see it, man. I want games. I want games. We do have the hatchery coming in proxied, so I mentioned that this was a possibility from SHIN, and he's going to look to utilize it right now as he throws it down. Let me get that set up. Hatch custom pool coming through. The drone coming up as well. Let me get this one. Ready to rumble. This proxy hatch annoying. Gonna force a response. It's gonna be double gate immediately from Skillers. I like it. I always think double gate's good. Your opponent's investing into kind of putting this hatchery down. With double gateway, you can not only just have a solid defense, where this basically never gets out of hand, you have a lot of counterattack potential. The 2 Zealot, 2 Adept timing that comes up following this kind of setup can really force a response from your opponent and make them have like an answer for you. And if you can force a response, you can generally end up in a pretty darn good position as well. So definitely expecting that to be maybe a factor here as we continue by and we get set up these early stages. A couple of Zealots keep swinging. That hatchery is taking a few shots. As you can see, the Lings and the Link Speed coming up. The Adepts are going to be on the way. Well, Adepts just coming through as well, so just seeing them coming about. This hatchery will go down. So let's see with the Broodlings and attempt to get the Zealot. We're going to get some health off of one of them. Actually, very nearly kill it. I mean, usually you see the Protoss pull units away so those Broodlings don't get the chance. The Zealots are not going across the map. The Zealots are just going to sit here, building out of this lava as an Overlord, which is cute because now it can float into the main base. There's no anti-air for the foreseeable future. Now, the Zealots don't go across the map, though, so the Zealots don't kind of apply the pressure as I was kind of expecting them to, and that maybe disappoints me a little bit because it just means that we're in this sort of weird position now where it's like, well, I kind of wanted the Zealots and the Adepts combined. I feel like are really annoying. Just the Adepts are that little bit less annoying. SHIN is still only on 19 drones, though, so his economy not exactly pristine or anything coming out of this, like still in a bit of trouble. Adepts on that Zealot will come about. Why did he let the Nexus finish? Oh, the hatchery finish? Probably because he wanted to make sure the Zealots didn't walk across the map. He wanted to buy himself time to get toward Link Speed and an extra Queen or so defensively. Plus the Overlord Scout. Yeah, I think he just wanted to ensure that this was going to be a committed defense on the side of Skillers. And once it was a committed defense, he was a lot happier to kind of let it go and continue on from there. But before that point, like I say, I think he just wanted to know what he was really getting into in the grand scheme of things over the course of that one. Alright, we do have ourselves the Oracle and Nexus coming through, the Warp Gate coming up. We take a couple of moments. The Nexus finishing very shortly here, and a couple of Queens continue to come about. It's taking a few moments to get settled. Queen's gathering, Oracle, probes coming through, drone the Overlord coming up as well. Queen continue to come about also just for the moment. So bringing a lot of that through already, and a lot of this into play, and figuring out what we can do for the next couple of moments. Well, the Adepts is going to shade about, not really going to get very far, so they're not going to see too much success. Ling's obviously going to be in good numbers, so I'm going to keep these Adepts for the most part away from causing too much trouble. At this point in time, we see the Lings and the Queen continue to build up as well, add a few drones into that mix, and continue to just get that rolling for the moment. A few Lings back up that right-hand side. The Adepts are going to try and shade forward for a few more moments as well. Try and get a little bit more out of this at this stage. The Oracles will activate. Zerglings get chased away. 10 more Lings. The Evo Chamber continue to come up as well, so a lot of that just coming straight through here. So we're seeing these Adepts continue to hit and move on through. Getting got those Queens coming about. We're going to get rid of one Oracle. I mean, Skill is obviously really committed to try and deal damage, but really, was it enough at the end? We're going to kill 4 drones as the Adept shade into the natural is going to be maybe the most successful part of this overall, which kind of says a lot about the state of this game and the state of the situation in general right now. It's still not ideal, let's be realistic. Then coming up, a couple gates coming through. Again, a few more drones going down, so 6 drones in total falling. SHIN actually not in a great economic position. Like, work count is very similar. He's trying to get to the lair and the Bane Nest. That's what you can do with these Lings. There's an Oracle overhead, but it doesn't have a lot of energy. So if this Oracle runs out of energy, these Lings can run rampant. Yeah, we get the energy overcharge on the other Oracle. That's going to be a great way to defend this and to actually give yourself an opportunity that was otherwise starting to look a little bit dire here. So yeah, we get back on track with 8 of that. That really was necessary. That was getting a little messy, like I say, over the last couple of moments. Things were about to be a little bit painful, I think, as any more Overlords in the lair continue to just morph in for the moment. The lair finishes, yeah, instant Hydra Dance. Just going to play Lingbane Hydra. No Evo Chamber. Sorry, there is an Evo Chamber, but we're not using it for upgrades yet. So, kind of intrigued if we're going to get maybe a missile upgrade here. Yeah, I mean, if it's melee, you typically get the melee upgrade much sooner. So we're going to get the missile upgrade. Power up these Hydras similar to what we've seen before. We'll see if that ends up being enough overall. As the Stalkers and the Probe make their way down over here. Just going to be seeing the Oracle still overhead with us. Again, the Hydra Den about to finish up. 5 more Hydras coming out. Groove Spine's on the way. Bringing a lot of this up and into play at the moment. That +1 missile upgrade going to be a part of this as well. You see some Stalkers right out in the front. They're going to end up in a little bit of trouble. Means Blink wasn't finished yet, so SHIN getting a jump before Skillers is anywhere close to being ready to deal with that, and that's going to be extremely costly. As a lot of Stalkers go down. We're going to try and throw down the gateway here as well, so Skillers wants to be aggressive, but being aggressive when that just happened is obviously not exactly going to be your kind of game plan that's going to benefit you in the freaking slightest. That is horrible, horrible, horrible situation. So what, you want to be aggressive and you just gave away a bunch of your Stalkers? Misplayed that horribly, I think Skillers did. And unfortunately, we're at the point where, you know, you're playing against SHIN, man. You don't get to play like fun little situations or make mistakes. Like, you got to be on top of your game, and that was not on top of your game. Skillers in a bit of trouble here, as we are going to be seeing the Ling Hydra getting into good numbers. I just don't see you having enough Stalkers to truly be aggressive at this point, and so yeah, some Lings coming from the other side, going to just catch the Stalkers, force the Oracle to use a lot of their energy super early as well. It's a pretty big deal. 18 more Lings producing. Muscle Augments and the +1 missiles coming about. 7 additional Stalkers warping into the center of the map. Lings and Hydra will take the chance to get onto these rocks, and those rocks will be taken out, so they will go down already. So obviously the Hydra's pushing through, the Oracle very nearly going down as well. And the rest of the Ling Hydra continues to chase across, and again the Resonating Glaive starting up, the Adept still building. Ling Hydra all the way through. Muscular Augments building on that Hydra Den. The Ling still trying to make their moves. At this stage, SHIN, I mean, still supply-wise is not amazing for SHIN. He's still down a lot of drones, right? I mean, the thing from Skillers is just that right now Stalkers alone aren't going to deal with this. I like the Glaives. Glaives is good against everything here. However, you're also up against the +1 upgrade of SHIN, and also your Glaives isn't ready yet. And Glaives is going to work if you get enough Adepts up, and getting enough Adepts up is going to be part of the problem, as right now you can see these Stalkers just trying to get away. There's a bunch of Adepts right now. We already see 30 Lings in production, so SHIN will be reinforcing with those over the next few moments right now as well. Let's see what we can do. As we have these Hydras stepping forward, like I say, Glaive's still not done just yet. I don't think that's enough Adepts. I think if you shade into that right now, the Hydras kill the Adepts before the Adepts kill the Hydras. It's a battle of the glass cannons. I guess the Adepts aren't always glass cannons, to be fair. Like, they can be pretty feisty too. Ooh! I don't love that these Adepts are shading in separately, right? Because it means those first few Adepts kind of committed forward, didn't really get on top. We need all these Adepts to shoot at once if you're going to have any hope of clearing out this army, I think. And yeah, this time the entire shade's going to be more consolidated, everything at once. I think we just commit to this. You just lost your hatchery. You got to get some units in return for this, otherwise SHIN can return home. The Adepts commit in, and as you can see, they're going to melt through quite a few of the units, but the question still being, is that enough when you've lost your third base? These last few Hydras still putting some work in, trying to get some extra out of this. Stalkers going to be taking some more damage too. Chase that away, and in the end, SHIN backs out. Still down in workers, but obviously killing the base rectifies a little bit of that at the very least. Skull's going to say GG. He is down like half the army supply. He is still down with no upgrade. He is basically only on Stalker Adept as well. Like, his composition is clearly not adequate at all. And if SHIN gets any sort of rebuild going, he feels like he's going to be in trouble. So GG gets called, and SHIN takes a super convincing 3-0 series here, which I think we maybe could have expected to some extent, because like I say, SHIN's really freaking good right now. Skillers is just not quite at that same sort of level anymore. And I think, like, right now, Skillers is not quite at that point of just being able to be super competitive, and especially for someone like SHIN when he's feeling it. So yeah. Sweet. We will take a couple of moments here, guys, and figure out what we want to do next. which is, well, we know what we're going to do next. It's going to be Geralt versus Yakov, but I think what we're going to do is I'm going to quickly run you guys onto the Ladder Legends promo. So I will see you guys in a couple moments after this. More StarCraft coming up. I'll see you guys in just a couple minutes.
StarCraft is a freaking hard game. When you look at where you are and then where the very best are, improving can start to feel like an impossible task. But it doesn't have to be this hard. Enter Ladder Legends. Ladder Legends is a dedicated academy aimed at helping you understand, enjoy, and improve at StarCraft. More than that though, Ladder Legends is a community where StarCraft gamers can get together, make new friends, and dive deeper into the game with them. With incredible coaches and talent like Groovy, Mixu, Gamer Richie, and Tempo, you know something special is happening here. The folks over at Ladder Legends have big plans too, and aim to expand their services into other games. Potential titles include Apex Legends, Valorant, Heroes of the Storm, League of Legends, and more. Join their Discord to let them know what you want to see out of them. And if you only care about StarCraft, join their lively and active Discord anyway. They've also recently launched a fabulous website for their academy, which sports a VOD repository, masterclasses, a build order library, the ability to book one-on-one coaching, and more. Check it out by clicking the link in the video description or by scanning the QR code on screen.
Alrighty. That's not the full video, is it? No, either one.
Once again, thank you to Ladder Legends for the support. Ladder Legends is a dedicated academy specializing in StarCraft for the moment, which has helped people who have been hard stuck break through that ceiling and hit ranks like Masters and even Grandmasters in as short as a month. Be sure to check out their fantastic new website, which sports a VOD repository, masterclasses, a build order library, and the ability to book one-on-one coaching. Gain access to all of that and more by subscribing to Ladder Legends for as little as £14.99 British pounds a month. Check it out by clicking the link in the video description or by scanning the QR code on screen.
Alright guys, welcome back. This time it actually is over. Right, we're going to go into Geralt versus Yakov here in a couple of moments. Thank you to Ladder Legends, of course, for supporting the competition here in the OSC 13th season. Let's get the sounds turned back on. Just take a minute or so and we'll kick off into this next matchup, guys. Get this ready to go and go. Go, 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 go. It's going to be the plan. Do, 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 bum, bum. Do, do, bum, 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 bum. Oh. Alright, we'll give it about a minute, guys. We'll come into Geralt versus Yakov best of 5. This one's usually a fun matchup, and expecting that could be the case here during this as well. So, Geralt versus Yakov. After this, we also have Kira versus Rebellion and Classic versus Percival. Fun couple of matchups coming up. Like I say, fun first day of the OSC Championship bracket. Do 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 do. Cool, cool, cool. All right, like I said, just took a moment or so, guys. We'll get this started for y'all with Geralt versus Yakov. I think we can just go. Let's get it going. Sweet. All right, let's go into this and get Geralt versus Yakov on your screens. See who is gonna take a stand during this one. 10,000 feet is gonna be the map. And we are going to start off in the top left-hand side with the blue Protoss player. This is going to be Geralt. We actually had this matchup as a WardiTV Christmas Eve game, and Geralt was the winner then in that series. I think it was 3-1. It was either 3-0 or 3-1. Geralt coming out victorious. I think it was 3-1. Pretty sure Yakov took a map, but maybe I'm mistaken on that one. As we do have Yakov in the bottom right-hand corner, our red Zerg player. Honestly, expecting a pretty fun little match between these two. Like I say, they're the kind of players that can very easily end up in very kind of long games with each other, I think. So I think I expect a couple of longer games. Expect maybe an aggressive game as well from Yakov, perhaps. If I had to guess, like, I think Yakov can do something aggressive. I think there's just a lot of ways in which things can go. over the course of this one. It's just a fun one, you know. I think two players that match up well and give us some interesting games a lot of the time. So we'll see what happens as we get ready to begin. Yeah, Yakov in that bottom right, and he's going to proxy hatches up as well, so he's going to go across the map straight away, and Geralt will have to deal with this right from the very beginning of the game. So, getting this started, hatchery taking some nibbles off the probe. Going to be a hatchery back at home from Yakov as well, so it's not going to be like a fast pull behind this. In fact, he's just going to start going gas and then pull now, so I'm not looking to really get anything off this, and wouldn't be able to anyway, right? This is well defended from Geralt. He pulls the probes quickly. He pulls enough of them to make sure that this is not going to go too far at all. So, yeah, setting up well into this as the probes continue to put some work in just for the moment. And this hatchery probably have to cancel. It's just going to be such low HP, you're never going to get anything out of it if you try and keep it going on this natural here, especially as the zealots up as well. So you're just going to get nothing. Throw the cancel down. And that is going to be that to be chased away already. So pretty well defended by Geralt. I mean, Yakov's still going to be happy with this, right? He forced a lot of probes off the line for a long time. Oh, the hatchery comes back. That's so bad. That is so bad for Geralt. Getting blocked the second time is just never meant to happen. And another drone just showing up is going to put him into such a horrible position from where he is meant to or want to be. Like, we're going to cancel it pretty quickly this time. The Nexus will come down, but even that, just a few more moments delay. Just really rough for Geralt here. Yakov, like I say, cancel it, get some money up so you can afford everything back at home. Probe coming out, drone coming over, take a couple seconds. Again, a couple queens of lings, and the ling speed will be building at the same time there, so all of that coming through for the moment. And a lot of this setup as the extractor going to cancel, the probe and the drone still maneuvering for a couple moments as well. Yeah, ling speed coming online. We do see a couple of thoughts across the map, so Geralt will have these from having built them to defend. Now he's going to use them to obviously get a bit aggressive, fight against some of these Zerglings. Feel them going down. The Adept's going to be there to try and help as well. The Queen and the Lings together. Push the Adept back over the other direction. And the commitment there is going to work out somewhat decently toward the end, so not too bad at the end of all of that. And the feeling is going to gather up. Just going to be seeing the Stargate, the Adept, and the Warp Gate continue to come through. This gateway going to come down in the next couple of moments here, so drop that off to create the wall, and we do see the Adept. It's going to shade back to be the wall as well, and this game will settle after a little bit of a chaotic first few moments with that proxy hatchery. Like I said, the second block was fun, but maybe not as meaningful as I thought it was going to be. There was a time where a second block would really be such a disaster because you just have no easy way to get rid of it, and then you get delayed so heavily from where you want to be. I guess it can end up a little bit rough for you. Stargate is in production as we speak. I'm just going to see the Adept and the Warp Gate still building up as well, so all of that coming through. These Zerglings gathering around right here, and yeah, Oracle and Warp Gate building up. The drone's on the way, Overlords and the Queen building through as well. We're just going to pop across. A little bit of a journey. Just going to start to wander over there, and otherwise a couple of these queens gather together, and the drone comes through as well. Moving over to that right-hand side, we do have the Nexus, the Gateway, and the rest of this will continue to come into play just currently. So again, a lot of that setting up for now, as these queens will continue to gather in, and yeah, the Oracle coming up as well. So bringing a lot of this through, and just looking to see what exactly comes next here on the course of this one. Oracle will activate already, getting a drone, a couple of Spore Crawler shots. Going to get after that Oracle as well, and the Oracle just gets down to the bottom side. Twilight Council still building into play. That's going to be the tech choice to follow up from this Oracle play from Geralt. As his Adepts moving to the center, there's a good amount of Adepts. Going to make sure you have enough units here as Yakov make sure that he's not just doing, nothing but droning. Queens and Lings combining should be enough. But again, it's just about having enough of those. And also the positioning can be awkward too, plus the Oracle can join in if you see the right opportunity. Adepts are going to see the chance. They commit to the high ground, a little choke point for them there. They can deny the drones on the low ground as well, so it's a great position because they get choked up. They do economic damage by being here as well. It's a great place to be in if you're the Protoss right there. Loses one Adept, and then we'll just recall away, content with what he's already been able to achieve from this, which I don't really disagree with. I think is absolutely true that he should be absolutely happy with just what he's been able to get done out of that, so not bad at all. Just gonna see the Oracle continue to move about for a couple more moments. Well, Queen's gonna drop that Creep Tumors down as well. And the Evo Chamber and Bane Nest continue to come into play. Stalkers in the Blink continue to come up currently. Oh, as Queen's going to jump through, the Oracle going to take some damage as well. The Adepts will continue to work their way through this set of rocks. Just opening this up a little bit more quickly than it usually be open. About a minute and a half or so. Not sure how impactful it's going to be. Just lets you shade into this bottom left base from a different angle, which maybe you're not expecting as Yakov, so it's a little bit less risky from Geralt, perhaps, is the logic there. Something along those lines if I had to make a guess. Obviously got a bit more creep to kind of jump ahead on the up top side, but not as much on the left side, so maybe that just helps you with keeping those Adepts alive or getting them away, or just them being a bit more of a surprise in general, right? And the Blink is about to finish. The melee upgrade is going to be coming up from Yakov. Still got the Bailing Speed and the Groove Spines continue to come through as well. So again, a lot of that coming straight into play right now. The Queen's over to the left-hand side. We will see another Stasis Ward or so coming down. We're going to get a nice catch on the Adepts, at least. The Bailings, I feel like we're kind of wondering if they wanted to actually use themselves or not right there still. So, fun little moment or two, but comes out to be kind of all good. Stalkers still pressing up, and so Geralt will keep up the pressure. A couple of drones going down, and these Stalkers need to be careful as this pressure continues. And the 11 Hydras still producing by as well. The Bane Speed coming through, the Groove Spines coming up and online as well, so again, a lot of that continuing into play just currently. As you see, the Hydras and the Queens continue to take an absolute beating from these Stalkers. And these Stalkers spend some pretty good efficiency. Can we get enough Hydras up and a few more Lings to get in front to protect these units? Right now, it feels like the answer to that is no. This is a little bit terrifying for Yakov, who's pulling a few drones into the front as well to try and help out against that. The melee upgrade still building. Is about to be done in the next couple of moments too. So again, looking to get that online and try and make something happen here. These few Hydras still taking some damage. Stalkers coming across. The Queen's going to be there to try and help out as well. Just try and push this away the best of our abilities. 12 drones down, and right now Geralt is not being moved. I mean, a few more units showing up, and maybe these Stalkers do run out of steam a little bit. We have a reinforcement wave coming in from the top side. We'll see if Geralt can keep it going then, because obviously he wants to kind of commit back through ASAP here if the possibility is there. So he'll try for that. We see the few Stalkers going to hit the Lings. Just going to push those back the other way for a couple of moments. Chase them back the other direction for now. Hydra's still chasing through. We see the Zealots. And the Stalker is still taking damage as well. +1 missiles and that Merciful Augment's coming online. So again, a lot of that coming through as well currently. 11 Lings, 4 Hydras. Still no, we do see a few drones going down. The Oracle's still active onto a few of those Lings, and the Hydras continuing to be there to try and play chase away as well. The rest of this Ling Hydra army just coming across, and we are going to be seeing these Hydras getting through. The Stalkers and the Zealots getting jumped on. Just going to be able to pick our way through all of that, so able to put some extra work in for now. And away we go. Away we go. And a couple of drones dropping. Just going to resettle ourselves here. So again, that charge coming through. Infestation pit building up. A lot of Stalkers on that left-hand side looking to try and come across down to this bottom side at the moment here. The Hydras are gathering together. A couple of Queens are going to step through. Just going to come straight in with this and see if there is more for us to get done here. And just have ourselves a Stalker still bullying. So Geralt holding a very solid position. Yakov is on his way to Lurkers, and if you can get to these Lurkers, then brilliant. That's something that can absolutely kind of change the pacing of this game, perhaps. So we've kind of got our eyes on the Lurkers. That really is kind of our goal at the moment. Get to those and just see if we can survive to there and play a game from that point. Because getting to that point maybe does just change the entire pacing of this game, right? So, like I say, definitely a possibility if we can just get to that stage in the first place. The feelings are going to come around. I'm just going to have ourselves, again, attempting to get through onto that fourth base. Yakov finding or trying to find counterattacks just to do anything he can to mess Geralt up. If that possibility comes about, then you will take it, but so far, no such fortunes. Again, Temple Archives and 2 Zealots coming through. The attack upgrade coming in. There is the Lurk then with the Hive also producing at this point in time. So, still bringing that up. The rest of these Stalkers gather about as well. moving at the front is going to get picked off straight away. That's going to go down. The rest of these lurkers still continuing through also. So again, a lot of that already coming through. The Lings and the Hydra is going to meet, and the Stalker is going to get forced to go the other direction just momentarily. I mean, I like that Geralt's been able to stay on the map, and now the Zealots on the right side may be able to start doing things as well because you've kept so much pressure on the left. But the lurkers are here. And I will say the one thing I don't love about Geralt's game is that he hasn't really teched up as much as I thought he could. Like, in the time that his opponent has been kind of on the back foot and just trying to survive and get through the lurkers, Geralt's added on some High Templars and some Storms. Like, it feels very lackluster compared to, like, just how much his opponent had to do to kind of stand up in this. Now I see a Stargate and a Fleet Peak, and I just wonder if he could have been a little bit faster to continue through, to be honest. It's all... Stalker's going to fight a couple Lings, going to take some damage. Again, the Stargate and the Fleet Beacon still building through. Stalkers on the left-hand side will move about. The Lurkers are going to be right there to try and help out as well. Seismic Spines, Overlord Speed, +2 missiles all coming through. Hatchery, Hydra, Zeal, Overseer building at the same time. And again, that +2 attack upgrade, Stargate and the Fleet Beacon all coming online for the moment. Bringing that in for now. The Lings get back up to the top side. The Pylon continues to settle in on the right. Just going to see the rest of the Zerglings coming through as well, and we got turned around. High Templars and the cannons together will chase those Zerglings out of here. The Lings get pushed to the upper right. The few Zealots are going to get through. They're going to be able to go after the Lings as well. It will be a cleanup for the moment. As yo, Man in the Moon, how we doing? Thank you so much for the 57-month resub. Happy New Year to you too, mate. Appreciate the 57. That's an awesome amount. Going up to 5 years sooner rather than later. Amazing. Thank you so much. Appreciate you, and like I say, thank you. In a game where we continue here with Geralt still very much so just on that aggressive positioning, just clearly not with an army that is good enough to fight. Like, his army absolutely cannot take a trade. So that 100% is kind of the situation right now. You cannot do anything about that. We do see these lurkers going to try and set up, and I mean, if Yakov gets across the map, I mean, I guess the Tempest are on the way, so maybe we'd be okay, but I actually genuinely feel like there'd be some issues here. Going to see the Hydra's pushing through. Pylon goes down. Stalk on the left side. It's picked off as well. What's up, Gamer Richie? How you doing, mate? Thank you so much for the gifted sub to Rebel ODB. Thank you so much. Hope you're doing well. As Link Hydra will continue through. Those Stalkers still getting chased away, so again, a bit of a pushback for at the moment. Again, a couple Tempests gathering. A few probes going down. Army all across the board, setting up still, and just having our Hydra still pushing forward. Getting in after all of these probes and those Stalkers. The High Templars are here. This is exactly what you want them for. Having the ability to storm at any point in time. As we blink into what is only a couple of Lurkers. Any more Lurkers in that blink does not work out. But this is still 14 workers killed. A lot of Lurkers already kind of sweeping around to the right side instead. Trying to get in position over here. Some other Lurkers here are going to try and get behind this mineral line. I mean, cool idea, but loses one of the Lurkers right away. So that part of it I obviously don't like anywhere near as much. Vipers and Hydras still continue now, +3 missiles coming through. Lings and Hydras will take their chance at running across onto this position. A couple cannons going down, the battery going to be falling. I'm just going to be seeing those Lings still wrapping around on the Nexus. The Pylon getting picked off as well. Stalkers, High Templars, Tempests, all doing their part of this as the Storms come down. The High Templars take a bunch of damage. The Hydras will continue through onto a few of the Stalkers as well, doing as much as we possibly can do for the moment. You just push on by. Again, the Spire and the Hydras continuing up. So the Spire, something to help us out later in this game, is going to be the idea, at least. We'll see if it can do enough at this sort of point that we're heading to. Then we got a few Zealots moving around. So they're going to keep on coming across. 4 probes dropping, the 8 drones dropping as well. Both players continue to apply pressure and deal some real damage to the opposition here so far. So again, really able to put some work in for the moment. Tempest shooting, Extractors taking damage. Again, a little bit more cleanup being made just for now. This Tempest will continue to fire through, and like I say, and as you can see, there's a lot more coming of this in the next few moments. We do see another Storm coming down. Geralt's still trying to push on forward. At the same time across the map, we've got Lurkers in mineral lines, a Nidus threat that we're going to try and deal with too. The Zealot on this right-hand side going to hit this hatchery. Yakov lunges a few Hydras forwards, but Geralt is gone. And so this will go no further for the moment at least. So we settle for now. It's really getting into a very, very messy scenario. And starting to get a little ugly, really, as the extra probes come up, +1 flyer attack and the drones. building through as well, so all of that continues to come online on top of everything else. You see everything else just gathering around, a few Vipers overhead, the Hydras morphing into Lurkers, Lings joining together. Again, 3 additional Lurkers coming out for the moment here, so again, that's set up at the moment. Adrenal glands will build from Yakov. On the upper right-hand side, a Nidus Network going to come into play. It's going to get that in position. 6 additional drones coming out, plus 1 fire attack. Adrenal glands all building. The army from Geralt in the center of the map trying to get set as well. And a few lurkers popping out and trying to just find ways to kind of do things. I mean, just running one in the back here. Yakov definitely being very, very annoying. So, doing a great job of doing exactly that, of just being annoying, right? Like, Yakov is definitely making his opponent absolutely work for every second of this game. In a game where Yakov was in a lot of trouble early, and Geralt did not find a way to kind of push through and punish. And I do think Geralt brought this on himself a little bit, because he really had a phase of this game where he could attack a whole lot more and put himself in a whole lot better of a position. He just did not choose to do that. He did not take advantage of the opportunity that kind of presented itself for him, and because of that, ends up in a very weird spot. We see those lurkers setting up, a couple of Zealots getting chased away, the Stalker being held back, the Pylon still taking damage. A lot of that continuing through. The Zealots again taking a few more shots already. A few more hits coming by just for the moment. Adrenal glands about to complete, plus 2 melee halfway done. Again, the Nidus in the top right side. Going to be going down shortly. Going to see the other Zealots coming about again. And just going to see the Lurk continue to jump onto said Zealots. Hydras, Lings, getting through the gateways. Now the Vipers and the Corruptors up in the sky. Going to move around. Also, the Lings going to jump on the left side, get rid of a Nexus. That will go down as the Archons and the Stalkers again continue to move about. Mothership gets abducted in, and now these Corruptors going to get rid of said Mothership. Another Storm or 2 coming down. Hydras and Corruptors getting absolutely blasted at the moment. Tons of damage being done. 50 Lings producing, plus 2 melee on the way. Again, the rest of the Hydras, the Corruptors, etc., making their way to the bottom left-hand side, retreating away from here just for now. Still got that plus 2 melee upgrade building with the plus 2 flyer attack upgrade. The 8 Lurkers, 7 Corruptors, all of that continue to be added on. I love where Yakov's army is ending up, and at this point, Geralt's economy has never been able to get off the ground because Yakov's harassment has been brilliant. And I think Yakov is starting to kind of seal the deal in this game one, honestly. Like, we're getting to the point where this is working out. And this left side is just down as well, right? So we can just access this position very easily too. Just run straight into the main base. It's another annoyance, even more probes dropping. Army supplies are still similar, but at this point, Geralt needs to win a massive fight in a one-sided fashion. And I don't really see that happening, especially if we see more and more Corruptors coming through on the side of Yakov. It feels like this more and more so goes into our Zerg's favor. The Stalkers will get after a couple of Lings. The Nidus Network will go down as well. You just see the Lings continuing through, picking up a little bit of extra where they can for the moment. Zealot, I'm going to be picked away at 2, so just going to knock that down. The rest of these Tempests, the Archons, and the Stalkers coming through the center, the Zealots on that right-hand side. The Lings still working on the Nexus. We need a response to this. Fortune, the main going down. Only plus 2 attack on the ground, so I mean, you know, if he was richer, he would probably care more about that Forge. This is pretty much committed all in. We're going to see an abduct on the Oracle that was already kind of within range of dying, to be honest. Just got to be careful. Got to respect those Archons and the Storms. You can lose these Corruptors very quickly, and we need to wipe out the Tempest in this fight. That's pretty much a guarantee at this point. So, here we go. First abduct comes through. We see a couple of those Tempests immediately taking some damage. And Yakov is going to take enough of an opportunity here. That is going to be GG. And it is going to be...
When you look at where you are and where the very best...
the video down after the last time. I keep forgetting to do that. The way I've got it set up is just a bit weird. Apologies, guys. It's going to be GG's, and that's going to be Yakov taking the opening game of the series. So Yakov getting off to a 1-0 start. Heading into a game 2 here in just a couple of moments, guys. We'll head right on into this and kick this off. Beautiful. Beautiful. Alright, as soon as everyone joins us here, let's go directly into game number 2 of Yakov versus Geralt, guys. Straight in. Continue on in. Getting this off and keeping it rolling. Alright, Game 2. As we have in the bottom right-hand side, we are going to have the blue Protoss player down a game and looking to try and bring this back. It is going to be Geralt. Up against the red Zerg. In the top left-hand side, we've got ourselves Yakov. Game 2 of the series. So we get this up and running. Overlord on the way, Pylon and the probe coming by. Just gonna get that set up for the moment. All the drones mining away on that hatchery. Overlord pops through. Death Aura maps. This is part of the OSC extended map pool. I think this map's been in the OSC extended map pool before. If I'm not mistaken, but yeah, it's an old map. OSC plays a map pool that's a little bit larger than your typical map pool, guys. Basically, they add in 3 maps on top of the ladder maps. So it's a larger map pool than usual, and obviously it means that we get to have a little bit more variety. We get to see some of the old maps again, which a lot of people love. So that's all the kind of cool benefits of this working the way that it does. As those probes just going to come through and put some nibbles down onto this hatch. Obviously you can see that goal is to try and deny this proxy hatch and make sure that this does not get to be too much of a messy situation straight away. Very similar to what we saw last time, so in that regard we're already quite aware of where things are at and where things sit and how things will continue. Yeah, those 3 probes working through the hatchery here. It's going to be going down in a couple of moments, and we'll see the Zealot popping out. Going to go swing its sword at that hatch as well, so the blades start to do some damage. A hatch gets cancelled. Evo Chamber will start instead, so we're actually going to get the secondary block off with an Evo Chamber this time to extend. It's Death. I love the stats. Death Aura's 3rd time in the expanded map tournament pool. I knew we'd seen it a little bit before in OSC. Clearly a popular one, keeps being voted back in by the players, which is where the extended maps come from. Everyone that takes part in OSC can have a say, so yeah, cool to see a map like Death Aura again played every. Yeah, I like it that we bring these maps back not just for a couple months, but then they get to come back again and again, and it's just kind of a cool way to kind of keep things a little fresh, especially when we're in the maybe right now the current ladder map pool doesn't need freshening up because it's still fresh already, but nothing wrong with making it even fresher and keeping it kind of fresh for as long as possible with different maps being used too. Always a fan. See our link speed on the way from Yakov as we do see the Adept and the Warp Gate coming up as well. But if Yakov has anything in particular planned here on Death Aura. And just a map with these acceleration zones across those bridges does make it kind of a macro layout, but a pretty fast attacking map. So that definitely kind of, like I say, acts as a little bit of an intriguing setup initially. Give me a Bane Nest from Yakov, so he is going to get aggressive quickly on this one. Setting up to be a very, very feisty Zerg with, obviously, as you can see, the Bane lane. Nest coming online and a lot of Lings as well, so we're just going to Bane Bust this. It's going to be an early Bane Bust too. Can Geralt figure it out, sniff it out, and get a defense going ASAP is going to be the question mark. That's what we ask ourselves in these first few moments. A couple of probes gathering about. Just Nexus is going to drop a recall down as well. And as you see the couple units gathering back there. I mean, every unit we save is going to be important when the Lings are morphing into Banes and the Banes come crashing through the front. Maybe a battery right there. We'll see if that can be impactful. Could save Pylon, could save the position at the front to some extent at some point of this, so you would imagine there's definitely going to be a good chance that it has something to say. Zealot is going to go down quickly. Now the Bane's going to try and crash through the front. We do break through the secondary layer of the wall off. I don't know if I agree with Yakov attacking the Zealot. Why would you make your opponent feel the need to start re-walling before you just hit with the Banes? Like, if Geralt isn't expecting the Banes crash through, all of these Lings then flood through and there's no probe in position to build the other structures or anything. Well, that was a bit of a weird approach, honestly, from Yakov to attack the Zealot with the Lings initially. Like, don't get me wrong, you get rid of the Zealot and so then the Banes can crash into other things, but when the wall comes up, you're kind of just like, you basically busted down a wall that was only there because you showed to your opponent, hey, I want to come and attack you, you know? That's just going to be GG. Yakov committed, and it did not go well enough. GG's. And we are going to go to game 3 with it being all tied up right now in this series. So everything's tied up. We're getting to game 3 in just a second or two, guys. We will just have a moment for some ads, though. It's been a couple of games, and one of them a little bit longer as well, so just going to make sure we don't run into any trouble with issues there. And yeah, cool. Cool. Let me just sort something out on the YouTube side of things for a second, guys, while those ads play. If we get a green wave on the lower bracket, does it mean Protoss is OP? No, I think it once again just means there's a lot of Protoss players. Does it mean that Protoss is OP? Ay. Here we go again. This conversation returns. Dum-ba-da-dum-dum-dum. Oh. The Adept scouted the Morphing Banes. Oh, did it really? If I missed that, then that obviously makes a bit more sense as to why you're attacking, to be fair. So that does, like I say, kind of, create a bit more logic to the entire scenario of what I was talking about. So when will we see TVT? Probably not for a while in this tournament, because there's not a lot of Terran players. So we're definitely going to be without without TVT for a hot second, if I had to make a guess, to be honest. But at least a hot second or two. Gonna be a little bit of time. Sweet. When Maru plays a TVT. Wow. There's not going to be a lot of TVT in this tournament. Percival, Nikarak could meet in the upper bracket round 3 if they both win. That would involve Percival beating Classic and Nikarak beating Christiana, then Shameless or Jumi. And then if Kyo wins his section of the bracket, he could play Clem. That wouldn't be TVT, so then if Kyo beat Clem, he would play Beyond. And then maybe in the lower bracket, Milky Cow and Baby Ring could meet as well. There's just not a lot of Terrans, and obviously one of our main Terrans who will definitely be in the tournament likely will meet Terrans. Plays Protoss when he plays versus Terrans, so it kind of undoes that entire thing, right? It doesn't really help in this situation of asking when we'll see TVT. Alrighty, guys, I think we're going to be good to go. Let's jump into Winter Madness for our next game. Let's get this started out. In the bottom right-hand side, we're going to start things off with the blue Protoss player. This is going to be Geralt. And he is up against the red Zerg. In the top left corner of the map, we've got Yakov. Whoop, whoop. Geralt versus Yakov. Game 3 of this best of 5. I just decided to cancel the games out, make it a best of 3. And then my brain decided to read what was already on the screen because I hadn't set things up. Which it does sometimes. It's a blessing and a curse. Sometimes I can say things on the screen without paying attention, it helps, and then sometimes we say things on the screen, and the thing on the screen is wrong, and I'm just not there yet, because my brain's going into autopilot. Apologies. Alright, Probe coming over, having a look to see just what is going on early. A 2-2, it's just a best of 1. Yeah, some people like to say that. I hate that phrase. It's actually one of my pet peeves. The, well, it's like you're playing a best of 7, it's 2-2, and it's like, it's basically a best of 3 from here. No, it's not basically a best of 3. There are 4 games of information. 4 of the maps that people most wanted to play are out of the way. This has been no way a typical a best of 3. Like, it's 2-2 and a best of 7. I always hated this phrase. It's a big kind of caster phrase, you know? That's that probe got killed. It's a big caster phrase where it's like, it's basically a best of 3 net from here. It's just not. I hate it so much. At least in the terms of StarCraft 2, because in the terms of StarCraft 2, if it's a best of 3, you don't think they've played any maps. They haven't played it. You know what I mean? Like, don't get you started on best of 2. Well, best of 2 is a beautiful format. Best of 2 got done dirty, honestly. I swear they got rid of best of 2 simply for the fact that people couldn't figure it out. Oh, yeah, bring best of 2 back. Best of 2 was kind of fun. You know what I was thinking about best of 2s is we should have actually just made it so that, they just played 2 best of 1s, but we separate them by another game. So you take 2 best of 2s, and you play the first game of one first, and you play the first game of the second one next, and then you go back to the first best of 2 and you play the next game. And then people would just see it as a bunch of best of 1s and they wouldn't complain. That's the master plan to fix the issue that everyone has with the best of 2. That doesn't make sense. Ay. Alright, just follow this overload for a second, guys. We do have the adept on the map. I guess we'll follow that in a sec as well, but it's not really doing much. It's shading and scouting just for a moment or so. So just trying to see what's going on. Doesn't actually go too far just yet either. Thanks for coming up. Adept on the warp gate coming by. We've seen a couple of probes coming through the hatchery in production. And yeah, we do have the adepts across the map. So together they will combine and look for some damage as Geralt getting the defense off to even this game now. Let's see if we can continue to take advantage as we do have. Ling is looking for the wraparound. First adept goes down there. Second adept does show up and we shade out for a couple of moments. And adept joining in. Link speed going to be coming across the other side for a moment or so. So again, we get set up on that just for a moment or two. Adept moves over to the bottom right. So just going to get out of here. And that will be that for now. So yeah, Overload is going to come across. Just going to take a moment or so to set up and see what we can do. A couple of Lings are going to go jump onto the pylon for a couple of seconds as well. So yeah, a little bit of pressure for the moment. The Lings will hit. The pylon will take some damage. The Adept will clean up a Zergling. And that will be about that for now as the Nexus continues into play. The Lynx play a bit of defense. The Oracle's still looming around. The couple Queens about. Evo Chamber and the drones on the way through as well. Spore Crawler also just still building for the moment. As the Twilight Council and the Forge continue up as well. The Gateway also just in production right now. So again, getting that straight through for the moment. Double Evo Chamber producing as we speak. And yeah, the couple of Oracles end up getting pushed out the other side. So they're just going to get pushed away too. For the moment, getting shoved out of there. Not allowed to do much of anything just for now. Things will reset for a little bit. Oracles again pushed over to that bottom right side. A few drones dying in the process. And we do have that Bane Nest in the lair continue to come through. Drones, Lings, Overlords continue to produce. Just going to have ourselves the couple Queens and the Lings still gathering up. Just want to blink on the way from Geralt, so getting set up with that. Just to begin with. Let's head over. A few Adepts are going to step through. Just going to see a few Adepts shading. A few Lings and the Queens pulling back as well. Yeah, a couple of drones, but the Lings obviously with a good catch, and only a couple of drones seems very reasonable, especially at 5.5 minutes deep. It's late enough in the game where that economy loss is not going to be super impactful to you, as the few Lings, as you can see, gather together. Just getting another pick off, so a little bit more damage being done. Queen's going to stay underneath, going to get rid of an Oracle right away there, so going to succeed with that. And then the Hydra Den, +1 missiles coming through, +1 and Blink coming alongside with it. It's going to be into play in the next couple of moments as well. Blink just going to keep nibbling. Battery taking some more damage, Stalker still joined together there. With everything else, Hydra Den, Bane Speed, and the +1 missiles continue to come into play for the moment. Oracle pulls back over that right-hand side. Again, the Bane Speed coming up, the +1 missile upgrade coming by, so bring a lot of that straight through. Temple Archives is about to finish up, and these Zerglings are going to continue to wander over. Just moving over to the right and then coming back down to the bottom. Stalkers are going to already be here and ready to greet and turn those around. It's not much coming off this. Actually, Stalker's going to blink up the top a little bit, but the Lings are going to be long out of there, so not going to actually be able to find too much in that regard. For now, again, the Storm's still coming about. Charging that +1 upgrade coming through as well, so again, lots of the little bits and pieces just continuing their way online. And yeah, obviously Geralt not getting anywhere near as aggressive as we got in that first game. He'd rather just play the teched up situation, so go to Storm, go to the aggressive kind of follow-up, and just play into this kind of like, you know, techier army rather than just spamming gateway units, and actually probably give himself a better shot, because I think he lost the first game off of the commitment to low-tech units. So I think committing to some higher tech units here would go a long way to help you out. And Storm finishing soon. Charge is very much so still on its way up as well. And again, the melee upgrade and the roof spines, those Hydras are going to start getting better and better here. Again, Storm finishing shortly. The Drop Lord's building. Hydras on the way. These Zerglings in production too. We have a big shove coming around this bottom side. The Drop Lords setting up as we speak, so they're going to be ready in just a moment here to kick this off. And we're going to see Yakov trying to be aggressive all over the place to mix this game up a little bit and to make this a little bit more complicated for Geralt just in general right now. So let's see if that is something that can kick off successfully. We're going to see some other units will, in theory, go around the right side at the same time, and that is exactly what we're seeing for the moment. So position them around over on this direction. Get this ready to go. A couple of Lings are going to get caught in the stasis. And you see the Stalkers stepping through, and the Stalkers will try and go in after the Hydras. Drop Lords here going to eat a Storm on the way in. I don't know if that Storm really does much versus just waiting for some of the units to be out and then dropping it wherever the units begin to congregate. I mean, we're just really killing Zealots for now, which is fine. Oh, on the right-hand side, the Banes crash through, so this commitment is going to be the damage dealer. 22 workers going down in the end is going to be a lot more notable. I mean, that's really nice. Knock the base down as well, so Geralt is going to lose access to his fourth. And that's going to make things, like I say, a whole lot smoother of a situation here for Yakov, because now he's going to be in kind of the driver's seat at this point. Lurker Den, Hive coming through, the drones and the Hydra still building up as well, so all of that coming in online. A couple of moments, 13 drones in production, so he's going to get a big round of drones as he wants to establish a 90-ish drone economy. Hive in the Lurker Den clearly knows where he wants to go in this game, so Yakov, I think, is very much so on track to deliver in that regard. Again, the Lurker Den and the Hive continue to come by also, so that continues through just for the moment. So we get this set up as the feelings backing around. The Stalkers are going to be there, trying to help out also. Again, Lurker Den, Hive both building up, plus your attack upgrade on the way through for the moment. Bringing a lot of this into play. Drop Lords will just drop a bit of creep down over on that left-hand side as well, just trying to do whatever they might find the opportunity for in the next moment or so. Again, Drop Lords moving across for a couple seconds. Again, +2 missiles, the Hive, and the Drop Lords as well, also just producing here. We just have everything gathering up. Beacon is also going to be on the way about, so get that started. So we are going to see, like I say, a much faster kind of tech through in this game than what we've seen previously, so that part should be a nice additional aid in this grand scheme of things. Just going to see again the rest of those Lurkers coming about as well, so Lurkers are out, and that's going to give young Yakov a much better army comp. He was great with them in the last game, in the first game. Expect him to be pretty darn good in this one as well, to be fair, so we'll see if that can be the case. As again, Stargate, Nexus coming through, just going to see the Lurkers still building, so a lot of the setup for the later game coming in from both sides. Kind of Geralt, he's kind of next up on the list though, right? Like, let's start getting those Tempests out, let's develop that, and let's see if we can hold off against this aggression of Yakov, which we've been good against so far against the Dropper Lords. Let's see if we can keep that going. Again, we were good against the Dropper Lords specifically, but obviously we were not good at the multi-prong, because as you got hit, as you defended the Dropper Lords, the attack on the right side was devastating. That's where this fourth base went down the first time, and you've never really been able to get it up since. As Yakov putting the pressure where it hurts right now, and this Nexus goes down. The pylon's getting cancelled, battery as well. Some good work being done. The Lings with us around to clean that up. The rest of these Drop Lords now on the bottom, absolutely looking to make their way in here and looking for opportunity, no doubt. Drop Lords taking damage again, man. Bunch more being done. Just going to be seeing the Storm still dropping down onto those Lurkers. A little bit extra being found. We get rid of about 7 pros, but we clean up the attack. And to be fair, pretty expensive. That was a lot of Lurkers Yakov had. So he has to spend a lot of money to rebuild from this. 9.4 to 8.4k resource loss. It's not terribly inefficient just yet. And of course, he is keeping Geralt onto just 3 bases. This 4th has to be revelated to get rid of the Ling that's burrowed on top of it. So that's just a frustration to add into everything else at the moment. Losing one of your first kind of major tech units and one of those Tempests going down is not exactly going to help you either, so it doesn't exactly keep you in any better of a position. Another Storm coming down, the Ling's taking more damage. It's going to be seeing the Lurkers going in after the Nexus again. The 26 Lings building up, plus 2 melee coming through. A few more Lings coming about, the Zerglings still coming over. Another Storm up on the top side once more. Well, the rest of this army still gathering up together. Still going to be seeing the Ultra Cavern coming through, the Evo Chamber. Plus 2 melee and the plus 1 flyer attack upgrade, all still building into place right now. So again, a lot of that coming through. A lot of opportunities still available here as these Hydras getting stormed. Geralt is still just a 3-base Protoss, and that is such an issue in the long term. I mean, Yakov, if he keeps on setting up around the map, should just be able to take utter and total control of this game. But there shouldn't really be anything that kind of stops that. Sooner rather than later, like, we're just going to be running away with this, basically. Well, the Storm's coming down, the Ling Hydra still pushing through, a couple of the Banes already going to get jumped on, the Tempest still there to try and fight back, and still try and do a little extra in the grand scheme of things. I mean, we are pushing this away, but now Ling's onto the natural. Fortunately, they're not going to do too much damage straight away, simply for the fact that they're going to busy themselves with the cannon. And then, hey, I mean, your static defense does its job, it absorbs some of the damage, it does a little bit of work for you there, so definitely putting you into a bit of a better spot than what it would have been otherwise. Results come back over and they're going to gather as well. Plus 2 melee, Titan's plating, plus 1 carapace. All the upgrades that are going to give you this next stage of the game, basically, as Yakov. He's also going to get all those corruptors up, so readying to fight against this air army from, again, what feels like a very solid position at the moment. So in that regard, we're definitely feeling pretty okay. It's going to see the Ling Lurker coming around, the rest of the army settling down as well here for a couple moments. Gonna try and run through there. Once again, the Lings are allowed access straight to the natural. The Lurkers show up, and Geralt, for the moment at least, will be able to turn those couple of Lurkers around. The Stalker's blinking down as well, trying to get in position to do something about this. These Zerglings are going to get bullied for a little bit of time. They will take a little bit more damage as well, so a little extra coming through. Just for the moment, the Stalkers continue to break back up. Again, Infestors, Ultras continue to come into play as well. So all those Ultras coming by, the Carapace and the plus 2 flyer attack are very much so on the way by for the moment. And Infestors continue to build into place. Couple Tempest's going to fire through. Lurker's going to take a couple shots again. Plus 3 melee, plus 2 carapace while building. Infestors and Ultra still very much so on the way up as we take a few moments. On the right hand side, that army comes back around. Robo Facility, Assembler still coming up. The extra spines in production. Lings and the Corruptor coming through as well. Ultra Infestor still moving around in the center. A couple of results on the left side will gather. Going to see that hatchery getting into position right there. Again, plus 3 melee, plus 2 carapace. A few robos coming online as well. Microbial Shroud coming up. Corruptors going to get jumped on for a couple of moments, and at the same time they're going to jump on a couple of these Tempests, so we are going to find some damage with these, so we get something out of this. A little fungal growth following up as well. Some Infestors getting close and personal, but not really close enough to make much of a difference just yet. Here we go with the Ling Ultra, all moving straight through, so Ultras would love to charge into this. I think our priority should still absolutely be denying this base off to the right-hand side, honestly. I think if we can deny that, this probably ends up pretty decently overall still, so I'd hate to see that. The Corruptor's coming through, just jumping onto that Mothership. Mothership taking a bunch of damage, and it is going to go down. Now the rest of these Ultras are still active as well, putting the rest of their work in. The Ultra's going to go down. The Archons, the Stalkers continue to gather up. It's a defense right here, and it's an expensive defense for Yakov because he loses a lot. Now has to go back into 9 Ultras. My concern is if this army didn't work the first time, he didn't really do much to kind of make it work a second time. Like, sometimes in these scenarios, like, okay, well, cool. I tell you what I did achieve here is that I knocked down a bunch of units, so I threw away a bunch of your stuff. That's not really the case in this one, right? Like, that's not really how this is starting to go just yet, so that part of this is going to be troublesome. We see the Greater Spire coming up. We will get to Broods, or at least try to get to Broods, and yeah, I think we might really need them, to be honest. Which is not too effective against Tempest. It's funny though, because Ultras, the thing about Ultras, they can run around. I think the issue for the Ultras right now is this is just a 4-base Protoss. So they're really good headbutton units, but like, Geralt is so consolidated on his defense, like these Ultras have no way to split things up, and everything's choky. So the Ultras are, like, what we should be able to do, no matter what else, I think, is we should be able to stop this from becoming a 5-base Protoss setup, right? Like, as soon as this becomes a 5th, the Ultras get a bit of a better engagement position, they get to come straight through there, for example. That goes so much better for you, and I think that's got to be what we kind of aim for here as Yakov. Just outmine the opponent, keep him off of 5th base, and if you can do that, eventually you just need to clean up one army, which is what you're starting to build up to do with the Spellcasters. Infestors being built, Neuroparasite coming online. Once we get a lot of that brought up and into play here, that's going to make this entire situation a whole lot smoother. Triple Immortal coming up right now. Just going to be seeing again the Infestors and the Neuroparasite coming up as well. Say that Neuroparasite will do a lot right here. Army over to the right. Just going to set up again Neuroparasite, 3/3 upgrades all coming through. Just having the army collecting on that right hand side. All of those Infestors join up as well. So again, a lot of this gathering together. On the left hand side, a couple of units going to fall back there too. And everything else sets for the moment. Playing Ultra Bane, going to take the chance to run straight into this right-hand side. Probe's going to be pulling it away from there as well. The Ultra's trying to get in after those workers. The Banelings are chasing. Oh, Blinding Cloud coming down. The rest of the Tempest still firing through as well. Just going to be seeing the +1 Flyer Carapace, +3 Carapace coming up. Just going to be seeing the Overseer going down. Again, Stalker, Archon, and everything else still taking damage. There's a Storm coming down. Massive Neuroparasites, so we're going to see the Archons coming into play, but the Infestors that are neurally not in the Storm, so they will go down. It's a massive part of the Storm now, just the fact that we can kind of really just KO those Infestors, and they can't just stand there and do much. The Microbial Shroud does nothing but rebuilding Ultras again. And as Geralt pushes forward, I think Yakov is truly running out of steam here. Like, it's just not being able to do what he needs to in this grand scenario of this. And now losing base after base, and at the same time, Geralt's getting a 5th base up. Now we're going to counterattack for some pros. We're going to try and at least do a little bit more economic damage in this, which at this stage really is just an essential kind of part of the game plan. Just get some economic damage done, try and find something in this situation. A few of the Lings come chasing through as well, so they will obviously try and get involved. Archons and everything else coming about as well. Mothership and the Tempest still up in the sky. Lurkers on the way through. A lot of the rest of this gathering together here, and you just have, again, 15 Corruptors building, looking to get an army up that can contest in the skies in a big way. That is our goal at the moment. Again, 8 Corruptors coming through, the few additional probes coming about, so a lot of that coming online as well. On the bottom left-hand side, a couple of Corruptors pulling back from there. The drone's just going to evacuate from the bottom left, so they're going to get out 9 Broodlords. Going to be on the way through. The few Corruptors continue to come about as well. So again, a lot of that coming straight into play right now. Archons are going to shoot. A couple of Zerglings will be going down. The Lurkers will continue through. And again, the Broods and the Corruptors continue up. Tempest, Oracle, Zealot continue to come around at the moment. The Ling Brood, Corruptor, all building. The Zealot back over as well. Just going to swing at this hatchery. Try and get a little bit more done. Hatch taking some damage. The Zergling's going to go down. In the center of the map, we're going to actually have to recall this army. We recalled it to the Mothership, which is funny because it actually kind of works. Like, I'm not sure if that's exactly what we were planning, but like, it did escape a few units out of a position it didn't look like they were getting out of otherwise. So whatever the plan was there, I'm going to go ahead and say it was fine. Definitely a weirder moment or so, though. Flash forward, yeah, the Mothership basically gave all those units blink, even outside of a Fungal, and so. Nice. They say Protoss and OP, huh? 22 minutes on Winter Madness. I mean, we're finally stabilizing as Yakov. I think Geralt's finally getting to a point where he's actually not successfully going to be shoving through, and I mean, that's big. Being able to actually just stop and stabilize here really, I think, does a lot for you, so I think that's going to be a massive factor. You see a few of those Zealots just going to come running over. Going to get cancelled on that hatchery, so no surprises on that. Just going to see the Viper and the Tempests in the production tab currently as well. So again, a lot of what we expect to see coming up, still very much so coming up. Broods are going to be here, Zealots and Archon's going to get chased away. One more shots, and it's going to be a Templar from afar getting picked away at as well. So just going to be able to grab that. Bottom left side, there's Extractor going to go down. The Archons, the Immortals making sure to make short work of that. This bottom left base falls, then, I mean, Yakov is being restrained to, I mean, this base mined out. This upper right and that far left base are going to be the main mining bases, so he does still have a good amount of economy to work from here. Because the Broodlords are coming through once again, so they're going to get straight in position, just going to fire forward. The Pylon in some trouble. The Nexus is going to end up in a little bit of trouble as well. And the rest of this army pulling back once again, so just going to try and stay out of trouble for a couple of moments. A little fungal growth coming down, and Neural that does not really land for too much overall. Just now. And Corruptors and the +2 Flyer Carapace upgrade coming up as well, so we can continue to bring that up. All these Fungals going down, the rest of that army getting caught as well, so a lot going down there. Another little time warp on the position, and the Best Neural doesn't do much. So just trying to find ourselves as much out of this as we possibly can at the moment. Let's say so far we're not really being too successful on the side of... I wouldn't say we're being too successful on the side of Yakov. Still feel like these Infestors aren't doing much. Now we're getting a 6 base up as Geralt. In a game where Yakov has not been trading well, I feel like we're getting into a worse and worse position here, basically. As we continue through this, it just seems to not get any better at this point in time. Everything going to regather and settle down for a moment. Just going to see another fungal growth or two. I mean, to be fair, we are getting some value from the Infestors, but we need to just be better about it. I mean, even here we abducted an Oracle, and it's like, even that felt expensive as the storm damage on the Corruptors adds up. I'm still not sure that the ground army is really up to much good either. I just don't see what value it's truly going to be able to find and provide in these coming moments. Ultraling moving about, Infestor on the way up. There's the Tempest and the Observer coming through. A couple additional Zealots will be starting at the same time. 25 minutes deep, and here's a game which feels a little poured up. Like, Geralt is trading well, but can't just commit to a bigger fight, so he's obviously got to just keep on playing defense. The thing is, as Geralt continues in this game, if he just keeps denying bases and taking some bases himself, like, this is a recipe for success. Like, Yakov is the one that needs to force a big fight win because he's behind on the resources lost, and if Geralt just keeps finding new bases to mine from, being behind on resources lost is not a good long-term strategy. And the problem is that Yakov's army is going to continue to rely on that. I mean, maybe not so much now with Corrupted Brood out and Spellcasters and so, maybe you can try and find a bit more efficiency. But stuff like this Lingbane Ultra army trying to run by and hit bases and whatever else, that's still going to be inefficient, right? Generally speaking, Zerg's armies are inefficient. It's about the overall strength that can do things. And this is a better fight. You got Neural Parasites. But even then, a lot of the Lings go down, and the units that are Neural can't really join in against the opponent either, because they're just too far away. Good pullback from Geralt, and he gets everything else. That actually turns it into a pretty good trade. He's actually going to turn this into a continued push as he goes across the map. He's going to find this hatchery he's killed not so long ago, and he's going to recancel it to make sure it does not come back online. So that part of this is going to be pretty darn decent as well. So that base goes down. Now the Zealots in the top right are going to run through. At least there's some Lurgers here, but can they just go after the base still? Probably not. I think the Lurgers do too much, although some of them will be out of range now. I mean, just Geralt again in the driver's seat, continue to dictate where the damage comes from, where everything ends up going. He just continues to push himself into a better and better place here currently. I love what Geralt is doing for himself. I feel like he's just consistently improving his position and, like I say, making this an extremely difficult scenario for Yakov to play out of right now. Like, I just don't know where we really go as Yakov, because his army's not been good for a long while. He's not denying bases in the way that he kind of needs to keep up in this kind of a game. Like, he's the one that's getting base denied. I mean, every time he shows up on a base, it feels like Geralt has more than an answer ready. A Templar Storm here is good. Some Archon's Warfare. In this case, we're going to recall, which is a bit more excessive, but even still, he's going to get an Overseer out of it. The Ultra gets chased out. And now we're going to be on the right-hand side, which means he can pick off this fresh base. So he's using the defense as a chance to, turn the defense into offense, and that's amazing because then, you didn't just wait the recall to kind of protect the base from an Ultra. Now you picked off a base yourself. So the recall was extremely useful. This is where you need to hit the left side as Yakov here and probably try and capitalize on the fact that your opponent just recalled to the right, but he doesn't have the numbers or the presence of mind currently to kind of split up and to make that happen. So without that happening, this becomes a more and more dangerous situation overall. The Broodlords continue to maneuver around. Infesta, Lings, all coming up. We do have +3 Flyer Carapace from Yakov. Upgrades are good for him, but that really is, I think, the one thing that really, to be fair, the upgrades are good for Geralt as well. Maybe they could be a bit better, but it's hard to pick things right now where Yakov is truly getting me worried for Geralt. Like, I just don't see what he does to really get Geralt into a position that he has to tap out from at this stage. Like, he just needs some fantastic fights, is what it comes down to. And to be fair, Geralt doesn't have a massive bank, so if you take one fantastic fight here, that does work. Right? We're not in a position where Geralt can lose a fight and just rebuild everything. It's just, I'm much more convinced that this army of Geralt takes a better fight than the army of Yakov, I suppose. So yeah, Yakov has an out. It's just, I am less believing in that out than maybe we'd like to be if we want hope for Yakov. That's a recall from the mothership, I would imagine, because we're on cooldown otherwise. Bring those units back across, so that little bit of a shove goes risk-free. However, like I say, we will have both recalls on cooldown now. It finally opens the door to get in over here and to commit through and jump onto this position. And as you can see, this Nexus is going to be going down. So Ling's Ultras and everything else will deliver the blow there that will knock that out of the way, and that will be shut down for the moment. Archons the Immortal still gather up. Corruptors and the Viper into the center. Gonna go across as well and see what they can do next. And the Ultra coming back around. Just gonna settle here for a couple moments. Might take a few to set on up. And the next couple seconds, what do we do next is going to be a big question mark here. Corruptor, Spores, all coming through. That Spinecrawler still coming up as well. I'm just going to see the rest of the Ling Ultra Queen on that bottom central side. Kind of settling down as well. And the Corruptor's back over to that right. The Viper going to be there. Going to see a couple of Tempest shots going in towards that army. The Ling's building, the Spine's coming up. We just have ourselves Yakov still sitting here maxed. Like I say, neither player really has a huge bank, but Geralt is starting to get a bigger bank than Yakov as well. Gonna run onto this position. This is still a mining base, still has a good amount of resource on it, so it would not be a bad place to deny. Even knocking some probes down and slowing the economy at this stage could be very beneficial to you, so Yakov trying to find a way in over here, but not really finding too much of the opportunity just yet. Going to defend the base. The Brood's push on the right side, and that base will go down, so that said, this base is pretty heavily mined anyway. Has like 1,000 gas left on it, 400, 800, 750 minerals. So it's not a major base compared to the bottom left. Like, the bottom left is going to become Geralt's stronghold. The biggest downside to Geralt defending bottom left means he's not positioned to break the bases on the right side of his opponent. So there's a benefit and there's a downside, as so often there is in this game. Tempest, a couple Oracles coming through, the Infestor and the Viper, building up the Lings as well. Continue to come into play right here. Just going to see everything gathering in for a moment or so, and figuring out what we can do next. Going to see the Nexus taking some damage. There's going to be some of the Lings coming back over. Archons are going to fire. Let's push the Lings back a little bit further once more. So again, trying to get as much out of this as we can get for now. Still sitting tight here just for a second or two. And yeah, Brood's Ultra on the way about, bringing that into play. Everything else moving over as well. So again, we take a few moments. Just going to see the Brood still coming up. It's a massive amount of Broods. I mean, you can understand why this army is going to be scary to attack into as Geralt overall. That's why there's a reason why he's not taking a larger fight or kind of playing for a larger fight in the grand scheme of things here. Malcolm's going to get across. Hatcher on the left side denied. This next base on the bottom right gets denied. I mean, this is mostly infrastructure that you're looking to get rid of, so this is another question mark where it's like, okay, like, don't get me wrong, we're going to get some success here, but how meaningful is that really going to be? You know, what do we really gain from kind of, if we get rid of this base, we get rid of some infrastructure, like, yes, you're slowly chipping through the opponent, but we need more than that, as Yakov is giving up units to do this, and giving up units right now is just not okay for him in the long run, because he's not trading well enough to let that be a continuous thing. So the issue really does just continue to mount. It becomes more and more problematic as a bunch of extra lings and a couple of ultras still trying to make their way through. Everything else coming over, the army collecting in. The Tempest will shoot the Corruptors, take some damage. The rest of that army coming back around as well. Everything settling here just for these next couple moments. Is going to fire. Some of the Broodlings coming through as well, so just seeing a lot of that straight across. Broodling still dropping down into place, getting a little bit more done for now. There's a couple ultras coming up. The Tempest and the Mothership on the way out, and this big fight kind of ends up going back the other direction in the end. You can see another couple of Tempest shots coming through, so again trying to find a little extra here for the moment. Oh, not quite finding, I think, everything that we're looking for. Back on the left side, I mean, this is, like I say, the more important location on the side of Geralt, so it's nice that Yakov is able to put some attention over in this direction and start getting a couple of things done here. The Ultras are going to continue to chomp through as well, so they will find some opportunity. The Archon's putting some serious work in, so again, getting a good amount of cleanup being made. Again, Yakov, though, is still giving up those units, and like, these bases are going to run dry soon, and if you keep giving up those units, not great. Still about a 15k resources lost. It's just, I do think Geralt is starting to mine more than Yakov, which is kind of the long-term issue. Like, Geralt has mined out the right side and all the fresh bases on the left still there for him. Yakov still needs to finish mining out over here, for example. Like, those are the sort of things which I think maybe become an issue for him in the near future. Gonna count for you guys. 10 Tempests against 13 Corruptors. Oh, look, the units lost as well. It's going to be fun. 18 Ultras, 38 Corruptors, 20 Infestors. These Infestors were such a costly one for Yakov. Like, consistently in this game, he lost so many of those Infestors. Those Storms when they were trying to neural and so on. I mean, don't get me wrong, he tried to build the techier army. He was just not able to take the right engagements with it throughout the course of this, and that obviously turned into an issue for him in the long term as well. Some Stalkers blinking forward, a couple of Zealots are going to get through there. The Mothership obviously overhead will be a nice aid as the Fungal Growth landing down on a couple of those Stalkers as well. Again, I mean, you see the Corruptors are going to try and dive through. They're going to go and commit to the Mothership. A Parasitic Bomb onto the Tempest. We do split away from it. Yeah, Yakov just lost loads of stuff though, and that's going to be super expensive. He's got 1.5k and 500 gas in the bank. Like, 500 gas is not going to rebuild anywhere near what you just ended up losing there, so that's going to be massively costly. And that might just be the opportunity now for Geralt to come shoving on through, as that is kind of what he's beginning to do at the very least right now. So, starting to push forward, getting this straight into position, shoving on, and it just... How do you create the army here as Yakov to truly make the difference in this, I think, is my question. I think it's so difficult at this stage to really deal with this. You see the Corruptors are going to try and make their move forwards. They are going to try and have something to say about this at least. The Tempest obviously still doing their part, doing their duty. The Tempest is just more or less going untouched. A lot of the Lings going down. If the Corruptors all fall, then there's not going to be any sort of army left. We're going to build Lings, we're going to build a few new Corruptors. There's just no answer to these Tempests. And like I said, Geralt is mining comfortably off these bases, so he's got income to keep building up himself. So it's not like he's going to get run dry somehow on another wave of units. There's just no shot. Yakov gonna lose out on what is a 36-minute game on Winter Madness here in the OSC Championship. It is going to be Geralt who is able to come through this one in the end, able to succeed. And yeah, honestly, kind of a crazy game. I mean, I really felt Yakov had some good chances early, but Geralt clearly said, hey, I'm gonna win if we play a long game. Because the entire time, Geralt basically set up to play a long game, you know? Like, from the very start, he was just like, oh yeah, like, you know, I'm not going to be aggressive like I was in game number 1, which gave you the chances. I'm just going to play into this kind of macro, and he played good defense against the Dropper Lords, and he did what he needed to do to just ensure this game was going to end up in the state he needed it to. At this point, Yakov, sub 100 supply, is going to find a couple of his Ultras caught. He's going to get out of there, and Geralt is going to take game 3 of this best of 5. So Geralt taking the 2-1 lead, and now a map away from advancing through. We'll jump into this in a couple of seconds, guys. And before I get this hosted up, just get everyone in here. No GG. He might have just said GG after, guys. It's not always a big deal. Sometimes you GG and you just don't press enter and you have to end a little bit too soon. It happens, realistically. It happens. I've had a good advantage, took bad fights. Yeah, no, he really did. Alright, just waiting for a minute of ads, guys. Obviously a long game coming out of that. Gotta run them ads, but we'll get back on track and get ready to roll. Again, coming up still today, after Yakov and Geralt wrap up, we are going to have ourselves Cure versus Rebellion and Classic versus Percival. So a couple of PVTs coming up after this. And, yeah. Alright, let's get this ready to roll. Take off into Tourmaline. Kick off into Tourmaline. Geralt with the 2-1 advantage then right now, and into the lead right here, as we have in the upper right hand side on the blue Protoss with the 2-1 lead. It is Geralt. Up against the red Zerg on the bottom left hand side, we've got Yakov. Get this one up and ready to go. Go. Game 4 of our series. Tourmaline coming up, getting this on the way. Gonna see the early probe to block the hatchery. Nothing too surprising as we reset back down into the early stages. After the long, drawn-out battle these two went up against each other on that previous map. Kind of expected a long game, only because I think we frequently see a long game between these guys, and we saw it kind of in the Christmas Eve match that these guys played. They played a long game as well. I feel like you always do a long game, one long game in a best of 5 between these two. Best of 3, sometimes the map doesn't work out for it, doesn't happen. I feel like one long game is almost a guarantee in a best of 5 between these guys. Well, the probe just continues to wonder about. Obviously did force that hatch on the off location, so succeeded there early. Did what it was kind of meant to do. Nothing too surprising about that just yet. So we continue on by. And yeah, Nexus, Cybercore, Assimilator, all bits of everything just continue to come about as well. So bringing a lot of this up and rolling as we continue through to see what more we can do. On that Nexus both building up, so get that on the way. Couple Lings, couple Queens coming through with this for the moment. The Lings will be there. Probe's going to get chased away, so Probe has to pull out of this. Just a couple moments, like I say, trying to get out of trouble, trying to steer out the way of any issues, trying to make sure nothing too crazy goes on. at any particular point of this for now. Now, Link Speed building, Queen building. Just little bits and pieces coming through. And yeah, Adept on the Warp Gate will build up along with this, so everything looking pretty cozy for this current moment. It's time to stop following the Adept, which is, stop following the Probe, which is looking to probably build a base on that right side, and instead follow the Adept, which can maybe do some damage, but chasing backwards, so shouldn't be able to do too much on this overall, shouldn't be that problematic or crazy. Link Speed going through, the couple overlords in production. Still just got, yeah, Oracle and Warp Gate obviously building up as well, so all that just coming straight over and getting set to go, go, go. Need to pull back. The Zerglings try and spot for something. Keeps the Oracle at home a little bit for the early stages, which is nice, so keep that Oracle peeled back for now. Drone's Queen Spore continue to come up. Oracle will activate. Queens coming through. Oracle again just going to take a little bit more damage. Queens will put some more damage out as well. Just push some damage out to that side. A few Lings coming up, getting some rocks going. Just going to transfer. As yeah, Oracle doesn't find too much initially. Just have ourselves the Twilight Council Gateway and Nexus all building by. Laren the drones coming through. The Lings and the Overlord coming up as well. So all of that coming in for the moment. Nexus is about to finish on the third base. The Overlord is going to be picked away at by the Stalker. And yeah, Stalker will get rid of that in the next couple of moments here, so just pick that off, clean this up. Well, Oracle's still trying to find some opportunity, but not too much being done still, for the most part, for them just yet. Overlord Speed going to give us potentially some aggression from Yakos. Definitely looking like he might bring the Queens across the map in a drop a load with a roach shove. And trying to be aggressive sooner rather than later. He's definitely lining up for that right now. He's got a good amount of minerals saved. Doesn't have too much gas saved up though, so we'll see. I mean, he's still going to instantly build 9 roaches. Could just build a bunch of Lings behind this as well. But definitely on the way to aggression, no matter what else. That part is definitely seeming pretty true at the moment, so aggression definitely getting set up for the double drop lord morphing in. Temple Archives, the Gateway, the Blink and the +1 continue to come up as well, so a lot of that coming through. The Lings still up on the top side there, going to settle down as well as the drop load loads up, and the Queens will take that chance to move on forward. And Blink and +1 both building through as we just have this attack coming across the map as we speak, so getting straight into this here, heading up to the top. Like I say, let's see if we can get some damage done. A few Lings are actually here early, and they are already going to be fairly successful. Getting rid of the battery, for example, is actually a very cool play. It actually does a lot to help you out for sure, so yeah, it's a very solid start in all honesty, and yeah, not a bad beginning. Obviously, the main attack is setting up to go fairly soon, so still waiting for that to fully come into play, but yeah, not a bad start. Some Ling Ravager now jumping toward a few Stalkers there as well, so they're also going to try and get put in position. We do see the Stalkers trying to come back, returning some fire. And the Ravagers will come back through. It's going to be seen. The Stalker's going to try and play the defense in this. Geralt so far looking pretty okay about it. You see Blink is about to finish, +1 attack is still coming through as well, so again, a lot of that coming up right away. Just having the rest of this going back through. Again, a few probes coming up. The Ravagers and the Lings are going to keep being aggressive there, keep the aggression going on this right-hand side. Up in the natural, a couple of Lings on the drop load. We're still trying to get something extra done, but that will kind of be coming to a close now. Is Yakov doing enough? Is going to more or less be the question, I suppose. Just going to see the Storks continue to fight. Just going to see a few more Lings going down. Probes continue to drop as well. We'll see the Oracle still going in after the Queen. Queen dropping another transfusion onto the Ravagers as well. Oracle goes down. The Queen gets picked as well. The rest of this army from Yakov continues to retreat back down to the bottom of the left-hand side. So, pulling back down over there. Stalker's going to get in position. And with Overlord's taking damage, a couple of Roaches taking some hits as well. So again, a bit more of that continuing through just for the moment. Storm, Oracle, and the Queens continue to come by. It's a lot of Stalkers, and as we get to Storm and Charge, we definitely get into this much better army composition right for Geralt, so that should be a pretty big factor too. As we continue in with this, again, Spire coming around, the few Lings setting up. As the game calms for a second, I'll just say thank you to Wazaz69 for the 3-month resub on the Prime. Thank you so much for priming us up. When behind goes Spire. I think maybe the switch is honestly just a good little move right now, right? Because you put some pressure on. There's a lot of Stalkers in Storm, but like the Mutas, if they come in as enough of a surprise, could definitely pull this game around a little bit and maybe get a lot done. That said, like I say, we do have pretty much all the answers to that kind of setup as well, so it's definitely a little bit of an awkward situation through and through. The Stalkers still trying to chase onto those few Ravagers, trying to push those back the other way. Roach is setting up 17 Mutas on the way at the moment, so a lot of those Mutas coming straight into play right now. And they are going to gather, and how long do we wait for? I mean, I felt like we built the majority of these all at once, so yeah, just going to collect them and then go as a singular flock. Best thing you could do right now is maybe attack as Geralt. Is it better to attack right now or just straight up defend? I think attacking could be nice, but then it does introduce the base trade that the Mutas do kind of like as well, so that makes it a whole lot more awkward for sure. Yeah, that part definitely becomes a bit weirder. You see the Nexus coming down, there's Mutas still coming about, plus 2 attack and charge coming online. See the Roach Ravager being chased as well for a couple more moments, so a little bit extra going on over there. Well, probes going down as the Mutas do begin to get into some business right off the get-go, and not a little bit of damage being done initially, so not a bad starting point. The Mutas going to continue to come through, looking for a little extra just for now. Again, the Stalkers gather up, just going to be seeing the Mutas on the way, the Baneling Nesters coming by, the drones are still producing. The Evo Chamber going to come down over here as well, so just going to pop that into place on top of everything else. And yeah, the Baneling Nest coming up with this is Yakov. Did okay with the Mutas. It wasn't anywhere near what he needed to do with them though. The thing is as well as you feel so forced to do damage in this scenario that you're basically going to try and make plays when they're not necessarily there as well. And when you're kind of forced into those positions, it feels so bad for you. It feels so rough, and that is a lot of what is going to essentially end up happening here long term. Fling Roach Ravager gathers up together, and I really do think we're in a bit of a tough spot as Yakov. Like, his army supply is looking good. I think his army quality is very low tier for the game, and the Mutas, for example, are probably not going to be all that helpful either right now. Hydroden Spinecrawler both continue to build into play right here. Continue up with that Evo Chamber and the melee upgrade coming through as well, so a lot of that still continuing online. Got that plus 2 attack upgrade building as well. And there's the Mutalisks. Just going to keep being aggressive. Pylon goes down already, jumping into this mineral line. Again, Mutas can kind of do this. Some Zealots going to show up on the other side though, so let's make sure we've got a good defense against these, otherwise that could be a problem. As the Queens come through, 14 drones going down because the Zealots on the left side took a lot of attention as well. And Yakov's just going to get out of there, and Geralt is going to take game number 4. And hence the series, Yakov will end up down in the lower bracket. And I had a bit of belief for Yakov in this one, especially after that first game. Felt like that went well for him, but clearly Geralt saw what happened in that first game. He fixed it in the next long game that we saw, and then outside of that, both times that we tried to get aggressive as Yakov, it just didn't really work out. Alrighty guys, up next is going to be Cure versus Rebellion. We're going to take a couple minutes break before that one though, so we'll be back in just a few. I'm going to run the Ladder Legends video, and then I'm probably going to throw us into like a break screen because I just need a couple minutes, guys, so I will probably just do that. So probably be a moment or so here till we return. I'm just going to set the invites up already so I can tell everyone it will be a couple minutes. So yeah, I'll run this and we'll be back with more StarCraft soon.
StarCraft is a freaking hard game. When you look at where you are and then where the very best are, improving can start to feel like an impossible task. But it doesn't have to be this hard. Enter Ladder Legends. Ladder Legends is a dedicated academy aimed at helping you understand, enjoy, and improve at StarCraft. More than that though, Ladder Legends is a community where StarCraft gamers can get together, make new friends, and dive deeper into the game with them. With incredible coaches and talent like Groovy, Mixu, Gamer Richie, and Tempo, you know something special is happening here. The folks over at Ladder Legends have big plans too, and aim to expand their services into other games. Potential titles include Apex Legends, Valorant, Heroes of the Storm, League of Legends, and more. Join their Discord to let them know what you want to see out of them. And if you only care about StarCraft, join their lively and active Discord anyway. They've also recently launched a fabulous website for their academy, which sports a VOD repository, masterclasses, a build order library, the ability to book one-on-one coaching, and more. Check it out by clicking the link in the video description or by scanning the QR code on screen. Once again, thank you to Ladder Legends for the support. Ladder Legends is a dedicated academy specializing in StarCraft for the moment, which has helped people who have been hard stuck break through that ceiling and hit ranks like Masters and even Grandmasters in as short as a month. Be sure to check out their fantastic new website, which sports a VOD repository, masterclasses, a build order library, and the ability to book one-on-one coaching. Gain access to all of that and more by subscribing to Ladder Legends for as little as £14.99 British pounds a month. Check it out by clicking the link in the video description or by scanning the QR code on screen.
Alrighty, guys, welcome back, welcome back. Let's get back on track.
When
Thank
you
so
look
much
at
for
where
a little
you
bit of
are and then
patience.
where the
Just
very
take a couple
best are,
moments amongst
improving can
the
start to
series.
feel like an impossible task.
And
But it doesn't
I
have
figured out a better way to do this video thing. It's not working. I keep forgetting about it. Ay, ay, ay. Alright, let's kick this off. In the bottom right hand side, our Red Terran player, and this next series is going to be Cure. He's definitely a favorite here, going up against Rebellion, who is someone you see a lot of the time signed up for these online events, but obviously results are not necessarily always following him just for signing up, so see what happens, and we'll see what goes down. Alright, so get underway and get into this as, sorry, just had to check something. Rebellion is going to be our underdog here. Excited to see if he can make something happen. I mean, Q is going to be a tough opponent, but excited to see what will take place as we just have Reaper coming through. Get this ready to go. Cybercore and the Nexus continue to come up on the side of Rebellion. We'll see if he maybe tries a couple funky builds or so to try and get the edge here. I say, it probably needs something because Kira is going to be an absolute beast to get through otherwise, so see what is going to happen. Factory coming about, and we just get ourselves settled in for a few moments, get that underway. Again, adapting the warp gate coming through, factory coming about, just going to see the Reaper on the way, commencing the building up. We do have our first Reaper going to be here to start pinging away at this pylon, so a little bit of damage being done initially. Again, Reaper and the Hellion both coming through, so we just get that coming by for the moment. Reaper comes across, just going to be seeing the, again, warp gate and the Adept coming about. Twilight Council coming in. Reaper is going to end up taking shots of damage, just getting pushed over to the side for a moment or so. The Reapers there will, like I say, gather up for a moment. So we join up together and take a moment or two. It's going to be seeing the couple of units gathering in, the Adept already taking just a little bit of damage as well, so few shots coming out, probes, and take some damage over on the other side. So just going to push over there. And yeah, the Reapers together just trying to hold the front. 3 Reapers, so quite aggressive from Kua, who is going to be behind this as well. Going to go in with the Hellions. The Hellion to distract him the natural while he tries to run into the main base with the Reapers. Yeah, honestly, pretty well defended though from Rebellion. Onto the low ground, maybe this is where the Reapers can do some damage. They're not being killed yet, they're just being denied from doing much. No, honestly, this is still fine. Good defense, I would say. Pretty darn decent in the grand scheme of things, considering considering how things can go in these scenarios sometimes, right? We know how quickly things can get out of hand in these situations. Just going to be seeing the Reapers continue to fight, a couple probes, and so continue to come through. Pros going down. Just going to be seeing the rest of these SCVs coming about as well, so again, a lot of that coming over just for the moment as I continue to get this into play for now. So again, we get this couple of mules dropping into place, and of that coming through the couple of the Widow Mines. They're going to come over as well. Continue to get this on the way. And we're seeing those Widow Mines taking a bit more damage, so a little extra coming through there for the moment. More damage coming about as we do have our blink coming up. Stalker and the probes coming by. Reapers will be chased as the Stalker and the Adept get into the main base. With a grenade going down as well. Again, Reaper just getting pushed out one more time. Tanking a couple Marines coming through. The barracks still building. Refinery on the way. Again, our Marines will load into this bunker. It's just going to get straight back over there as well. Pulling back through for the moment. Still just going to get here. They're going to deny both those Widow Mines very quickly. So this Widow Mine drop does absolutely nothing. So that goes nowhere. That's pretty decent. Except we'll chase to the front to start us off on this little bit of continued pressure, or attempt to continue pressuring. A Marine popping out for a moment or two as well. So just trying to see what's going on there. That actually ends up shading up into the main base, which a little bit of a crazy play for the Adept. Doesn't feel like there's going to be a positive outcome for the Adept in that in that regard. I feel like that's going to be a pretty miserable ending for it. So yeah, not much to be done in that one. As you just see, charge coming up. The few Stalkers now at the front from Rebellion, going to try and play defense. Rebellion, here you go. Here's some info for you guys. I love this. Rebellion played 133 OSC events this year, so that's why he's up in this upper bracket. He played a lot of stuff. That's the cool thing about OSC. You can play in a lot and qualify through to these bigger events as well. Always such a cool mechanism. Always multiple ways to qualify. It's not just about being good. That's why sometimes you have these matches where Akira probably didn't play that many events, but what he did play in, he did a lot better in, hence the ability to be here and in the, bracket or so. So yeah, you have this a little bit of a disparity, but I mean, not really bad, but like you do have a favorite in Cure is what I'm trying to say. And the underdog in Rebellion in this matchup. It's fun. It's fun to see the underdogs get their chance in the big tournaments as well, right? So in that regard, very cool. See the couple of Marines still moving about, trying to see what else is going on for a couple moments. Temple Archives coming up, +1 charge coming online as well. Let's see a few pros going down. These Marines are stemming in, and they're going to get some damage done very quickly. So a bunch going down immediately here as the Marine Marauder continues up. Concussive Shells and the +1 attack upgrade will also continue into play. The Stalkers continue to move themselves around once again. It's just repositioning, resetting, getting ready to go one more time in the near future here. Halcon will be morphing in. Just going to get that straight underway. And yeah, Storm coming up, +1 attack coming through. Marine Marauder and the armor upgrade. Let's say a little bits of everything coming through for the moment as we just get settled. So yeah, Storm +1 coming about. Just going to see the Zealot Stalker, Archon Immortal gathering up as well. Going to see the bio on the left-hand side going to stem through. The Zealots will get warped in. Just going to be seeing the bio still pulling back. Couple force fields coming down. Widow Mine shots coming off as well. So a little bit more of that all coming in. We do see the Zealots still coming forward. The Hallucination pops up. The rest of this army still chasing in also. Just pushing through. The Immortal going to get taken down. The Archon getting picked off. A couple of Zealots are still being picked away at as well, and these other favorite does what a favorite does, which is look good quickly and effectively against the opposition. Alright, we're gonna go Old Republic here for map 2. Couple moments. The Wardy Shade, you can be good or play a lot. That's not shade. I mean, it is shade, but like, you know, it's not calling anyone out. It's just, you know, people are freaking good. But the fact that you have a chance to play in these bigger events and to show what you can do to a bigger audience because you can, you know, play a lot, kind of works as well, no? It's a cool system. Ay. Alright, we're going to kick off into game 2. Get this underway. Get this started. Alright. Let's kick into the action, my friends. Let's get this going. Old Republic for this next map. In the bottom left side is going to be our red Terran player. This is going to be Cure. In the top right, our pink Protoss is going to be Rebellion. Alright, so let's see what this next game brings us. We will send the probe out initially, as a starting point at least, so see where this goes, and we will work from there. Probe scouts all the way over side the map. Cybercore Nexus both building through. Bring the orbital coming up. A little bit of establishing here early on, waiting to see where exactly we're going to take things. Yeah, in this game too. And the Nexus building by, factory coming over. I'm going to finish on the barracks, and just going to move off over to the sides. Keep it chilling on the low ground, looking to try and apply the pressure up to that high ground maybe, but unless it's a good wall off. Kept losing the Reaper. I was just trying to dart around, but not well controlled, unfortunately for Q, and that will go down for the moment. This Stargate definitely something we don't see a lot of. See if Rebellion can maybe make it work, but there's the last common tech choice in DVT. I was going to say, coming through here is a little scary, right? Because Depth's moving through, the Widow Mine's nearby. I'm just looking at this and feeling as though there's obviously going to be that possibility of, especially because you're playing Stargate, the Cyclone and the Marines combining to come across and get a lot done. We will see, though, as we settle through just for the moment and see what will come next. The medevac into the main base is going to run straight by here. And the Phoenix is obviously going to be able to completely shut this down, because even if you drop the mine, it should get lifted, which it does. The medevac dies, the Widow Mine gets lifted. This will just get completely cleaned up initially, right away. Cyclone Marines and the Raven still coming through. Cyclone still moving around on the top side as well. And again, charge probes and the Nexus continue to come in as well. Cyclone building, barracks on the way, a couple more Marines coming through. Just going to be rallying out. The Cyclone also getting put into place at the moment. As we'll start up the stim pack on that barracks and again the extra Marines coming over just for now. Because you get a lot of this pulling. The Phoenix going to get into the main base. Lift up one SCV in the process here, and the Cyclone locking on for another Phoenix or so. Looking to try and get a little more out of that. Trying to be a little aggro. We have a couple of Cyclones going to both come through, and they are going to go and just go after the Phoenix right away. So just going to chase that straight away. And Stem and the +1 comes through. I'm just going to be seeing the Phoenix and the charge and the armor upgrade building for the moment. We do see the rest of this all gathering up as well. So again, a couple of steps forward. Army collecting. I mean, here's waiting until Stim at the very least before he fights. So he's not in an immediate kind of need to get anything done. So he'll just sit back, chill, and wait. Again, the Phoenix and the armor upgrade coming through. The Marine Marauder coming up with a Stim Pack combat and +1 upgrade as a part of this at the moment. Here's the Cyclones move over. Now you're going to see the Phoenix and the armor upgrade continuing by. So, like I say, Rebellion clearly has his sights on the future, but yeah, okay, I was going to say, what's the juice of this army going to be? And there's my answer. Templar Archives is going to come down. I mean, that makes sense, I guess, that we're just going to go charge into the Storm. Obviously, we've already kind of passed the point where you probably go Phoenix Colossus or anything, right? So this does make sense, but you never know with the guys that we don't see as much of. Sometimes they have the unorthodox styles. They're trying to make the weird things work. And, you know, my commentary is based off watching the top guys play the meta builds, right? So don't want to discount the possibility of Rebellion with his crazy 7-minute Colossus switch after Phoenix or something like that, you know. Now the Fusel's still moving about. Just going to be having ourselves the Storm, the armor upgrade, all building through. A couple of gates and probes will build by in this situation as well. A lot of units still gathering to the top, collecting together. Another warping coming in just for now. Combat shield is about to complete. The +1 attack upgrade will be done soon as well. And again, Storm building, gate building, pylons building. Phoenix in the middle of the map from Rebellion. Join up to. Here's supply looking very good, up 30. Most of that in the army as well, and the army is also just already across the map, so it's already in a pretty good place to try and move forward and to maybe try and make a little bit of something happen here. Cyclone locks on, probe will go down, pylon just going to get picked away at. We make our way over to this right-hand side in this base. I mean, Storm not done just yet, so these High Templars do not aid for another few seconds, so that in itself is a bit of a problem. Bio just stim up, so we thought we got some damage ready. Just going to see the first Storm coming down on a chunk of those bio units, another Storm coming down, chasing things away. Just for the moment. Gonna come charging through. Phoenix gonna get a lift on the tank. The rest of those units getting caught up as well, so a couple of moments here, well, figure this out, but it still feels like we just have so much firepower on the side of Kira. Like, he has so much to utilize right now. We come over again. Medivacs still producing through. That Ghost Academy coming up as well, so a lot of that's still coming into play. Just gonna keep the pressure onto this Nexus and damaging it through. So again, a little bit more value where we can. There's Elder Gun charge forward again. Q has a bunch of units to the right side, so even if this part does not exactly go amazingly for him, he's got the attack into the natural, which I'm not sure we really have an answer to right now as Rebellion, because he's been focused on just saving himself over on the right instead. So kind of expected that to be a problem, and yeah, I mean, we run through here. Wouldn't mind gonna get some good connections off as well. And now if we see units running back over on the right side, we're gonna run back in on the left. However, we do hit a pretty good Storm, so a lot of Q's army is gonna be low HP. They're just gonna sit in this concave. There's not enough units here right now, and this Nexus might die before Rebellion does much else about it. The units from the natural load up into the main base. And there's a couple of Zealots walk in. Like I say, the Nexus goes down before you're actually able to get there to save the day. And that means you're down at third base. Instant rebuild from Rebellion, who's now losing probes in the main base. And Kira has just outpaced him heavily with the control of these armies. And you can see that Rebellion is just ending up in a very tough situation where he just can't get control of this game back under wraps. He just can't. He's just consistently ending up in tough position after tough position. Now 27 probes down. He's obviously not exactly well set at this point in time, and Yeah, I think it's fair to say that game 2 may be going the way of Kua. Our favorite is doing favorite things. Looking very convincing so far. Blinking that +2 upgrade still coming about. 2-2 on the way on the engineering base as well. So just bringing all of that through too. Army still at the top side is going to move over. So a little bit of bio just heading up top. The medevacs are going to be right there as well. And a lot of that coming into place at the moment as the medevacs load up one more time. Figure out what they want to try and do. +2 and blink all coming in. 2-2 upgrades coming about as well. See the rest of that coming online currently. Well, Storm comes down. Some of those bio units are going to be kept away. Another Storm hitting some of the bio. Another units unload in the back of the main base. A couple of these probes are going to begin to drop very, very quickly here. So a bunch of probes begin going down. Right, Templar, I'm going to get a Storm off toward the front as well. A couple more units still dropping. Damage being dealt. And +2 and blink still coming into play as well. So again, a lot of that coming through for the moment. Looking very reasonable. It's just, I mean, now +2 and blink is obviously being denied. Can't really say much else about this that was going to be positive. Like, this was getting to be worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. This was just not taking any sort of positive ending. And simply put, that will just be that. I mean, yeah. Kua. A little bit too much and a little bit too good for Rebellion in Game 1 and Game 2 so far, unfortunately. Like I say, this happens sometimes in this tournament, especially because we got favorites and players who have, who are very good, such as Kua, against someone like Rebellion who has grinded and grinded to be here. Unfortunately, you're first. I actually think Rebellion could have had a shot against a lot of players, and think he'll have a pretty good showing in the lower bracket in terms of what he might do there. I think he plays against the winner of Mana Milky Cow. I don't think he's a favorite there, but I think he can have a better showing. I think Kua really is one of the... Like, when you look at, like, the first round players, Kua is, like, one of the tougher players you could have drawn, right? So, definitely a world where you're like, okay, I get it, I see it, like, just an unlucky day for him in terms of who he drew. And sometimes you gotta do that. We're not done yet, obviously, it's a 2-0 lead for Kua, it's not over yet, but... Just trying to say, don't doubt Rebellion in the rest of this tournament. Like, he's still going to probably be one of the bigger underdogs, but I think in some of the other matchups he'll have a little bit more to show. Because he's not looking terrible against Kua in, like, the early stages. He clearly knows what's up. He's clearly able to kind of compete at a certain level. It's just, once the macro kicks in, once the multitasking and the army control kicks in, keeping up with someone like Kua is a tall order. And thus far, something that Rebellion, like I say, cannot quite, unfortunately, keep up with. It'll be game 3 in a couple of seconds, guys. We get this ready to go. Kua's next level. Yeah, I mean, that's what it comes down to, right? Here is just next level. I think that's just a very fair and true statement, so... Yeah, alright, Tourmaline coming up, guys. We are going to be in a moment for this map number 3. Kua looking for a 3-0. But yeah, second of the day is SHIN 3-0'd Skillets early. We've not seen a 5-game series yet, so... In a bit of a... it's not been a short day, because obviously we had some long PVZs as well, but not exactly been long game-wise. Like I say, no 5-game epics or anything just yet. Again, it's just day 1. We've got 9 days of OSC Championship action to go through in total, so keeping that in mind. Plenty of time for things to happen. And to stay exciting. 2-0 lead right now for Kua in the upper right-hand side. I really think he can make a deep run in this upper side of the bracket, like... I really think he's going to have a very good shot of just going a long way, to be honest. So, yeah, I really do think he's going to be having a lot to show us in the near future. Excited to see him in his next games over the course of the bracket. He should be playing against Geralt next, right? If he does win this, because by just working down in order, so yeah. If he does win this, it's against Geralt. I actually think PvP might be where Rebellion could kind of shine as well. I think he's going to get the chance against Geralt per se, but like I say, if he drops to that lower bracket, maybe you meet Mana there. I guess I do think there's chances for Rebellion to look good and to actually take games, to be honest, so... Yeah, excited. Let's see how that plays out. Well, Barracks coming up, SCV on the way, Cybercore and the Probe coming up as well. We just wait to see what's going on. Taking a couple moments to get this set up. Reaper and the Orbital coming through, the Cybercore producing. Nexus Nexus goes down on the natural expansion as well. Just going to get that straight into place right now. Factory building up here from Q. Just going to get that on the way. Nexus coming through. Stalker on the warp gate still building. Got a lot of this coming by for the moment as we'll just see again the Nexus coming about for now. Get that underway. Reaper going to hit at this pylon, so damage being done. Council building for Rebellion here, so getting that up and running. Again, the warp gate and the Adept coming through. Got a lot of this building for a couple of seconds. You can see that stop with building commands going to come in about. Just going to be seeing a couple of Reapers hanging about over here. I'm going to be joined by a Hellion in a few moments, so just going to bring that all across. And we're going to go poking at the front as a little grenade goes down. Deal a little bit of damage. Stalker and the Adept just going to be there to, like I say, keep a couple of things pinned away for a moment or two. Nothing too crazy, nothing too serious overall. As yeah, Cyclone, a couple of Marines will come up. The medevac still building. A lot of that underway for the moment. A couple probies going down as there's just a Reaper here already getting some kills. Alongside the other Reaper. The other Reaper had the kills. This Reaper is the survivor, for now at least. As a Reaper will just keep on nibbling. So a couple probes take some damage, just going to be seeing the Adept shading. Reapers get cleaned out. And that will be that for the moment at least. Medevac loads and the Cyclone and the few Marines will all gather and take their journey across the map. So Medevac going to boost down bottom side. And again, we see the Blink, the tank, the Marines all coming up. Robo Facility on the way through at that probe on as well. Pylon still coming into play. And a lot of the rest of this on the line as you see the Nexus. It's going to be building through here and already here to put some pressure onto it. Going to load up and move into the main. As units start to step towards the third base to play defense, now you're going to have to get a warp in here. 2 Stalkers. Need to be careful because once the Cyclone locks on, that could obviously be trouble. You can see the rest of the Stalkers showing up. Obviously, no Blink just yet, so they're pretty minimal in terms of what you can do. But the Marines will not get out of there. We killed a couple probes overall, and Hellion and the Natural was actually still going, so still finding a little bit of juice to run off of, and trying to find just a little extra over the next couple of moments. 4 probes going down. Medevac on the bottom side going to come across. Again, 2 barracks, 2 SCVs, tank and the Marine, the Raven. Coming up as well. Medevac continuing through. Nexus and the Assimilator coming online. Again, a few Stalkers step down over the bottom. See what else is going to happen. Teams coming about. Stalkers out over to the right. Just going to be seeing the Marine tank army continue to come through for a couple of moments. So that's going to be unfortunate because these Stalkers are going to miss the Marine tank portion of this that's just kind of walked across. So they're going to be out of position here as a Rebellion. Yeah, these Stalkers just don't think they can do much here because there's not a lot there. Actually, they are going to blink in, so they're going to try and do something. Is it going to make up for the third base being under heavy siege over here? That part is probably going to be answered with a no. The Stalkers actually recall back to try and get here to actually play a defense, realizing the importance of maybe keeping this position alive a little or so. The double tank is going to make it brutal. The Stalker's going to blink forward. Order turret comes down. How many of these Stalkers do we kill? Takes a little while, but we'll get through the tanks. Stalkers get locked onto by the Cyclone again. Good blink away, good micro away, to be honest. Keeping things as safe as possible currently. It's going to be seeing the rest of these units going down, and this is starting to be, I think, the cleanup that we're looking for, to be honest. So, cleanup is made, and Rebellion lives, although the supply is obviously not where it wants to be. The supply is right down in the gutter. Now there's a little drop in the main base, just trying to do a little extra towards the end of this as well, which will not quite go where you want it to. Extra gates coming down. Just going to be seen again. Stimpack Combat Shield and +1 all still building up. Marine Marauder, Medevac, Widow Mine coming through as well. You see the other units here. It's going to make their way toward the upper right-hand side. So the few Stalkers are going to step forward, move to the top, see what we can do. Try and put some damage in for the next couple of moments. Again, Stimpack Combat Shield +1. Well, that's building by already. So I feel like once Kyo gets that, it's going to be go time, it's going to be push time, and that's where we're going to see Rebellion immediately kind of feeling pressure. Again, just a lot of army supply missing for him to be kind of where he needs to be at this stage, and without that army supply being apparent, I think we're going to be in for some trouble, to be honest. Like I said, I just don't think there's too much we can really do here. Medevac unloads a few of the Marines, so just going to pop those out over in this direction. Stalkers, Colossus, the Zealot coming through, the charge coming up. You can see the few Marines going to try and stim and do whatever they can. The Stalker or 2 will get rid of the Medevac, so it will go down and get some damage. We killed 11 probes because this Medevac over here is still going big as well, so that's going to be damage being dealt. And then you've got the rest of the army coming across the map too, so you kind of pick it, you can choose it, you can hit wherever you want. All of these engagements from Kira are looking good enough to probably get a W on the board and take the 3-0-3 to play Geralt in the second round of the OSC Championship. SCV is going to transfer over, Command Center will float across. You'll see the rest of this bio army still collecting together, a couple Medevacs just going to join up overhead, and again the extended thermal lance will be building on the Robo Bay already, so again we bring that straight through. Double armory from Kua, which feels like a little bit of a mistake caught in the moment. He's just sieging this 4th base, making these units walk into the 4th if they want to play defense on this, which is going to be expensive. We are going to try and fight it. The Colossus are going to be all that's left in the moment, and they're not going to take long to fall once everything else is dropped, and that is going to be game. Are we going to GG right now? We are going to GG right now, because there's not really much else to do there as Rebellion. That one is kind of done and dusted already, so just better to say GG. Get along with it. And I'd say quit while you're ahead, but quit before you get even more behind, I suppose. At the end of the day, this one was not going anywhere for him. And it's Kua! Like, Kua's freaking good. There ain't no shame in losing to Kua. Alright, guys, that leads us to a 5th series of the day. I think this one will be a bit closer. I think, actually, this one could be pretty darn fun. Classic versus Percival coming up in a few moments' time. Perfecto. Alright, we'll take a moment or two. We'll get into this, guys. Get this ready to rumble. And we will go into another PvT. And this will be our last match of the day, guys. This is it. We've made it all the way here. Beautiful stuff. Before we get in, let me show you guys this beautiful Ladder Legends poster. You guys can take a read of this. I need to move this up as well. There we go. Boom! If you want to improve at SC2, whether it's climbing the ladder, mastering builds, or becoming a world champion contender, Ladder Legends is the place to be. You can check them out at ladderlegendsacademy.com, or on their YouTube or Twitter at Ladder Legends or Ladder Legend. You check it out to get yourself in on some coaching sessions and more. And thank you to Ladder Legends for sponsoring the OSC Championship 13. I'll just leave this up, let you guys read through while I get this series host and we wait for some ads to play over the next moment or two. Get this sorted out and get to a finishing point on the day with this last series coming through, guys. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Do 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 do. Cool. Cool. All right. I think we're pretty much ready to go, guys. So thank you for being here with us and standing the downtime as well. Not as much of it, just a little bit of waiting to get into this one. But we are ready to go, I believe. Let's do this. Last series of the day, Classic Percival. This one's obviously interesting because it's round 2 of the bracket instead of round 1 because they get seeded there. So some higher seeds getting to play against each other right now. And we'll see whether it's Classic or Percival. That will move on through into round 3 of the competition there. Next opponent would be Shameless, Jumi, Nicorakt, or Christiana. And if they were to move through them, Solo would be in the next round. So it's, I mean, for someone like Classic, you think it's a very doable bracket. Someone like Percival, doable but very difficult, right? Like Classic, we know, I mean, he's the WardiTV 2025 champion. He can clearly win brackets like this. But you're playing it, you know, and he is Classic, top right, blue Protoss, but he's playing Percival, who I think is a dangerous opponent. Not someone to be taken lightly. Like, is he my favorite in this series? No. Do you mean my favorite to beat Sola? No, probably not. But could he? Yes, I actually think he could. I think he could cause some upsets. So we'll see what happens on this matchup. And first of all, as we'll see if Percival can put up a fight against Classic and stay in the winner bracket, or see if he gets knocked on down to the lower bracket alongside the others today. Although he would be 1 round or 2 rounds deeper in the lower bracket, so there is that to think on, which is nice. Being able to start a little bit deeper in the lower bracket is awesome, because that obviously means you've already guaranteed yourself a bit more money by finishing a bit further up the standings. SCV producing through on the command center, refinery building up at the moment, gateway and the assimilator building into place, the pro coming up. You see the barracks coming down from Percival as well. Alright, Nexus, Orbital, Reaper, little bits of everything all coming through for a couple moments. Just gonna have the Cybercore on that Nexus finishing soon enough, as we'll see what Percival wants to do build order-wise. Percival is not afraid of bringing in a lot of the aggression and bringing in a lot of the more aggressive early pushes and shoves, trying to get damage and momentum in his favor early. And we know Classic is not so much about that, but he's very good defensively is the problem. And he loves to get into that storm early and can dictate with the storm. Of course, Classic has been kind of the bane of Clem all year long. So when that's one of your titles, the nemesis of Clem throughout 2025, then you kind of look at this and say, well, I'm a pretty good, darn good PvT player in that case, and that should give him confidence in this matchup, should give you guys some confidence in Classic as well if you are supporting him, because, yeah, like I said, I definitely think he's the favorite coming into this, but it'll be fun to see exactly how it pans out. Probably Council still building through, so just going to get that up and online as well. This probe scouting around. The Reaper hopped up, shot at the Adept, up down, so nothing really too substantial coming of that in the end. Nothing too major, as we just try and reset ourselves for a couple of moments. The Reaper ends up escaping away and just backing up for the moment. It's going to be a Hellion on the way out, so we're going to have a Reaper, 2 Marines, and then a Hellion, so the Hellion can kind of help to provide a little bit more scouting information basically over the course of this, and would imagine that's going to be one of the main ideas that we continue to play with here for the foreseeable future. Link coming through, Warp Gate coming online. Just gonna see that Adept trolling backwards and forwards. The Reaper on the bottom side trying to move about as well, trying to get a little bit more done. Again, the Blink building, Warp Gate coming through. That medevac still building up. A couple Stalkers going to be there. Hellion will go down. It's like a defense, right, overall from Classic. Like, he's going to clean this up without too much issue. He does get a scout, Percival, but that's all this these couple units do, which, to be fair, is the main thing that they're made for. So Classic making sure no further damage comes of them. It's just kind of doing his or just kind of proceeding to resume his role, basically, in this game. So we'll now see the Widowmine drop as the next step of this from Percival, starting to load up and go across the map. So Percival fires up and gets to the top side to start things off. A robot facility coming about, the Nexus coming through. Just gonna see again, the medevac will boost once again and just take a chance to get toward the upper right hand side right off the bat. So pushing straight up and over there. There we go. Just gonna see the Water Mines dropping down. It's gonna be seeing a couple of probes. Gonna get blasted. 2 probes go down initially. Just gonna see the Stalkers blinking up. They're gonna get rid of the medevac, so 2 workers go down. Medevac falls. Robotics facility is gonna finish up right there as well. We just have ourselves charge, stim, and +1 continue to come through for a couple of moments. That's not a bad little drop. I mean, we clean everything up as classic, but then Percival also does a good job getting a few workers. So they both players kind of look at this kind of say let's both make peace with this scenario. Like I think we both did fine. I think we both should be feeling fairly okay about this right now. So in that +1, building up the starport, ready to drop back down onto the factory here. There's going to be that command center off to the side as well. A bit of add-on swapping. Nexus already up from Classic, and he's going to go Templar Archives early, so it does look like this game 1 is going to get some Storm involved pretty quickly. Seems to be the idea that we're going to play with or play for right now, so get that up and running. It's going to be seen again. Stimpack Combat Shield +1, all of that coming through as we speak. Stalker's going to hang tight. The Marines, the main base, just going to try and keep pushing a couple things back where possible as well. And that Storm and that Charge both continue to come through just for the moment. Getting up for as much of this as possible. Stalker going to clean out a little bit over to the side. Just going to get a bit of shut down over there as well. Again, having the Storm and the Charge continue to build through for now. Just going to see an Assimilator dropping down onto the Natural. Double Medevac going to load up, and that's going to be a little move over for that, so we'll see if that drop can end up doing much of anything. It's going to be a reasonable question, I would guess. It's going to be led by a Raven, so the Raven will keep an eye on anything that's kind of ahead, or maybe spotting for drops. I can maybe tell that drop to turn around if it needs to before it gets there, before you give it up for no actual purpose. Got some shells on the way. Combat shield about to finish. Armor upgrade coming through. We do see the rest of the bio pushing into the middle of the map as well. The Templars drop the double feedbacks and then just immediately morph into the Archon. And the Medevacs decide not to try and contest that for the moment. So just going to be backing it out. Content so far. Like I say, falling out of here for the next moment or two. So Storm coming down. Bio unit's going to have to stay tight. We do see the rest of the bio coming back in on this right-hand side. Coming straight through after a couple of those Stalkers as well. But yeah, so far Percival not really able to pierce on through this defense of Classic, as he is going to start getting the Ghost Academy online. That's obviously going to be very important here in the next couple of moments. It should help out a whole lot as we do push straight through. The damage beginning to be done. Just going to be seeing the Stalkers continue to fight for a little bit, so a little bit more damage coming straight out. Again, Ghost Academy, the Vikings, Water Mines and the Marauders all on the way through as well, so bringing a lot of that up. Now the Stalkers and the High Templars gathering over on the other side as well. Robo Bay, Forge and the Robo Facility coming through with this. The Nexus also on the way in. +1 attack upgrade is also producing as we speak, so again we get that up and online. I see the Prism is on the bottom side of the map as well, so the Prism is already getting active over here and looking to try and make something of this. The Prism very nearly going down, but not quite in the end. We'll be seeing the Prism coming back over in this direction, and we will reset things for a couple more moments. Bio going to try and get rid of this Nexus. Nice drop if we can get rid of it. Water Mines going off on the Stalkers. We probably could have killed the Nexus if we stayed on it, but he obviously decided to try and get some Stalkers instead, so Percival trying to find some value over a kind of unit versus unit value rather than denying the base. Percival's loss going to favor Classic just slightly coming out of this, but not bad for Percival. There's a couple more units at the end, which obviously will still skew it a bit further, I guess, but he's reinforcing already up to the top, and Observer's going to see this army moving in. He scans, so he knows where those High Templar are, and because we saw this coming, as Classic, he's ready to split the High Templar up and make sure that they do not get caught in one big EMP, so preparation is apt there. Good feedback on that Ghost as well. We'll not let that get any sort of casting done already, so making sure nothing comes of that one. As we now pull back on the left side with the rest of that bio army. +2, +1 continue to come in. Double Colossus on the Robo facilities. And the Engineering Bay Armory, Medevacs, Marine Marauder Ghost continue to come up as well. Command center still building on the third base, just getting that into position here. And that thermal lance coming through. Bio Army, Ghost coming up for the moment. Continue to come back around here with the rest of this force as well. It's just going to get straight back over, try and see what else is going on for a moment or two. I'm just going to come back around again. 2 Colossus and that Archon all build into play, so bringing a lot of this up. Classic able to kind of get through this kind of early stage, and he's now starting to max out, and this is where Classic will start to look a little bit terrifying in general at this sort of point in time. He starts to get a lot of stuff up, a lot of stuff available, and like I say, really gets to this sort of stage where right now you're going to be able to do put on a lot of pressure and maybe get a lot of things done in the next little bit of time. Units will join up already, so just looking to settle in here. You have our +2 attack, +2 armor, both building into play. The little warp in over here from Classic, just going to get the sentry through. I mean, that's him maxed, so his army looks good, right? Bunch of Colossus, bunch of Storm. He's on kind of that dream position, and now it's up to Percival to find some decent fights for himself over the foreseeable future. Try and keep himself in something of a playable position here. A couple more EMPs coming down, the Zealots still going through. A couple of Storms going to try and come in as well, so just going to try and get a little bit extra out of all of this. A little bit of back and forth will set up once again. Stalker's gathering too, and again just gonna have another Widowmine shot or so coming about right now. Just gonna be seeing the Colossus pushing forward. Pressure coming straight through this, then the Bio gonna try and fight a couple of the Archons, will melt to the EMPs. The Vikings not dying super quickly, so actually gonna have a chance to work through these Colossus, although still surviving for a long time. Man, Colossus can be so tanky sometimes. And those Vikings don't have an attack upgrade, that just Colossus seem to last forever, especially when they weren't EMP'd as well, so you gotta eat through the shield, then everything else. Now microing the Hurt Colossus into the Prism to try and protect it from anything else happening here, basically, is the current plan of action. Vikings will at least get rid of 1 Colossus now. Looking for the other ones to get rid of 2, actually. Now the Prism could be a good target as well. Classic still trying to force his way forward, as he had to really drop a major Storm on this army the last few moments, so that is going to be a factor. Finally, a Storm comes down as the High Templar kind of lead the charge forward there for a second or two. That's not exactly pretty either. Not what you want to be seeing some of your major tech units doing. As Classic still trying to force the issue here, pushing on up. Colossus and the Zealots continue to chase on in for the moment and just looking to get as much done as possible. We are going to be seeing Classic continue to push Percival all the way back into his bases. Now getting on top of the economy. And if you start to deny these bases, that would be huge. Prism could be targeted here. Stop the warping of the Zealots. That means everything else, though, gets abandoned. The Colossus will go down very soon after. And Percival is going to kill a lot of this army of Classic. He lost 20 SCVs in doing so, so his economy did take hits. He's about to finish up 2-2. Up in army supply right now. Could he go across the map and make something happen here? Classic has a lot of bases, so the base count very good for him. Bio army able to get through. That first pylon already going down. Now this Nexus going to be taking some damage in this bottom side as well. It's just going to, again, keep on working through that. 3-3 upgrades will build. High Templars and Colossus coming up and online as well. Again, the rest of this army continue to set up back at home. I mean, Classic can obviously rebuild quickly because he's got a ton of bases to work with, and that's going to be one of the major issues that you see here as Percival, basically. Like, how do I work through that much economy of my opponent that quickly? That's a very good question, and it's not something that I think you are going to be able to do very easily at all. And even though he took a pretty okay fight. Resources lost is going to favor Percival, but boy does it need to, and Classic has base after base after base. 88 workers, he obviously killed 20 SCVs. He's out of position here, though, and Percival will be able to find himself at least this forward expansion, so one base will go down, and Classic will run over to try and deal with that army. Does Percival let him take that fight? No, he's going to back away for the moment. He'll actually end up kiting back against the Zealots. Just the Vikings in a good place that can zone the Colossus nicely. Archons are going to struggle to hit the Vikings over this dead airspace, so such a cute little position for the Vikings to be on. And a base over here as well. Classic using that as a warping point, and the pylon will reinforce to hit the Zealots over on the left-hand side. Now the Bio is stimming up to the top. Probes in the Nexus immediately in some trouble here, and we will see this base going to go down pretty darn quickly. much more. Those probes going down. The Zealot's going to get busy over on that side as well. 23 probes, 10 SCVs. The rest of that army continue to gather together. I'm just going to be having the rest of this now down the bottom coming through. A couple of Liberators are going to fire. Vikings going to shoot at the Colossus as well. I mean, this base going down. Percival needs to clean up this main army, and I don't think he's got the supply to do it. Good effort from Percival, and in the kind of game where I actually expect Classic to do well, right? Percival put a little bit of a run for the money on Classic, but at the end of the day, it's Classic who's going to stomp through this final stage of the army and get GG's to take a 1-0 lead in the best of 5. So Classic will take the 1-0 advantage as we'll get ready for a game 2 with Classic leading with that 1-0 edge at the moment. Alright guys, I think we're just going to go straight into it. No ads, believe it or not. Oh my god. Crazy business. Crazy business. Alright, get this underway, get this started. Click into this game. I just got a notification from my own YouTube stream. Click on that, give it a like. Oh, never mind, that was from 2 days ago. Bro. Now I'm getting freaking links to my streams from 2 days ago. Oh my god, YouTube, bro, what are you doing? Why don't you tell people about my other videos instead of the freaking live streams of OSC Challenger brackets that aren't live anymore? YouTube's gone crazy, man. Alright, heading into White Rabbit for game number 2. Percival will trail by a map, and it is Classic then in the driver's seat of this best of 5 after one single game. In the top right hand corner, we're going to have ourselves the blue Protoss player here. This is Classic. He's up against the red Terran, who is down a map in the bottom left hand side, Percival. It was genuinely a little bit of a close game. There's definitely opportunities for Percival. People that played a lot of it right, but then in the long term did need to get a little bit more careful about some of those later engagements and try and tackle that later game army a little bit as well, to be fair. So again, our red Terran in the bottom left, we'll see what he can try and do. As the simulator comes up, gate coming in, probes building, racks in the gas all coming online. The SCV coming through too, so a lot of this coming through just for the moment, getting that set up. Probe will nibble at the racks, the SCV. We'll nibble in return. We go back and forth for a few moments. Yeah, SCV just gonna end up chasing that probe for a couple moments. Gonna see the probe take a few more shots. Like I say, or as we see, getting nibbled away at here, getting pushed around for a little bit. Got the engineering bay block on the natural, and obviously we'll turn that into the forced base over here. So it's a bit of an out-of-position base. What will Percival do about that? Obviously, you don't have to do something. You can just kind of say, cool, well, now the threat is there, but, you know, it is an opportunity you can absolutely try to take advantage of, perhaps. So there is a possibility there, maybe. Something we might be able to see. Next is about halfway done. The battery's still coming up and online. Stalk on the probe coming through. Warp gate building. And yeah, the factory is going to be coming up from Percival at the moment. The Reaper continues to go to the upper right-hand side. And the Reaper pulls away. Obviously, just checking on things for the moment. It's going to be a Twilight build from Classic. Surprise, surprise. Who would have guessed? Obviously, pretty standard, pretty typical. And see where we go from there with that. Marines coming about, the starport coming through. Wouldn't mind the SCV coming over as well. That Stalker still stepping over to the right side, just chasing the Reaper around for a little bit. And blinking the warp gate going through. A few different little bits and pieces coming online as the Wood of Mine orbital coming in as well. The few Stalkers will gather up. Gates Robo Facility, the blink and the warp gate all coming through. We have ourselves the medevac and the Marines coming online, the SCVs coming over, Tech Lab building. Which I'm gonna be on the way maybe soon. Unless we swap the starport to the Tech Lab as well. We can try to get something out of that. What are we going to want out of the Tech Lab starport? Raven, obviously, a big possibility. And that is exactly what we're going for. You could maybe switch it up and play some Cloak Banshees and so just Banshees in general and some aggression and some harassment heavy play, but first of all choosing to kind of steer more towards the Raven, which is obviously very good in certain scenarios, used against DTs and so, but also just great at harassing as well, to be fair. So, the Mine Drop going to come in. Classic pulls the probes initially and is then going to pull them back, and we're just going to re-target a couple times for Percival. He's going to get the one kill there, unburrow and try to run away with it, as now the medevac goes into the main base. Blink not done, so the Stalkers will not do enough, and this should be retargeting a couple of times just to try and waste time if possible, which he does. And now the medevac going to go down, I believe. Oh, just gets away. A little bit of an odd angle here. It looks close, but in reality, it is not quite so close. It's only just out of reach. And the Stalkers will not quite get the kill. I thought they were going to have one more volley, but it's calculated on my behalf. Well, the Raven will come over, and it will obviously add another kind of positioning of harassment, so we'll see how this Raven does. Like I say, setting up in the next few moments, coming over that pylon for a couple of seconds there. And yeah, Robobay, Nexus, Charge, all those little bits and pieces coming through as well. A couple Stalkers gather up, Raven overhead still, and again the Racks, the SCV, and the Marines coming through. Stalkers will settle in the center. And like I say, Charge and Robobay still just building up for the moment as well, so bringing all of that by. Set up here. And a few of the Marines and the tanks moving over. The Stalker's going to blink about a little bit as well. Blinking into this main base, and Stimpack might be saying a quick goodbye in this game. That said, there's a lot of units moving across the map, so we're going to deny Stim, starting the other Tech Lab immediately. Marine tank is just going to try and push, and I mean, Stalkers at least are out of position. Right, like that's my saving grace of this, I guess, for Classic. Who's going to recall into... Okay, I don't like the recall onto this base, but these Stalkers are going to just instantly die, so multiple Stalkers go down very quickly here. Obviously feels a little bit disastrous in the grand scheme of things. The Marines can try and fight. The Stalkers coming in towards the tanks. Okay, what's weird now is that Percival's out of position, because he's off up to the top chasing the probes down, which is not a bad thing per se, but it does take away the possibility of him taking down as many of those Stalkers as he can. But he kills 18 workers, and he kills a lot of the Stalkers still too, and so the supply does plummet here from Classic, and his position is going to get a whole lot worse right there. Now Wood of Mine over here gets 4 more workers. These Marines are still going, and while we denied Stim, these Marines have still been super effective, and soon we're going to have Stim combat and +1 all finishing. That's going to be a major deal. That's going to do a lot of work, and that's going to make life very difficult as well here for Classic 2, I imagine. Just going to see that medevac getting jumped on. That will go down. Stalkers continue to hang about, and again, the rest of these units coming through as well for the next couple moments. See all those upgrades coming through. Like I say, once that bio upgrade force kind of gets finished up, there's going to be a pretty good shove onto the map from Percival, especially after he's done so much damage already. It's actually going to make this very difficult for Classic, who is coming through with a few Stalkers right now. Percival is not going to turn around for those. He knows he sees the opportunity across the map, and he knows he can send it. Remember that recall is on cooldown as well, so those Stalkers will not exactly be able to come back and help out with this either. So these Stalkers are super committed over here. And even if they get away, it's a long journey back home for them to get involved on this side. A Colossus is here with pretty much no protection. A Zealot or two. Gonna have the Marauders in the front, and now we're just gonna dive for it as Percival says bye-bye Colossus, and also bye-bye Warping and Zealots, and Classic has to say GG out of this game, because he cannot withstand the pressure of Percival, who will tie this series 1-1 and put himself into the series and put himself onto the scoreboard. Nicely done by Percival. Just a couple times over, kind of realizing the situation, and I think committing to what he was doing, committing to the push, committing to the fight, really, really valuable play from him in that regard, because if you don't commit to that, so often you see, oh, I'm going to try and turn, and you just take damage, the Protoss gets away, nothing really good comes of it for you as the Terran player. So I like the approach, and I like the way he sets himself up there. GG's. And it's 1-1 between Classic and Percival here in this best of 5. Again, after the day, we're going to have a bunch of the upper bracket played out. Excited to see what games we get tomorrow. I don't know what gets played when. I think we might have some lower bracket tomorrow, but like I say, not quite sure. So, yeah, excited to start filling this bracket in and start seeing who's going to be where. I mean, the upper brackets already look great. Creator versus SHIN, Geralt versus Cure. Classic Percival is the match we're watching right now already in the same round. And then also Shameless Jumi, Nicarak, Christiana. The winners of those will end up in upper bracket round 2. And after a couple more matches, you start to see Clem, Solo, Bjorn, Showtime, Hero, and Maxpax enter the winner bracket. And like I say, then the lower bracket, all those challenger players, as well as players who've been losing today, start to come into play, and that gets to be very fun as well. So, yeah, fun. I like it. I like it a lot. Alrighty, guys, we are going to take a couple of moments and head into this. I was just waiting for some ads, to be honest, but we're most of the way through them. I think we can kick this off. Alright. Winter Madness coming through. Let's go in game. Tied up 1-1. Blue Protoss player, I'm sure is going to want to see some of those longer games if at all possible. It is Classic taking on the Red Terran in the top left, tying the series up and giving us a bit of a run for Classic's money. It is Percival. Very exciting. Very exciting. Instead of recalling the Stalkers to the third, should have recalled the probes. I think just run the probes and recall the Stalkers to the natural or something, and then... The problem is recalling to the third base lost the Stalkers before they did anything, right? Pretty rough. Next coming through, SCV's building. I see the gate and the probe coming up as well, so you get a lot of that underway for the moment, settling down these early stages. That's going to be the probe of Classic going across the map. That's going to go straight over, heading to this top side. Cybercore and the Nexus both coming through for a couple of moments, so getting that all underway just initially. Probe will come and be an annoyance to the SCVs for a couple seconds. Nothing really too crazy about that overall, to be honest. Yeah, Factory coming up, Cybercore coming through, Nexus coming into play. That heads down to the bottom. Just going to be seeing the warp gate coming about, CC coming up, and the SCV coming through as well. Council will build on in, so we get that up and running as well. Things just going to get settled here. We do see that Reaper moving about too. Again, warp gate and the Twilight Council building up already, getting that all online. Just going to see the couple extra probes coming through. Reaper ends up turned away back over to the side. Just for the moment. Alright, pulls back to the left. Again, Blink and the warp gate coming up. Mobile and the barracks coming through as well. So just going to keep that on the go right here. We've seen the tech lab building up, and again, the warp gate on the way through. It's looking pretty cozy. Let's see what the Reaper and Hellion have to say from Percival. Is this is getting his second barracks up, his tank production already starting as well, so that's the potential for some kind of a marine tank shove in these early stages, so kind of setting up that possibility already. You see that Reaper Hellion coming through then, so it's going to make a little bit of a move along, and yeah, third base is coming up, so that's already something we can see over there as well. So see that third base coming through. Concussive Shells, Marine Marauder, all coming up. And again, the Rover Facility in the next is coming through too, so all of that online shortly. But this Concussive Shells kind of gets you to be a very aggressive Terran here as Percival, so that's going to be a factor. I'll salvage at the front just to begin with. Get rid of that bunker right now. I mean, this has got to be a push. If you're going to invest into concussive shells, you got to be aiming to attack. But now we're going to go Stimpack. Starport on the way. So do we really shove at any point soon? Maybe the concussive shells just to help with an early unit. That's not sure, honestly. That part I've not gonna lie, I've not quite figured out myself just yet. So alas, on we go. And the Hellion will get probe going after the other. The Stalkers get there. Reaper and Hellion both going down. Stimpack coming up. And the Marine Marauder still coming about as well. So again, get that up and underway. Yeah, the units, a few SCVs are going to join in with this as well. Stalkers stepping back. They do have that blink. They got rid of the first Marauder pretty quickly, I have to say. So that part of this becomes pretty decent. As that tank trying to be repaired up by the SCVs does not stay alive very long. Now this other tank will get sieged. This is where the concussive, you just see concussive shells there helping to get rid of one of the Stalkers. A couple of Marauders obviously add extra damage to this Nexus. It makes it a lot harder to blink onto the tanks when the Marauders are here, because obviously the Marauders will do good damage in return to those Stalkers. So that part you don't really love, to be honest. Here we are going to try and jump onto this tank, and we do get rid of it. Now the Marauders are going to be prime targets, because if you get rid of those Marauders, everything else becomes a whole lot easier to hang on to. CV's going to get chased down. There's ults coming through. Didn't really work at first. Well, I don't know what the goal was, to be honest. I mean, losing the first tank quickly is obviously rough, but like, I just don't see if I don't think the concussive shells gives you enough, and you attack at such an awkward timing. Like, he attacks when Stim's halfway done, so what, maybe if this is going well enough, then Stim kicks in while you're still pushing, and then you have a very powerful situation. Just a different way of approaching things, one I've not seen, so one I'm just trying to figure out on the fly, but it was easy to say that it doesn't really look good when Classic is busy turning it around, making it run for the hills. And in this case, the hills are the high ground of his own main base, because these Zealots are chased all the way across the map, and now these Zealots are going to get into the mineral line and be able to start dealing some damage of their own. These SCVs in some trouble, a couple of Marauders getting chased about, so a lot of that just going down. So let's keep on putting some work in. And again, the +1 attack and combat shield all building up. The Stalkers coming back through, a few SCVs going down, a lot of that being cleaned up. Robo Bay, Gateways, attack upgrade coming through as well. The Zealot Stalker Prism goes back over that left-hand side and tries to reposition a little bit here. A couple of tanks will get sieged. So at least defensively we can set up a little bit right now, but this really was not the early game you were looking for as Percival when you invested into that commitment, that push. You're now down 20 workers, Classic's taking a 4th base against you, and the economy is going to be getting out of hand soon, and yet you don't really have any way to sort of attack anytime soon. We're going to warp in more Zealots so we can control the main base of the Terran, and so Classic will completely hold on over here. A few Zealots and a Stalker on the low ground going after a tank. We'll get rid of that tank, and yeah, just Zealots all over, absolutely dominating. And the thing is, it doesn't even matter if it's scrappy and messy for Classic right now, because he's got 20 more workers, so the rebuild for him is just comfortable, cozy. He has so much money coming back on board, and that's going to be the big issue here for Percival, is that he just can't contend with what Classic is spending at this point. Yeah, I think this one's unfortunately looking to be a little bit done. The Zealots are going to charge through the Marine Marauder. The tanks are going to be in some trouble. Going to unsiege the tanks so they can actually fight back against the Zealots, and then Micro and the Medivacs too, and they will hold on against this wave of it. Although there's still the Prism in the main base. I mean, the fact you're not taking back control of your main is a pretty damning situation, to say the least. So let's keep chasing through. A couple Marines going down. Percival says GG. And Classic will take the 2-1 lead in the best of 5. Map away from advancing further through into this championship bracket by Ladder Legends, or the Ladder Legends championship bracket, I should say, sorry. Alright, let's go game 4, guys. And some speedy games. We can go no ads again. Look at us. It's like back-to-back no ads. Incredible. Incredible. Thanks for joining us today as well, guys. Appreciate you all. And don't forget, if you're enjoying, you can support. Obviously, this is an OSC event, so shout out to OSC for having us. If you're enjoying the cast and want to support the stream, do consider Prime subscribing, regular subscribing, all the usual stuff on Twitch that helps out. Mention that all of that obviously helps us to keep on doing what we do, which is casting a whole bunch of StarCraft 2. We'll also make a quick mention on the YouTube. If you are on YouTube, give us a subscription there as well. Obviously, that's just like following, but it helps out a whole bunch, helps the YouTube channel grow, and that really does go a long, long way. Ruby Rock coming up, kicking this off in a second as we have ourselves in the top left-hand side the blue Protoss player who is going to be starting this series for us. And, he started this series for us with a win and is going to continue the series now with a lead. At 2-1, it is Classic, our blue Protoss player. Last chance for Percival, our red Terran, in the upper bracket. Loser of this drops quite deep into the lower bracket. Seed 9 and 10 get the advantage of playing this round 2, and then also the loser goes one step further in the lower bracket than the other players that lose and win a bracket round 2. It's a little complex, but if you look at the bracket, you'll see what I mean. So basically, this you skip round 1 of the upper bracket, and you skip a round of the lower bracket guaranteed, even if you lose straight away. So that's a nice little bonus for having the highest seeds 9 and 10, or 7 and 8. Which one is it? Are they 9 and 10 or 7 and 8? I think they're 7 and 8, right? The seeds, yeah, being seeds 7 and 8 in the OSC season. Nice little bonus there. Alright. Early on, Probe is going to be the annoyance to just make life a little miserable. Just try and make things a bit tough for you. They're just being annoying early. Here's the current plan of action on that one. SCV is chasing the Probe about, so wants to try and be a little bit valuable as well. Just trying to be an annoyance. X and the Cybercore both building up. Orbital and the Marine building through also. A lot of that on the way. Nice and quickly here. Probe actually goes down. It's going to be a Marine first instead of the Reaper, so that does mean you do not have the scouting of the Reaper, but now we're going to go fast tech lab, so maybe Marine into Marauders and concussive shells, and maybe then we go across the map quickly with 2 Marauders. That could maybe be a way to deal some damage early. There's Marauder, there's concussive shells. If you don't have a battery up as Classic, this can go quite badly for you actually, because the Marauder can obviously latch onto units and there's no getting away. And usually the battery can at least allow you to out-damage the Marauder in the end, but if you don't have that aspect of it, then yeah, that's a bit of an issue. What's up, Raynor? Thank you so much for the raid. Welcome everybody, how you doing? We're in our last series of the day of OSC Championship action. It's Classic Percival. This is day 1 of the championship bracket. We've got a lot of days of this to come. 8 more days over January, so hello, welcome. Hope you're all doing well. Thanks for the raid. There's our Adepts. We'll chill at the front, Stimpack building, so Stimp after the concussive shell is just going to be the 1 Marauder that we step forward. Oh, sorry, no, it is 2 Marauders. I was going to say, that's so weird. Oh, 2 Marauders, and we're going to start stepping around, and we actually do kind of dodge that unit coming across the map there, so dodging this Adept for the moment is kind of neat. As the Adept moves down to the bottom side. And yeah, that means that this Adept doesn't really see what's up. Now you see what's up because this Marauder shows itself. Oh, I was going to say that SCV could have gone away. He pulled it a little bit too late, but he will kill the Adept before more damage is done. And now there's no battery on the low ground. So this is going to be an issue. I mean, there goes this Probe as well. The Stalker needs to be super careful. It cannot take a Marauder shot right here. Yeah, it needs at least the Probes in front of it if you're going to take a Marauder shot, because then at least the Marauders can't chase forward as easily. That helps out a lot. The Probe's still chasing through. The Marauder's still taking damage. Stalker's chasing in. 1 Marauder going down. 2nd Marauder taking hits still. Both of those go down for the moment. Blink continuing up. Warp Gate on the way. 6 probes going down. Again, a couple of Marauders continue to come about. Blink and this probes continue to build through. And yeah, Marine Marauder, Stim Combat Shield, a bit of everything on the way from Percival as he tries to get into the next step of this, which is that bio play. 3 racks, so he's going to be very aggressive very quickly. Trade so far, 7 probes for the 2 Marauders and the Marine. Obviously, at least we didn't lose the Stalker, so we have army value can stay strong from Classic. Stim is going to be done in a moment. We've got to be really careful here. I guess these Marauders are doing whatever. Even with Stim, I don't think they probably do too much else there, to be fair. Marauder gonna get taken down. I mean, now the other units are showing up. I mean, these units just stepped way too far forward from Classic, so he's going to lose the store because now the Sentry goes down too. Obviously, this is where Stim is going to kick into play a little bit more so as well. As yo, thank you Magic Rover for the 2-month resub on the Prime. Classic really overextended that. I don't think he expected more units. He definitely didn't expect extra Marines and even more Marauders showing up. Marauders are kind of expensive to build early games, so pretty committed from Percival, but he gets the value from it so far. Looking to cancel this Nexus now would be his goal. And get rid of that, then that's a major plus. A couple Stalkers showing up. There's units on the other side. These Stalkers don't have anywhere good to go to. We're going to start building charged. I mean, we can blink to the left. There's one Marauder and that Marine are going to grab those Stalkers. Stalker will lose that fight. The Nexus goes down, and Percival already succeeding. Up 20 supply here, and it's all in army. There's basically no army supply at all for Classic at the moment, so not exactly looking great as this bio army will have probes pulled onto it, so a couple probes going down there initially. And obviously, I mean, it's going to be a lot of workers going down in total. 13 probes go down, a couple of Marines left over, going to continue for a little bit more damage now. This Stalker in some more trouble as this Marauder just stims onto it, looking for a little bit extra at the end of all of this as well. Yeah, that's a pretty darn effective set of trades on the side of Percival as these Stalkers still try and push on further through. I mean, chasing into the line of sight blocker to get that Marauder, and we will be able to just about blink through that one as well to get out, but man, kind of crazy everything we're doing just to play a cleanup here. But, I mean, you've equalized the army count. It's now the worker count that's the issue. An 18 worker lead, no third base for Classic either, so Percival taking command of this game 4, absolutely delivering on the advantage he got from the early stage and looking to take us to our first game 5 of the entire bracket. And I don't know if anyone was necessarily predicting this because, yeah, I mean, we know Percival's good, we know he can be effective and good, but like, Classic's a beast. And Percival is kind of making Classic play his game rather than playing Classic's game like he did in game 1. And it's working out for him to try and get to this 2-2 series as Stalkers will trade well. I mean, if Classic can get enough Stalkers up and take good trades, then there's still going to be a possibility. Medevac's about to pop. That should help a lot in this situation, so that will do a lot as well. It's going to be seeing the Stalker still taking some damage. A couple of Marauders are going to end up being chased. Stalker still trading after those SCVs. Extra Zealots are going to come warping in already. It's going to see the Zealot Stalker pushing straight through. Bio going to flag a couple of those Zealots going down. Prism actually going to take a few shots off the missile turret as well, so a few more hits coming in there. 11 SCVs down. But at the end of the day, it's still a worker lead for Percival, and now an army lead again, because Classic gave up a lot to get here. Loses the Prism, and that's going to lose you the game. And he does very much so agree that that is going to be that. GG's. And we are going to call it Percival 2, Classic 2, and a game 5 on the horizon. As, yeah, we are going to end up going the absolute distance in this one. I love that, because like I say, this is maybe not the most unlikely series for game 5. I thought Percival had a shot here, but like, Classic's freaking good. Like, like Classic's very good. So, yeah, it's interesting for sure. All right, we'll go into this next one, guys. Get this ready to go, and we'll have one final map of the day coming up for you all. Get this ready to rumble here in just a couple moments. Set this off, and we will go. Boom, 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 boom. Should we send it? Give it about 20 seconds, guys. We're going to this game 5. Let's make sure the ads are a little bit more out of the way for game 5 starting up. Just because it's being kind of an aggressive setup and stuff as well, right? So it's nice just in case we get aggression early on. Make sure the ads are as cleared as we can justify clearing them. Well, you know. TLDR, I'm just going to yap on for 20 seconds, then start the game. Alright, Game 5, Percival and Classic. Going to be our last game of the day, guys. Thank you again for tuning in for OSC Championship action here on day 1. Appreciate you all. Get ready to go, go, go. In the bottom right, we are going to be seeing our blue Protoss player. This is going to be Classic. And he is taking on the red Terran player in the top left-hand side, Percival. Let's go, go, go. Takes time for Percival to use his finisher build. Proxima Roar with the fake barracks in the main. Oh. It's actually going to be Mr. Classic who's going to get aggressive here, guys. First pylon of the game goes down across the map. So Classic in Game 5 is going to say, I'm going to up the ante. I'm going to apply the pressure. Couple gates go down. Racks in the gas coming up. SCV on the way over. Just going to be seeing the probe pulling through toward the main base. Finally, the assembly coming by, the couple gates coming through. We get settling in on this one. Two proxy gateways against a Terran who is not scouting. So Percival is unaware of what's going on. Even worse, he's about a CC on the low ground, so he's going to give Classic the best possible starting point for this attack. SCV nibbles. Probe gets pushed away. And you see those couple of gates setting up, so we know that they're going to be firing on all cylinders very, very soon here. So we know that that is very close to happening. Just going to be seeing that probe nibbling at the SCV for a couple of seconds. I'm going to drop the bunker down now as well. So start to try and prep this. I mean, there's no shot we hold the low ground is the issue. It's just Percival doesn't know that yet, as now the Zealots show up. Time to figure out a disastrous position. Marine does get held back. The Reaper is obviously going to put damage out as well. We're going to buy time to get the bunker on the high ground. We need this Marine to finish and to potentially, I was going to say, reposition the barracks to wall. That would do a lot for you here. Obviously, the two Stalkers showing up are an issue because the Stalkers are something that can do a lot of work, and obviously they can reach across the depot so they can shoot at the SCVs and make life a lot tougher for you right now. Eight SCVs already going down. Make it 9. Obviously, a very committed build though on the side of on this side of Classic. So you need a lot of damage. You need to do a lot here, otherwise this is not going to be justifiable. The thing is, so far we're definitely getting justifiable damage. 10 SCVs is great. Let's see what else happens here as the few Stalkers gather together. We get all set up and get ready to go into the next step of this. Nexus and the Adept and the Warp Gate all coming online. It's going to be seeing the Tech Lab Starport and the Command Center coming through. The Reaper of Percival gets down to the bottom right side. Nexus sets up, gets underway. Woodermine fails the Adept Shade trick. Oh, sorry, the Adept fails the Adept Shade trick, and the Woodermine does kill the Adept in the end. It's Percival across the map, but the Reaper is going to be up against the battery, so not really going to find much love there. Classic just keeps applying the pressure right here, and this depot is going to be saved, but at the cost of even more SCVs with the expansion coming up. I mean, we do have an expansion replacement from Percival in the main base now. So Reaper does force the recall in the end, which is a little bit funny, all things considered. But it feels like it's going pretty darn well for Classic, but the Reaper actually has to be recalled against. Classic has still done a lot of work here, still done a lot of damage, put himself in a great position. Looking to keep it up right now as we continue through. Probably counts on Robo coming about, that Warp Gate coming online. Just going to see those few Stalkers still picking away. Siege Tank is going to hit and hit hard. So we're going to fire up some damage there as well. And we will start a break out of this as Percival. It's just going to be a little bit of a slow going breakout. Stalkers will shoot, Reaper going down. Just see the Adept shading forward. Marines and the tanks gather together. It's going to be seen again. Cyclone, the Marine, gathering as well. And charge coming up. The probes, the Observer, all coming through too at the moment. It's just bringing a lot of that up and online. The Stalker's going to get in straight after the Orbital Command right here as well. So they're going to push straight through for that. The Medevac taking damage as well. Medevac just going to have to hold back for a couple of seconds. We're going to get some units. If we can keep that Medevac alive, I'd love that. Going to save the unit and keep the Medevac alive. I like it, but obviously still can't get to the low ground. Classic able to continue pushing this position and pressuring this place, so not exactly going well for you here as Percival currently. See the Orbital at least getting down to the low ground, so that is something. But yeah, we're down 10 workers. Can we start to stabilize a little bit? Tank shot's good. Cyclone is going to be good to kind of follow up as well. Should pull those Marines back and not let the Stalkers get free shots off. Tank going to fall back a bit further. We're not convinced we can defend against this right now, which I don't disagree with, although it is no blink. He's going to put the tank high ground, which is very safe, but it obviously still means the Orbital can take some shots. So it's a little bit of a rough scenario. Temple Archives, Gateway, Prism. You name it, Classic's kind of on the way to it. Still has these two gateways up as well. This entire game has just spiraled completely out of... I'll try and talk properly, guys. Has spiraled completely out of control so quickly. It's kind of the issue that you're seeing, and at this point, Storm just chrono boosting along, just going to get that Temple Archives. Its upgrade completed, and that's going to be a major factor as well, for sure, at this point. Is we just drop a scan in, just going to be clicking up on the Observer at least, which is one thing for Percival. We are down 12 workers. The issue I have for Percival is I think his success in this series has also just come from the more aggressive games. So in a game where he's playing off the back foot, he may not ever get a chance to be the aggressor or to play aggressively. And as such, you might just get forced into the longer game that Classic looked better in game number 1, right? I think that's a kind of a problem too, is that Classic has basically taken and stripped Percival from his biggest strength, which is the game plan that was working for him, basically. And hence makes this a whole lot tougher. And back down that right side, just going to be a drop, which it has potential if there's no defense here from Classic, although there is still going to be that battery from earlier that the Reaper was draining at one point. But hey, I mean, it's going to force Classic to at least look back at home, and it's going to make him think about being back at home rather than just all the focus being on Percival's base. So, while the drop doesn't exactly do a lot, I'm trying to scrape some positives from it. Now we got a Storm drop coming in as Classic. And it's going to get a couple of SCVs out. There's actually good micro. Those SCVs stacked in the corner stayed away from going back into the Storm, which would have killed them. Of course, that shows that Storm is on the map, and that's not exactly something you find very fun as Percival here, who I can only imagine his opportunity is you finish Stim Combat and +1 and just send it on one big push and just hope you can do enough. He just killed the Prism, so that's 2 High Templars and the Prism down, so there's another Observer that goes down as well. Like, don't get me wrong, it still feels pretty miserable, but like it feels more doable than it did. Like, at least something went right for you, I guess is what I'm getting at. Like, at least something went right before it all continued to go wrong, you know? Problem is, the moment you move out, these Zealots are going to strike you from the right-hand side. That's going to be a big issue as well, so there's a lot of issues, really, in the grand scheme of things. There's a lot of issues right now. We do see the Marines going to work through those gateways. They are going to drop +1, Combat Shield, Blink in the +1 coming up as well, so we do get all of that coming straight through. Have the couple units over on the right side coming over as well, so they're going to get moving. Oh, the tank's going to get jumped on. The Zealot's just charging forward. Medevac lifts up, going to pull away. The Zealot's just going to recall, so we can bring them back home and make this a very cost-efficient little run in and get back. And now there's a new Prism ready to go as well, so Classic just going to have another wave of aggression ready by the time Percival's ready to hit on the other side. I'd love to make this one exciting for you guys, but I just don't really have that possibility for you all, to be honest. Don't think that situation really exists. Prism unloads, a couple of the Zealots going through, SCV is going to get chased. A couple tanks sieging, a lot of the Zealots taking damage right here as well, so we will have that. But, I mean, it's not even going to come down to Percival attacking. It's going to be Classic attacking into Percival, which really says it all. And Percival, I mean, he was building a third CC, so I guess he was looking towards something of a future. There is a drop across the map that will kill a bunch of probes. It's just, is it going to do as much as what Classic is going to do over here? Liberator trying to get out of trouble. I hate the siege of that. I just run around over here and get back to the main, maybe. Especially when you have all of these Marines, which have at least potential to do something on the other side. Just play for the Liberator to actually have a shot instead of giving it to the Stalkers, is what I'm saying. Honestly, like, I mean, don't get me wrong, we lost 33 SCVs versus the 17 in probes, but I mean, we cleaned up the attack and we did a good amount of damage. Percival still makes a pretty decent play of the situation. It's just not going to be good enough. And Classic is going to take the W and the series, and he's going to advance through on the winner bracket and stay alive in the winner bracket, most importantly, as he'll advance to upper bracket round 3, which is exciting because I think Classic has a good shot of making a run on that section, although there's a lot of Protoss in that section, so maybe Classic going to the lower bracket wouldn't have been a bad thing if we wanted to avoid some PvPs, perhaps. Yeah, we'll take a little peek at the bracket here, in fact, and show you guys what is going on and what has happened after day 1 of the OSC Championship bracket. We've been focused in the winner bracket so far today, guys, with the first 4 matches of the upper bracket round 1 being played. Let's zoom in a little bit. Let's zoom out a little bit. There we go. The first 4 matches of the upper bracket being played, as well as this second round match between Classic and Percival, who have the better seeding. And that does mean that when Percival loses, he drops down here, whereas the other players that advanced from round 1 will drop down here. So there is the advantage to that kind of position that you start in. So Classic advances through. This gauntlet is kind of being set. So we're starting to see exactly what's going on here, which is going to be Shameless Jumi, Nicorette Christiana will go to battle. And the winner of this little section comes out, plays each other, and then plays Classic Solar Showtime Max Packs on this upper bracket string of games. And then on the top side, we've got Creator versus Shin going to be happening, Herald versus Cure, the winner of those guys against each other, and then Clem, Björn, and Hero will be the gauntlet that the winner of that section continues to move on into. So that's what's happening, that's where things are at, and that's where we are going to leave things for today. Thank you so much, everybody, for tuning in, hanging out, and watching some games with us. I should mention the lower bracket too quickly. Art Mintel VK, winner plays Skillus. Lemon and Trigger, winner plays Nightmare. Art and Baby Marine, winner plays Yakov. Mana and Milky Cow, winner plays Rebellion. We also have GG Machine and Mixu, and Cham and Sebezdes. They will play the losers of Shameless Jumi and Nicorette Christiana as well. We will be back tomorrow with more StarCraft 2 and more OSC Championship, guys. Same time, same place, day 2 of the Championship bracket. Looking forward to it. I think we're going to have a great time. So yeah, be back tomorrow. I don't know what games are tomorrow just yet. But if we get an update on that, I mean, it'll go up on Wikipedia probably fairly soon. And then you guys will know when the next game is off. You go to Wikipedia in a little bit. I'm sure they'll be listed there. And yeah, I'll be back tomorrow for more of that action. I'll be back on Thursday for more of the same. And then this week, I'm off on Friday. And then Saturday, I've got to qualify for the WardiTV Winter Cup. And Sunday, we're going to have the WardiTV Winter Cup Group A, if I can get it together after a quick turnaround from the qualifier, basically. So, that's going to be happening. That's going to be coming up. There's going to be a lot going on over there. So. That should be a lot of fun. Looking forward to it. What do I do on my days off? Me and Helen usually sit on the couch and do nothing and just chill. We're very chill people. Like, we usually take out at least somewhere fun, and once we've taken at least somewhere fun and interesting, we come back home and sit and do nothing. Or usually I have a reason for taking the day off StarCraft, and we do that. But Friday is basically my... So tomorrow's my birthday. So tomorrow's my birthday, but Friday is going to be my birthday day off. And literally for my birthday, all I want to do is have a day off. I decided this in December when we were doing long-ass 7+ hour days, back to back to back, as well as like non-stop freaking StarCraft and organizing and adminning and stuff and everything. So I decided all I want to do is have a day off, and I'm going to do that on Friday. So I'm going to be taking that chill, but I'll be here tomorrow. Thank you for the happy birthdays, guys. But surely you're going to be here to say it to me tomorrow. Or are you guys admitting that you're going to skip a stream? Drama in the Twitch chat. Drama in the Twitch chat. Alrighty, guys. I'm going to host somebody up once the ads have played. We will do ads at the end. Obviously, it supports the channel. If you did enjoy, obviously, consider supporting the channel as well. I want to keep pressing the Patreon page, guys. Patreon.com/WardiTV as well. Obviously, this wasn't a WardiTV event today. But we do run our own events, such as the WardiTV Winter Cup we just announced. And events such as this WardiTV Winter Cup. I'll take you guys over. God, imagine you guys had a Surfshark subscription to see the stuff that's not viewable on an imager. But yeah, WardiTV Winter Cup. In fact, that might even already be a Wikipedia page. It's not just yet. Let me have a look. There we go. It's just a different link. Let's do it like this. WardiTV Winter Cup. Gonna have a qualifier and some prize money and stuff and so on and so forth. Stuff like this is what is obviously helped out by the Patreon page. So check out the Patreon page. Patreon.com/WardiTV. That's going to be coming up starting this weekend. So that will be a little tournament for January. So that is all of that. I appreciate you guys, and I will send you guys over to Skillus once the ads have played. So I'll send you guys to Skillus in a couple of moments. I hope you guys have a wonderful rest of your day, and I will see you guys tomorrow for more OSC Championship action. I will see you guys here tomorrow. Bye-bye.